Chapter 901. The pressure of the dark and hot atmosphere around me makes it feel like thousands of hot molten blades stab into my flesh, and gravity crushes every cell individually until the pain receptors stop sending me signals. My whole body goes numb. The energy wave that collides with my core is met with equal force on impact. As I've focused all of my energy into a single point, Maria's in a similar state, and still connected together, we're sent flying backward at an absurd speed. Large amounts of our soul armor are shattered off and fall below us. We are sent flying above the crack in the pyramid, so my ether senses watch the armor we worked so hard to collect fall into a darkness further away than I can see. Dense corruption spreads throughout my body again to try and regain control of my limbs, but as I do this, the demon's words echo in my mind. You killed my only two interesting guardians, and now you're trying to escape? The resources in the lower realm have almost gone dry. I don't think I've seen a single new noble show up in the last few millennia. The demon disappears and reappears in our flight path on the other side of the massive crack. A blue glow is spreading through Maria's body too, but neither of us have enough strength to shift our direction in time. I only sift through my memories faster to try and see if there is any valuable information in the lives of those two high nobles. The demon lets go of its dagger, and it floats up to its assortment of weapons. In exchange, it grabs a long cyan curved blade. Its core shines bright white with celestial energy, but its outer edges are almost entirely made of divine threads. The flash of white makes a memory surface in my mind. It is of a day the two guardians were waiting on this tower, and an exceptionally fast and strong noble demon challenged them. Instead of attacking head-on, it took to the skies and used a long-range soul weapon that looked similar to a boomerang. The two handled the demon in just a few minutes, but they did chase it through the sky quite high. A faint glow of white light high above resurfaces in my vision. The moment I recall this memory, more and more like it start to appear, not just from that demon, but from the fragmented minds of the tens of thousands of demons I killed before. Every time one of them would fly on their dragons, high in the sky, trying to escape this nightmare of a ravine, often they would see the same white glow, sifting through them randomly. It just looks like a random nonsense celestial energy reading, but now as they all align in my mind, it takes a shape I can recognize. It looks like some kind of long white crack in space. My eyes shift upward the moment they get enough corruption channeled in them to move, and Maria feels where my attention lies. We focus all of our energy into our feet, and try to change course upward, but it's too late. The demon's curved blade comes falling down toward us. We could compress our defenses again, and probably survive it. But we would only be blown back in the same fashion, and have less energy to try anything else. Maria feels my determination and sees that I'm not defending, and follows my lead. Her explosion of ice through her feet is more powerful than the corruption I managed to summon, as I'm using a large amount to expand my perception. As we're blasted upward, the sharp cyan and white curved blade collides with my sword-wielding arm, and slices through it without any resistance. The last feeling I have in the arm is of myself gripping the red blade, and letting it fall back into my soul. My whole left arm, including all of the armor left on it, falls below us, down into the dark crack. I don't even feel it. My only focus is above us, and the sound of a demon's laughter in my mind as it's amused by our stunt. Oh, you're no fun at all. Putting away your sword before I can see it awaken. I guess I can dig through your soul once you're dead anyway. There's no rush in handing it over. It puts away its curved blade, then grabs a dark black axe. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. The demon disappears and reappears right in front of us. However, instead of attacking again, it just swings the axe around in its hand in a playful manner. The demon kicks off the ground slowly, matching our speed, and flying up in the air at exactly the same rate. Its deep purple eyes stare at our legs, then up toward the darkness we travel into. Now how would you know about that? I've been watching the two of you since you made it to that first artifact pedestal, and you have never flown high enough into the sky. When it looks back down toward us, its gaze falls directly on me, but she doesn't. Who? Oh, that's where I recognized your aura from. Could this be the work of that immortal dragon? The fallen one? You know how many times I killed his demons back when this ravine used to be exciting? The demon laughs, and my eyes widen at his words. That control freak would never go somewhere without being certain of the outcome. Your soul bonds are far too diluted and twisted together for this to be entirely his doing, but you have definitely met him. The demon tightens its gaze on me, then relaxes to look over at its axe, then back toward our legs as we both step upward through the air. We are clearing almost a full kilometer with every second that passes. A light glint of white light opens up in the darkness above us, and the demon nods, then swings its dark black axe our way. It is far too fast to even see. All I feel is our momentum slow. We can no longer step through the air. Her legs fall down into the darkness below, with shards of soul armor fragments filling the red and blue essence flooding out of them. The demon appears on our opposite side, following through with its weapon slash. I'll give you one hit each. If you really think you can make it out, who am I to stop you from trying? It laughs even louder while the white glow above grows, and it swaps out the black axe for a deep purple-colored spiked club. The demon holds it resting over his shoulder, keeping its interested eyes on Maria's soul weapon as she starts charging it up with all her power. Her core contracts and pulses outward 3 times, and her gaze watches the light above us finally reveal itself. An enormous rift in space covers the sky, turning our heads back and forth. It looks like it goes on endlessly in all directions, and splinters off into many paths. Up close, it looks like it mirrors the layout of the ravine's spiderweb-like paths. Above the center of all the ravine's pathways, there is an identical rift that leads somewhere. It makes me remember the meeting the 2 high nobles had with Lucian, and how they were all dropped down into this network of caves and passageways. Even our own arrival to this place, somehow we fell through this rift. Looking up at it now, I can tell it's made of an ether-based energy. Behind it, there are swirling cyan threads that look just like the strange energy fields we flew through to get here from the green zone. However, the white glow that surrounds it gives off an aura like nothing I've ever seen before. I grit my teeth and let the tendrils of corruption I was using to propel myself upward instead flow into my lost arm. They flood out of my shoulder and create a pseudo-energy form, strong enough to hold my blade. It glows bright red when it appears out of thin air again, and becomes darker and darker as corruption floods into it. It won't be able to use as much power as before, but at least I won't have to focus on defending. I can still give it everything I've got to break through this barrier. The demon patiently waits, watching as both of us use everything we have to swing upward at the rift. It only shows a thin smile once we collide. Maria and I, on the other hand, are horrified. The explosive power in our attacks is everything we have. The peak of our royal vibrations thrust into this attack. There are hundreds of layers of vibrations around both blades. The royal corruption and royal blue ice with the source resin of an origin world strengthen our attacks to a mind-bending degree, yet, on impact, our blades only stop moving forward like they have hit a solid barrier. They don't bounce off. They are only stopped short. I can feel the pressure behind this rift reverberate through my soul and understand that it is coated with some kind of higher refined ether that cannot be broken by celestial energy. Trust me, if I could break it, I would have left this place long ago. The demon remarks in an amused tone, with a hint of sorrow, that's high-quality ether for you. The Imperials made this place as a training ground back in their era, but now the lower-ranked family heads just use it as their prison, and let their kin believe they can make it out. Fatigue floods through my body, as I have truly hit my limit. My false arm and sword both fade back into my soul. Maria's core attempts to pulse again, but the surge of energy that comes out isn't strong enough to make a difference. The crystal sword in her grasp dissolves back into her soul. We both start to fall away from the bright white wall in the sky. Back down toward the darkness, the demon reappears above us, holding its club in both hands as we slowly drift, and swings downward with a simple and direct movement. It is a shame. I've never seen anyone use that method of celestial energy cycling together to increase its purity. Your soul bond just wasn't strong enough to complete the true royal transformation. How did you ever expect to sync your vibrations if you kept the biggest secrets of your power from one another? It lets out a sigh while slamming the club down on our exhausted bodies. The pressure is so immense, it shocks my soul. I can feel all of my cores cracking, on the verge of exploding into dust. My fatigue is so great. All I want to do is fade away into the darkness, yet, my instincts, and the tightly grasped hand of Maria, push me to do one final last resort move to save our lives. I force all of my remaining mental focus into a single finger on my one remaining hand. This whole time while traveling the ravine, I've been slowly figuring out how to manually activate functions of the system. There is one artifact that I haven't been able to stimulate yet, and I know its mission is dependent on my survival, so this is the perfect, and possibly the only time to push its limits. The black ring on my finger pulses ever so slightly with purple threads as it feels my cry for help. In response, an extremely fast surge of thin purple barriers pushes outward in 2 directions. It floods through both Maria's and my arms and covers our cores at the peak of the impact. They are fractured into thousands of pieces, but are held together in place to keep us alive. It is only a barrier of divine threads, capable of blocking physical attacks. The mental burst of this monstrous royal's energy is not weakened at all, and forces both of us to pass out cold as we're sent flying down into the darkness as fractured cores, only holding on by the arms held together by purple threads. The demon lets out a sigh and allows its club to float back up above its head, while it slowly descends. watching the remains of these two humans fall below into the crack at the center of the temple. Chapter 902. The unnamed ancient royal demon slowly descends and pulls a bright white soul weapon from its many slowly orbiting choices. It is a long staff that does not look like much of a deadly weapon, however it shifts its shape the longer it's in the demon's hand. The object morphs into what looks like a massive bowl with a thin handle. It grabs the end of it and throws it down through the abyss. The object spins in the air and trails a sparkling white light behind it toward the light purple glowing remains of two humans who just tried to escape. They somehow managed to survive this demon's full-powered attack, not allowing it to capture their souls to pull out what has been stored deep within. Now, its eyes widen for a second time, as the soul weapon it's thrown down to capture their remains has bounced off, ricocheting in an unexpected direction. The white soul weapon deforms as it flies through the darkness, back into its original form, curving upward into the demon's hand. The blue, rainbow, black, and red soul energy held together by purple threads falls into the crack in the temple, and the demon scoffs aloud. I didn't sense that ring from the Imperial zone this whole time. It looked like nothing but a blood-bonded artifact from the lower realm. It curses under its breath and puts away the soul weapon. The demon stops floating downward right at the surface of the temple. Looking down into the crack, I'm not going to try and break through there again. It's not like anything can leave this place. Your souls will leak out once you die eventually. It murmurs while shaking its head and crossing its arms. The massive crack that spans over 10 kilometers wide in the center of the temple is actually V-shaped. The deeper down into the pyramid one looks, caused by billions of soul weapon strikes, chipping away at the temple's center over the years after this royal demon found a clue that something interesting was inside. Yet, the deeper down it slashed, the harder it was to cut through this black stone. In fact, at the deepest point in this crack, the separation between sides is less than a meter thick. Below it, there is a dark black barrier that repelled its blades every time it tried to strike it. It is impossible to see through, and unlike the white rift in space above, this barrier caused backlash on this royal demon's soul every time he attempted to hit it. However, all of the shattered remains of these two human soul armor slip through the barrier like it is not even there. Their lost limbs fall through unscathed, and even their cores held together by a thin web of purple threads. The challengers of the strongest being in the ravine of the Cyan Zone have utterly lost their fight, but now their presence in the ravine has completely vanished. The entire bottom half of the pyramid temple's base is hollow. Its inner walls are coated in a black aura that gives off no energy presence at all. It is as though a darker void has concealed itself deep within the darkness of this ravine, hiding from the outside realm. The massive room inside is empty, but it is not dark. There is writing all over the walls that glows with a dim white light. It is as though the words have minds of their own, fluctuating and pulsing with delicate movements. Some of these symbols are written in the originator's language, while others are written in the unknown language that has been carved into every cave and pedestal throughout this ravine. The remains of the humans fall to the center of the room, on top of glowing text, and are not conscious. They cannot see or sense anything around them. There are statues on opposite sides of this square room. On one side, there is a demon with two long horns, and on the other, there is an angel with wide open wings. As the blood and leaking essence of the first visitors to this area of the temple since it was created seeps into the floor, the dim white glow of the runes begins to get brighter. If the rising emperor were awake to see this now, it would look extremely similar to the inheritance chamber he found his amplifier in under the sea on the human world. The text on the walls looks as though it's floating off and resonating with the beings that have entered this ancient tomb. In the green zone, Seraphel and Abby both follow behind a high orc through many passageways in the fortress. There are no demon-run security checkpoints, nor main passageways that are blocked off to the public anymore. Navigating this citadel has become much more simple. The blue and green-haired humans have a straight-shot walk through the fortress to the blue wyvern's old vault. With the single activation of an ether command, the enormous 10-kilometer-tall door opens up wide to reveal a massive storage room inside. Abby and the security orc both stand at the door while Seraphel steps up through the air, leaving small blue trails of water behind. There are countless black boxes stacked against the walls, all glowing with a faint white ether. Yet, he flies all the way to the back to open one that does not even glow. The blue-eyed human pulls out a massive black artifact, but it shrinks in size to fit into his hands the instant a small pulse of his aura is absorbed by it. He turns around with a smile on his face and floats back down toward the door. He looks directly into Abby's eyes. It is true. My old master from Kelfer once told me, the day we take back the green zone is the day the true inheritance can be reclaimed. A small palm-sized token floats above his hand and slowly spins, glowing blue and green. There is a raised imprint of a wyvern on one side, and a tree on the other. Memories of the wyvern's bones that Abby's staff is made of flash through her mind. It was an earth wyvern, with a unique affinity for nature, allowing it to grow plants and speed up the wildlife's progression on their world. However, she does not have any clue as to what this token is used for. None of her inherited memories share any information on it. Seraphel speaks again as they close the large door and walk further into the fortress. I do not know exactly what it means either. I only know that this was my duty in coming to the upper realm. I always thought I had to do this alone, but maybe there was far greater purpose than just saving my own race. A high orc walks them through many more passageways until all of the branching routes, random doors, and side routes stop appearing. They walk so deep into the fortress in one direction that there is only one way left to walk, forward. Their guide's voice echoes through the massive black corridor. In all my years, I've never made it into this part of the fortress. It is usually blocked off by the automated ether commands, a function put in place by the Citadel long before I started my work here. Rumor is, it's a function that was put in place when the fortress was first created. The orc's eyes widen, and it stops moving forward. However, Seraphel and Abby continue walking just fine. Dense white ether commands hold the orc in place, but it only smiles and takes a step back. The restraints dissolve into the air. At the back of the hallway, there are 9 enormous black doors. All of them are locked shut, with no handles or way to open them. When either Abby or Seraphel looks toward many of the doors, a light white pressure washes through their mind, making them stop attempting to come near. There is only one door that fully captivates their attention. It shrinks down in size the closer they get. The entire experience looks like a simulated hologram. There are so many strange ether commands triggering in the room to create this manifestation, it is hard to believe it's real. The white wisps of energy in the air are made of ether, but they give off an incredibly pure aura like nothing either of them has ever felt before. It cannot be sensed, but even outside the Citadel, many large white arrays are shifting and being activated for the first time in millions of years. Both the human and the wyvern are capable of wielding celestial energy in its raw and base state using their celestial physiques, but the ether that pushes them in a single direction is far different and feels like it should not be prevalent in this green zone. Seraphel's hands raise the token in the air, and it floats away from him toward the door, colliding with its center and flooding it with a colorful blue and green essence. The instant it hits its center, it slowly swings open to reveal a pure white light inside. The human and wyvern's eyes are wide open. As it feels like every second longer they look at this bright white light, their understanding of ether commands and celestial energy manipulation increases a significant amount. They walk forward in a daze, in a half-enlightened state. When the door behind them closes, the high orc is left in a dark hallway, yet, the two visitors stand in an empty bright white room. The longer they stare forward, the more at peace they feel their bodies become. A pair of white eyes stare back at them, the eyes blink, and everything within the two soul-bonded beings' souls is released outward. Seraphel's enormous bright blue celestial form is unleashed, and Abby's immortal healer's greater form is activated automatically. Her staff materializes in front of her and begins to slowly orbit around her body. The white room's walls don't look any further away now than they did moments ago, even as they have grown hundreds to thousands of times in size. The white eyes stare deeply into them, then move forward. The head of a massive white celestial wyvern moves closer. One of its eyes is larger than both the celestial bodies in front of it. The white wyvern blinks, and a voice echoes into Seraphel and Abby's minds. If you are receiving this message, I have long passed. You are the last remaining wyvern in both the lower and upper realm if the predictions of the fallen one have come true. A sad thought. But it means the demons have lost control of my citadel in the future. The final reset can still occur before it is too late. The manifestation of the wyvern's white eyes open wide again. Allow me to show you a vision of the past. The most dangerous demon of my era. The royal that set in motion the extermination of our race. The nightmare of all wyverns. The monster that I must grant you the remainder of my power I have saved after my death so you can defeat what we could not. For the sake of all living beings, use what I grant you to defeat Lucian Morvale. A hot white pressure bursts out from the floating wyvern's eyes, and the room fills with the vibrations of a royal wyvern that once ruled the green zone of the upper realm. Chapter 903. The pair of soul-bonded partners begin to forget they are even standing in an ancient room within the fortress. The swirling ether around them that flows into their bodies, minds, and souls continues to increase their understandings of celestial energy to a staggering degree. It is as though ether maturity is flowing through their souls, adding to their foundations as if the remains of this wyvern's soul are now their own. They see through the white-winged wyvern's eyes, both below and the lower realm when it once thrived in looking over many wyvern worlds in a white star system of its own in the elite star sector. However, their planets, and many others with enough energy to produce high-potency noble life, were targeted over the years by the ruling royal family demons. As the previous overseer's seat was that of a wyvern, many advantages were still held by their race, with defense systems and hidden areas in the massive void of open space that lasted through the Imperials and Vanguard's reign. However, thousands of grand wars streamed through Abbey and Seraphel's minds, from millions of years ago. The destructive power of the attacks from Yellowcord demons in the lower realm is almost unfathomable. Noble and high nobles were of common origin in both the wyvern and demon races. Many of their wars destroyed entire star systems and tore artificial tiers through the realms, creating dead areas of space where entire stars once rested. The slow and steady infiltration of stronger demons over time in the Green Zone is shown to them. Halucian rose from the lower realm and bested this white wyvern in a great war. However, a strange fact that stands out in these passing inherited memories is the constant ascension of elves to the higher zones. The two races have come to an agreement for the armies of elves to hold back demons from progressing in the higher zones. However, the agreement itself is fuzzy, its details happening before this white wyvern's time. By the time it lost the Green Zone, there were little to no elves left. This timeline repeats over and over, and every time it does, certain techniques are more of a focus. To let the inheritors' minds subconsciously absorb them more naturally, each time these battles, cultivation techniques, and moments of grand epiphanies pass, more details seep into Seraphel and Abby's minds, many of which reveal the recurring appearance of a sharp, crimson-eyed dragon. In this state of enlightenment, many hours pass, and the physical state of the two inheritors do not change as they absorb more and more knowledge. The ancient arrays that have activated outside the citadel continue to slowly spin, maintaining the state of this chamber and security commands that were put in place by its creator long ago. The fluctuations in the air can be felt tens of millions of kilometers away. At the floor of the Green Zone, below the newly built Grand Citadel, hours have passed since the beam of celestial light elf magic burst through the sky, and Ember has already walked all the way over to the reactor that has been used in the past for zone-to-zone travel within the upper realm. He lets out a thin smile as the subtle fluctuations from the fortress hit his subconscious. In his right arm, a sleeping elf still lies unconscious. However, his left palm is touching the reactor without any barriers keeping it away. The dangerous waves of silver threads pulsing through the machine are colliding with his soul, and in return, a silver glint shines in the dragon's eye as he sends pulses of his celestial energy into the reactor. It fluctuates with white surges of its own ether commands, and the silver threads within it react in strangely symmetrical patterns, different than the unpredictable and erratic flow this reactor usually shows. Royal Road is the home of this novel. Visit there to read the original and support the author. Fatigue builds up in Ember's body again, growing worse and worse as the hours pass. However, he is not manipulating a large scale of threads like he was in his massive celestial battle form that spread across tens of thousands of kilometers. This is a more intricate task where he can focus and not cause too much mental stress. Ember murmurs to himself after a shift in the reactor makes all of the silver threads stop moving entirely. I will not be risking another fall into the ravine myself. We will have to meet once you make it out and become a true royal. He sighs and looks down at the sleeping elf in his arm. I have a lot of work to do with this one before that happens. I must fulfill a promise of the past. Where we're going, it appears we will have even more time to prepare. A white glow floods out from the still reactor. The area around it for thousands of kilometers appears to become a white void. An outsider looking in would only see dense tendrils of higher quality ether than anything in this zone, shooting up into the air, and disappearing as though they're shifting through the realm. It is identical to the holographic manifestations that appeared when Muriel would speak with the royal family heads. Ember sends a final series of ether commands into the reactor, then releases his hand from it, holding Rin in both arms and closing his eyes with a calm expression. Both of their bodies are covered in a white glow and disappear from the Green Zone entirely. The only hint left behind, seen by no one, is at the very top of the ether tendril they stood beneath. It flickers with a dull purple glow at its highest point before the entire reactor starts to move again. Its frozen silver threads begin to twist and swirl, and the burst of ether in the air all contracts back toward its center. The bottom of the Green Zone is empty, without a single soul left behind. A zone above, in a Cyan palace, a royal demon walks down from his throne after many years of waiting. The monstrous demon in his base form stands over 2 kilometers tall. The hundreds of high noble guards that line his palace walls are protected by the unique arrays made of celestial energy and royal vibrations, as if they were truly standing in his presence. Without the atmosphere suppressing his aura, they would all be torn to microscopic shreds and killed instantly. None of them move, nor even think about turning a pupil in the direction of their family head. They have been ordered to stand and wait until spoken to, doing otherwise would be a severe breach in loyalty and would lead to certain death. Lucian Morvale walks through his palace until he makes it to the end of the entrance hall. He looks down a flight of cyan stairs that stretches hundreds of millions of kilometers down into a white misty void. Very potent clouds of celestial energy fill the air, and cyan threads are tethered together to create this palace, held in place by its ruler's vibrations. The family head stares off into the endless cyan zone, seeing the outlines of cyan towers over 1 billion kilometers away. It is where the noble demons and their dragons live, those that ascended with him long ago, and a small few he has accepted as offerings afterward. Lucian lifts a hand and manipulates strands of white energy that reach far throughout this zone, making sure his orders for preparations of the sealing are being followed. He shows a light smile as progress is moving along smoothly, but it turns to a slight grimace shortly after as another system alert from the lower realm rings in his inner ear. This has been happening for over a decade now, ever since the realm wave came through. All of his hidden armies and claimed planets in the lower realm have been losing battles unlike anything he's seen before. It's already hundreds of millions of worlds lost, and a large chunk of the Morvale's private armies being systematically destroyed by an organized team of humans. It does not matter. All of these resources would have been lost in the sealing anyway. We have drained the origin plane dry of resources. They can fight over the scraps all they want. He murmurs, then breathes in a dense breath of celestial energy in the atmosphere. Once exhaling, the royal demon flicks a few strands of white threads, and his mental vision stares down through an enormous rift in space that is merged with this zone. It is as dark as this paradise is bright. Lucian's eyes scan the entirety of the ravine in less than a second, mentally tracking all of the deaths and new noble breakthroughs of first-class demons throughout the pocket realm. Still no sign of them. It appears they really did perish only 2 years in. A shame, I was hoping for more of a show. Lucian smiles slightly wider, showing a few of his sharp white teeth when he sees one of his experiments looking up at the fluctuating rift in the sky with hatred in his eyes. Maybe I should have chosen you to guard the green zone after all. You took longer to bloom than Muriel, but you have become a fine royal. I must admit I'm glad the Imperial seal is impossible to break. If anyone could best me in this era, it could have been you. The Cyan Cord Royal lets out a laugh as the demon in the ravine stares up with hatred. The palace shakes, and the entire zone bends under his pressure. Many nobles in the city over 1 billion kilometers away faint from the aura that the family head doesn't bother to suppress. Chapter 904. In the dark blue zone of the upper realm, a demon stands on the shoreline of a small island in a vast sea. Samir Vanguard wears a dark blue suit of armor that covers every single part of his body. There are only eye slits that expose a white glow underneath his helmet. Calm and calculated royal vibrations hold his defenses together as he stares off into the ocean, where waves flow for trillions of kilometers, further than his eyes can see in the base form he relaxes in now. It has been just over 2 days since the realm wave shook up this zone. He pulls a 5-faced clock out from a storage system and looks down at it occasionally, admiring the view. The artifact glows with a dense white ether, allowing it to shift in size depending on what form this family head is in. Right now, it is roughly half a kilometer in diameter, floating above the palm of its armored hand. It is made of a dense black stone-like material, and deep within, there are silver gears that make each of the hands shift, tracking the progress of the realm wave. The green-faced clock, along with the dark blue one that matches the threads in this zone, both look as though the hands are standing still, not moving at all. However, the longer Samir waits, the dark blue clock's hand shifts ever so slowly, outpacing the green zone's clock by roughly 5 times. In the same amount of time, the yellow clock face, signifying the lower realm, has moved quite a noticeable amount. However, this is not where this royal's gaze lies. It is on the cyan-faced clock that has a hand spinning around at a visible rate. Every few breaths this demon takes, the single hand makes a full rotation. Its calm demeanor doesn't change at all. Samir only watches these dials spin to pass the time. His duty in the great family has been long fulfilled, yet he is still paranoid about the matter taking place in the lower zones. His gaze switches to the 5th dial that glows purple. Its single hand spinning around so fast it almost becomes a blur when he decides to drop the artifact back into his storage and mutters to himself, "They act as if we have time to spare." These new generations don't understand the threats that can still rise from the origin plane. We are not safe until the seal has been fully set. Waves crash a few 100 million kilometers away from him as he speaks. As the release of these royal vibrations has disturbed a creature lurking beneath the sea, large swells in the sea start to make the shore at his feet recede. Even at this distance away, the endless ocean may look like a dark blue body of water, but it is far more than just that. Concentrated celestial energy has pooled together at the bottom of this zone, and the divine threads that reside here have naturally tethered to the densest mass in the environment. If it were to separate and try to fill the atmosphere with light particles like down in the cyan zone, this dimension would need to expand by an unfathomable degree. The swells in the sea finally pop when the black heads of a massive hydra rise to fill the sky. Its many pairs of eyes look empty, and its scales have lost their color. All that fills the sentinel's soul is the will of the demon that tamed it into a living weapon. Yet, it still holds flickers of its former attitude and does not enjoy being disturbed for no reason. Samir looks up at the enormous beast that has only lifted a tiny portion of its mass from the sea but doesn't bother to give it any more attention, muttering in a low tone as though something nearby should be able to hear it. You might be reading a stolen copy. Visit Royal Road for the authentic version. Entertain this one. I'm not in the mood to play. I need to prepare for the worst. I still do not have faith in the words of the younger ones. Then he turns around and takes a step forward, disappearing in a burst of dark blue threads. The demon travels over 1 trillion kilometers away to return to its army, where it once stood. The island starts to grow. Massive waves begin pushing back on the hydra as the ground where the family head once stood expands by hundreds of times. More and more islands start to form all around it, like pointed black mountains jutting up from the blue sea. Eventually, as these mountains rise high enough out of the ocean and into the sky, they all connect to form what looks like a curved collection of them in the shape of a shell. An ancient beast's head rises from the celestial sea with what looks like a sharp beak, and behind and around this shell, a tail and 4 legs push this creature upward out from the ocean. An unfathomably large tortoise with the same dead eyes and flowing wool of the royal family head stares back at the hydra, 2 extinct races of overseers that were fully exterminated during the Vanguard's era stare each other down, and roars fill the air as they spar, releasing portions of their wills left behind, in a zone below. Deep within the ravine, a royal still stares up at the rift that fluctuated for the first time in over a decade. The last time was the arrival of these 2 humans he believes he's killed, yet now as he scans the ravine, no new life forces can be sensed. This only means someone is looking in. He doesn't give Lucian the satisfaction of hearing his true thoughts, so he waits until the rift reverts back to its natural state before he speaks his mind aloud. Now that was strange. Why would he be so interested in those 2 humans? The facade of anger that he had, glaring upward, goes away entirely, and an amused smile crosses his face. The jet black-skinned demon, with dozens of soul weapons hovering around its head, floats down to the temple's crack again and stares into the darkness. These soul remains have not drifted out. I really would like to get my hands on that amplifier in the next few thousand years, he murmurs to himself, then lets out a sigh and begins to scan the ravine's outer edges, looking for anything interesting to pass the time. Deep within the temple, the 2 souls that have fallen to its text-covered walls have been linked together by a faint collection of purple strands of divine threads. Neither human is conscious, as the full-powered mental attack of a royal that honed its vibrations and collected celestial energy for millions of years is one that neither of these fresh royals could possibly handle. All they see is white, their thoughts have ceased, and they're suspended in a state of artificial animation by the artifact fallen from the Imperial zone. However, their instincts are heightened. The man's body is filled with dark tendrils of demonic corruption, and this energy swirls together with bright red celestial fire in his soul. The 2 are having a battle of their own, as the corruption seeks to become the dominant force in that body and mind, yet the celestial fire is the only thing healing it slowly and keeping the vessel alive. All 3 of his cores are fractured and shattered beyond what could naturally be withstood, yet they are held together by extremely thin purple threads. This in turn has completely let down all of the barriers that have been holding back subconscious and conscious energy flows from reverting to a natural state. The woman is not in any better condition. Her mind has been struck by this backlash, putting her mental state into the same artificial coma. However, her soul energy core acts far differently. There are no cracks on its surface. Instead, it has just slowed its cycles to a near death-like state. The entire nature-bending anomaly has been shocked by the wave of energy that overpowered it. Instead of there being a point of darkness at its center, without anything to hold it back, if one were to look into its center now, they could see all the way down into its true purpose. Leaving such an anomaly exposed to the open air would normally drain and consume everything its senses could touch. However, there is no active mind to stimulate its destructive properties. Both souls have their secrets laid bare in front of each other, yet all they can do is act on pure instinct. They have been cycling celestial energy through one another for over 2 years. Now, even without minds to think, the energy left in their damaged bodies and cores starts to slowly cycle back and forth. The first complete cycle takes over a full day to pass through, but after the 10th, that time is cut in half. By the 100th cycle, the bright celestial energy passes through them every hour. Not only this, but the natural healing properties of this energy begin to move the lost limbs back toward their center of mass, and slowly rebuild their bodies and regenerate their lost blood. Their vibrations are not perfectly synced anymore, as many variables have changed and barriers have been lifted. All of the lost blood, celestial energy leaking soul essence, and vibrations that bounce off the walls of this temple make the glowing white characters covering all 6 inner walls shine brighter and brighter. Some of the symbols start to spin, while others morph into different texts and shift like they are weaving automated complex arrays. Chapter 905, the cycles of celestial energy back and forth continue to flow faster and faster. Nearing their former speed, as the core's cracks slowly heal, the body parts that were scattered across the temple floor reform back to their original states. Blood is regenerated, and vitality slowly grows back into the near-death human-shaped vessels. The purple threads that were desperately holding them together fade away once intact and able to hold themselves on their own. The ring returns to its dormant black form. Many of the broken blood-bonded armor pieces and new celestial energy-bonded crafts stay scattered across the floor. They are not necessary to rejuvenate the life forces of the 2 humans, and their energy signatures are too foreign to be included in this purely instinctual healing process. Even with no distractions, it takes over a full decade in the darkness for the mental damage of this royal demon's attack to start showing signs of reversal. The bright white burst of pure pain that fried all of my senses finally begins to melt away from the depths of my mind. It was layered with so many royal vibrations and so much celestial energy purity denser than my own, that chipping away at the poison that seeped deep into my mind and soul has been an ongoing process for longer than I can comprehend. In fact, I can't remember it at all. Small specks of white light flickering throughout this dark room start to appear in my ether senses. They are like pinholes through a veil that still blinds me. It is not only sight, every single one of my senses is blocked, yet somehow more and more specks are peeping through to allow me to see and feel. It's like a seal is slowly being melted away, finally letting me breathe the fresh air beyond it. My body and subconscious feel as though so much time has passed. Oddly, even longer than I've even consciously been connected to the system feels as though it's gone by. I can vividly feel every single celestial energy cycle I've shared with Maria as these years passed, like they've imprinted into my body and soul. However, the last true memory I recall was being defeated by the royal demon above a pyramid-shaped temple with absolutely no chance of winning. The power gap was too massive. A few of my wandering thoughts half believe I've died, but the feeling of my purple ring activating right before losing consciousness keeps resurfacing to assure me that somehow it saved us. I know Maria is alive because my celestial energy cycles keep coming back to me as cold blue celestial light to refine every half second or so. However, it's incredibly hard to feel her vibrations or true presence. All of my senses are still limited by tiny pinholes of access as my mind is still overflowing with a lethal poison from the demon's mental attack. The more energy I put into looking outward, the more of these pinholes begin to close up, and the pain returns. Reverting my perception of the outside to only white again, I mentally shut off all of my curiosity and let the instinctual healing continue its process. The mending of my mind progresses gradually, but speeds up. The less poisonous energy remains in my mind and soul. Every few thousand cycles, I take small peeks outside to assess the progress, but doing so causes major setbacks, so instead, I settle for a less energy-demanding watered-down version of my senses. It gives me weak energy readings, and only really focuses on the vibrations that are processed through the energy Maria sends me. Trying to view anything outside of my own body is far too difficult. One of the first things I witness with these dampened senses is the strange sensation of the dark corruption that has been released from my core actually flowing through my body without trying to devour me alive or take control. Flowing side by side with this darkness is the bright red celestial fire that has healed my body back to its prime condition. The two energies merge and separate at will as they flow side by side through all of my pathways. The long period of time necessary for my mind to heal has forced the two competing energies to work together to keep me alive. The darkness does not leave my body. Instead, it acts as a conductor for the celestial energy to flow through far faster than if it weren't here. It seems as though even the blue celestial ice that flows in from Maria is not overwhelmed by this demonic presence either. It acts as though the blue energy is my own, and merely needs to cycle through my core before it can fully integrate with the corruption again. More and more pinholes open wider, allowing me to see further for longer, to the point where I can finally feel Maria's vibrations and get a sense for how they resonate with mine. It is odd, her vibrations feel different. Like they are flowing more freely, but the instant I recognize this, I realize that mine are slightly different as well. Our wills have shifted and altered slightly to adapt to our predicament, but I can't fully conceptualize how or why. As the viewing holes in my senses widen even more, I can start to feel things with even greater clarity. One of those things is the understanding that Maria is viewing me in the same exact way. Neither of us has any idea where we are or how we survived this long. However, the instant we both mentally process that we can sense the other, our vibrations pulse in erratic patterns of surprise, excitement, and even embarrassment. Not only have all of our clothing and gear been shattered to pieces farther away than we can sense, leaving us lying naked beside each other, but the secrets we've been keeping locked away in our cores are out in the open for both to see. My corruption flows slowly through my body for her senses to probe, and the soul energy core in her chest has no barriers at all blocking my senses from looking deep within it. After our intense mental fluctuation of realizing the other's presence, neither of us tries to hide. Instead, we slowly wash our senses through one another. Our vibrations have become more alike, making these scans easier, but at the same time, they are still not perfectly synced. Attention holds them back from fully aligning with one another to create an understanding. Every cycle that passes through us now alters our vibrations even more. My mental senses dive into the anomaly that has been hidden for so long, and the burst of emotions and information that ripples through me limits all of my other senses to allow me to fully be immersed. I am still in a weakened state, so when I see a soul energy core with limitless depth tethered together by an invisible force, it is difficult to conceptualize at first. In fact, it's impossible to see all the way down into it with just a single glance. My first instinct is to leave, as my mind is stretched and forced to try to understand an impossible area of finite yet infinite space and energy. It all simultaneously flows outward and falls inward on a single point. This point holds all of her energy, vibrations, and emotions. The strongest feeling that both pulls me in and tries to push me out is fear. It is Maria's fear, like a tight pull of anxiety crushing in from all sides. The deeper I look in, the worse and more dangerous it feels. I don't understand why or how this invisible force has become so physical in my senses. It's as though her strongest vibrations deep down are creating this construct to guide me. I can feel parts of myself inside it, like every step I've ever taken or word I've ever spoken to her fills this endless stream of energy I stare into. The memory of holding Maria on the verge of death in the green zone resurfaces, and this exact feeling is exactly what was flowing out from her body. It was only calmed the moment we kissed. The instant I feel this same emotion, the center of her core grows with even more depth. The single point I was analyzing looks like it's somehow expanded, as though walls of fear just dissipated to allow me to see a little more of what is already in front of my eyes with greater clarity. At the same time, Maria's mind seeps deep into the corruption that flows through my body. On its surface, it too seems tranquil, like it is having a symbiotic relationship with the red celestial fire in this body. However, the more her vibrations flow through it, the true reason it was held back and away from her starts to unravel itself in packets of emotions as well. The rage that flows deep within this darkness is menacing. It is inhuman. The hatred that has manifested itself into a physical form is equivalent to staring at death itself. Yet, it perfectly flows hand in hand with the calm and healing celestial fire beside it. At first, it is illogical. It doesn't make sense how the two aren't at odds, but the deeper she lets her senses feel, the more fear she senses within both of these energy streams as well. It was locked away in the darkness before, but now that two parts of one soul collide inside this body, the real reason for locking it all away starts to float to the surface. The feelings of being trapped, too weak, of losing control, these all surface first. As they do, and Maria's concentration doesn't waver, accepting them as they are, they start becoming more complex. Scenes of the past are triggered in her inner consciousness. It shows Jay on many battlefields, at moments where all hope seemed lost. Over and over, countless times. The feelings of overbearing enemies threatening to take his life, and the thought of losing everything he'd worked to build, yet these memories become more and more refined and focused. The strongest one surging out at her is Jay's point of view when she nearly died in the green zone. A true fear ripples through this corruption, and the red celestial energy merging with it. She's able to finally look deeper, and Maria sees inside what he was really hiding. This shift in pressure causes the next few celestial energy cycles through our bodies to flow faster and with far more intensity, so much so that our minds heal enough to sync with our bodies and give us true sight for a moment. The visuals of millions of floating white glyphs in this strange room flow into my mind, but the most exhilarating sensation is that I feel Maria's hand in my grasp ever since we were dropped into the ravine. My true sense of touch has been blocked from use by a strange seal. Yet now I can feel everything, down to even the tiny divots of her fingerprints moving against mine, a soft and warm pressure I almost forgot existed in this darkness. It makes our concentration waver for a moment just as we're about to peer over the edge of each other's minds. Out of instinct, our minds expand enough to move our muscles and basic bodily functions again. We pull each other closer to make sure we do not lose this deep connection. Chapter 906. As we pull each other closer, the cycles of celestial energy have far more points of skin contact to flow through. Not only does this momentary blip of experiencing touch for the first time in years not break the connection, it instantly makes it deeper and more intense. Our senses overlap and begin to pour into each other's souls. The cycles grow faster, rejuvenating our minds at an increased rate, and allow for more and more of our senses to be heightened and released from the blank white prison they were trapped in. I finally get to peer over the edge, deep into Maria's soul energy core. Everything is laid bare before me. I can even see the intricate manifestations of her fear and anxiety containing this power by invisible mental constraints. Some manifest as self-doubt, holding on tightly to an image of herself that she used to be, that doesn't believe she can grow strong enough. Other invisible seals are subconscious manifestations of her vibrations that show as visuals of me. They are visions of the past. She is chasing after me whenever I reveal new powers. I can feel that the mind-bending endless potential of this anomaly stems from this feeling. As time and time again I grow stronger and she's had to catch up. I'm quite literally looking into the depths of her path, what makes up her soul. At the same time, our bodies collide, as not only does this contact allow for our cycles to grow faster, but it's allowed me to see Maria in all her beauty, looking deep into my eyes. It's the brightest and most beautiful blue I've ever seen. I turn over to kiss her, and feel her hands pulling me closer to kiss me back. Our senses are looking deep into one another's souls. But there are still parts of her I cannot see. We pull each other even closer. Maria regains her true senses for the first time in years as well, and it comes as the sensation of an insatiable heat flowing through her whole body of ice. As she lets her mind flow into Jay's soul, the urge to pull herself closer and open up everything she's kept trapped away to only herself becomes overwhelming. As hot lips touch hers, she sees everything and feels everything about the man in her arms, and finally begins to unravel the real truth too. Why his vibrations move the way they do, the tightly bound emotions that hold these two forces of dark destruction and bright healing creation apart should not naturally reside within the same body. He does not want one to overpower the other, and deep down is scared to find out what would happen if he does. All this man filled with fire knows is that in order to protect everything and everyone around him, he has always had to kill, destroy, and never let his guard down because there is always a bigger enemy. The vibrations look as though they are tethering this body and soul together with unbreakable strength, but in reality, it is an unrelenting fear of change. Fear of letting others down that rely on him, and by that same right, fear of letting himself down. It is fear of the unknown. The celestial energy cycles speed up as the movement of the two bodies explore each other's beings. At first, just hands over each other's smooth skin and tight muscles are enough to stimulate the bond, but each soul grows and craves more. The rhythmic pulsing and spinning white glyphs that float all throughout the air resonate with the way these two bodies begin to move and interlock. They glow brighter and float toward the center of the room. The author's content has been appropriated. Report any instances of this story on Amazon. Maria pulls me inside her, and I finally feel what lies deep within her soul, pleasure, and the sensations of my mind completely healing, even growing and expanding far past what it was before, flow through my whole body. Not only can I touch and see, I begin to smell, taste, and hear the world around me again. Jay, I love you, are the first words I hear, and they completely dissolve all of the protective seals left in Maria's soul. I see that the only thing holding her back from letting me in was a fear that I wouldn't accept her. It was a fear that she would be chasing a shadow upward until it disappeared from her sight, a fear that I would reject this feeling and not want to be by her side. Maria has taken her chance to speak her secrets into the void. The overwhelming heat in her cold body only becomes hotter as she chooses to be the most vulnerable she has ever been in her entire life, letting Jay into her body and mind. For many celestial energy cycles, she feels him touching the deepest parts of her soul, while the pleasure and ripples of rejuvenating cycles of energy have heightened all of her senses to become an erotic blur. There is still a heavy blanket of invisible tension holding her mind back, until Jay's voice echoes through the darkness. Maria, I love you more. Her own vibrations that hold herself back instantly burst, and the fiery body that moves in perfect rhythm with her becomes a tapestry of lights and emotions that were hidden from her before. The truth within the vibrations of strength only has one reason to exist at its center: to protect her. The intricate web of seals and layered vibrations with many other purposes that surround the inner portion of his soul was hidden for the exact same reason as hers. Jay would do anything not to lose her, and the possibility of her not feeling the same way held him just far enough apart to stay safe. When Maria's soul sees this and hears his words, the final barriers keeping their souls apart give way as if they were never there. Both minds, bodies, and souls experience a climactic moment of bliss as they accept each other's strengths and flaws as their own. The celestial energy cycles between the two bodies sync in perfect unison. There is no longer a gap between each refinement process, it is a constant flow where their skins touch and interlock. A true soul bond is formed, all of their senses heighten further with every passing moment. And their vibrations shift as their wills become more aligned, their deepest fears and greatest goals have been revealed before one another, and they align with perfect resonance. The white runes and spinning glyphs all over the temple's walls glow brighter and brighter every second. They all converge inward on the two in the center of the temple and flow onto their bodies like light droplets of rain on a pond. The ether imbued in these symbols does not feel like anything at all, in fact. As they imprint onto the two human skin, they only glow and pulse for a few seconds, then disappear like they were never there. Millions of these symbols slowly float down from all 6 sides of this temple. Minutes pass, then hours, and eventually, the temple and those inside it lose track of time. The walls begin to lose their glow, and become dull and flat once all of the symbols are pulled off of them. The two bodies only glow brighter with every absorbed piece of the temple, as the absorption of an inheritance during this passionate soul bond has triggered a state of enlightenment beyond the capabilities of any normal royal-grade soul bond. Bright blue and red auras fill the room instead. As the temple's legacy has been passed on, the dark barrier around it slowly starts to fade. The demon and angel statues on either side of the massive room begin to hum, reacting to the new auras that touch them. Outside, the entire pyramid starts to shake, and small cracks begin to form on the bottom steps near all 4 sides of this monument. Far away, in a space outside of the lower and upper realms, a black tablet with a single symbol on it starts to glow a dim white color for the first time and longer than any mortal being can comprehend. The light glow makes the presence of this tablet known in the endless darkness it's been resting in, and many creatures of the void float toward it. They have long limbs, no defining features, and have been floating endlessly in this place, waiting for a spark since the birth of this universe. Many of the void creepers have withered away, or fallen into eternal slumber once their systems ran out of light. Yet a small few have held on to life and continued to drift in this void between space waiting for a calling. The dim glow attracts 2 of these entities at first that are nearby. They drift past many other black tablets that do not show even a glimmer of energy remaining in them. Some are cracked, others are nothing but dust, and many just look like dead and lifeless stone. They are all aligned in rows, and head off into infinity in all directions. There is no sense of true time or space like the origin plane here. The beings attracted to this tablet are only drawn to it by instinct. They have no desires nor goals. They do not even know what the space they exist in is, or how it came to be, or why they have changed their constant state of wandering to stop before this tablet. More void creepers find themselves attracted to this glow. Soon over 10 surround it, and eventually over 100 gather in a circle around the tablet to stare down at it in silence. Chapter 907. After hours in perfect resonance, our soul bond is complete. Our celestial energy cycles slow down. As we've reached a point where it cannot be refined any further, I feel as though I should be fatigued, as I've released more energy than I ever have in any battle. Yet instead, I feel refreshed and stronger than ever before. The entire massive room we're in is perfectly clear to my eyes. There are flat walls, 2 statues at the back sides, and shattered soul weapons and armor all over the floor. After laying together and enjoying the moment of peace, as our bodies and minds create no disturbance between each other at all, this silence is finally broken by a light sound of cracking. It makes the floor vibrate ever so slightly, and even the statues begin to hum and give off extremely dull white glows. I can see the demonic statue to my back react with the red aura I pour out into the air, and the angel statue behind Maria glimmers with a blue tint. Deep within the center of both statues, I see a single glyph that seems to power them. It is identical and looks extremely familiar, yet I cannot remember what it means or where I've seen it before. We both accept our moment has come to its natural end and stand up as the floor starts to shake even more. Both of us pour tendrils of concentrated red and blue aura out from our souls to collect all of the blood-bonded and soul armor crafted from thousands of nobles. And in seconds, they reform all over our bodies. Our new auras mend them and strengthen them even further than their original forms. Outside, the 4 stairways tremble, and fractures begin forming all over them. A pressure fills the void and overwhelms the senses of all the noble demons that still try to climb these stairs. Dragons fall from the sky, and all of the movement for thousands of kilometers in every direction halts as the whole temple glows with a faint white light. It starts at the bottom, but the cracks move all the way up to the top, causing the structural integrity of this pyramid to waver. the lone royal demon in this ravine has wandered far away, as he became uninterested in waiting any longer. However, even at the furthest edges of this darkness, the eerie pulsing and white light that comes out from these cracks hit his senses. It is unlike anything he has ever felt in the ravine before. This dark-skinned royal finishes up what he is doing by releasing a ball of darkness from the tip of a spear-shaped soul weapon, sending it down on a pedestal where half a dozen nobles stand. He finds one that looks like it is near the verge of a high noble breakthrough and considers training it for a few millennia, but instead, he's found something else to satiate his boredom. The ball of dark black celestial energy obliterates the pedestal, and every demon within hundreds of kilometers of the blast dies on the spot. For over 10,000 kilometers in every direction, the shockwave knocks out even nobles, flooding through the web-like pathways of the ravine. This royal doesn't even look down at the destruction, he only smirks and lets go of the spear to let it float up above his head again and takes a step forward into the darkness in the direction of the temple. It's them. The humans. They survived. The demon disappears, and its cloud of darkness dissipates into the atmosphere where it once floated. I watched the dark black barrier that sealed the outer edge of this temple's walls from the outside ravine fade. Once I can sense what the outside of this room looks like, I'm able to mentally piece together how we got here. After losing the battle with that royal demon, we fell into the crack of this temple and recovered on our own. Why the demon did not follow us down here and finish us off, I'm not sure, and why the sensory barrier is being lifted now is a mystery to me as well. I begin to watch the temple crumble all around us. The stair fractures grow too large and collapse under their own weight. The battlefield at the top of this structure breaks and falls away as there is no longer anything supporting its weight. However, the floor below us moves upward, and the fading protective barrier makes all of the falling. Black stone rubble fall to our sides. Even the walls and ceiling of this room start to crack and fall away. Once the barrier fully dissipates, leaving us out in the empty air of the ravine, all that remains of the temple is a raised pillar of black stone reaching up even higher than the pyramid was before. A massive amount of rock has ejected from the ground to raise us up, and at the highest point of this monument, the now glowing statues of a red demon and blue angel with a white glyph in both of their chests glow like a beacon into the darkness. Yet, the darkness of the ravine isn't as eerie and disorienting anymore. The feeling of suppression, like some kind of heavy seal that was blocking my senses, it's far weaker. I can see far out into the endless caves and valleys of blackstone with my own eyes as clear as a night with a bright full moon. There is even a recognizable fluctuation in the darkness rocketing our way from far out in the ravine, but noticing its presence doesn't affect my calm mood at all. Maria and I float up in the air, even higher than the raised temple and its statues. Our own red and blue auras outshine the pale imitations below us. Our extremely refined celestial energy finally has space to expand. And the result of healing our minds after the immense mental trauma from that demon has brought our energy control maturity to a far higher level. There is no longer any tension in our vibrations. Nothing holds our minds and souls back from showing everything and allowing our powers to bloom. Red and black waves of energy flow like lava out from every pore on my body, seep deep into my armor, and saturate my entire being from head to toe. It is a fluctuating mixture of destruction and creation in harmony that reveals my true royal state of existence. The liquid energy even covers my face and forms a set of horns on both sides of my forehead to perfectly reflect the portion of power I've absorbed from demons, and as I summon my sword into my hand, it glows bright red, flickering with flames of life representing the human side flowing through my soul. Maria sparkles and glimmers as though a new level of beauty has been unleashed into reality. Source resin flickers over her smooth skin and enhances her vision, leaving white reflective sparkles behind her every movement. Her soul energy core is perfectly calm. There is no longer any black hole in its center, nor is there any invisible thread of energy holding it back from realizing its full potential. Her entire being only exudes a pure, powerful blue royal glow. The infinite sources of celestial energy are pouring out from every single cell of her being, like a countless number of cores are being activated at once. The energy is flooding into her armor, and creating the aura of a woman that is filled with the confidence to be herself and dominate reality around her without any doubts. As her sword is summoned from her soul, it glows and sparkles with the same glimmer her eyes exude, and her aura becomes filled with an icy wave of light. The manifestations of sparkling angel wings grow from her back to reflect the depths of her soul. Our royal vibrations flow in unison and invigorate each other's weight in reality. This power is no longer a mysterious passive additive that strengthens our attacks. Instead, it has become so deeply tethered into our souls that I feel myself unconsciously casting tens of thousands of layers of intent just as I move my arm upward to raise my sword. What took intense concentration and pure Focused willpower to develop layers of vibrations in my attacks before we fell into the temple now feels like a child's measly attempt at imitating the real thing. My eyes are layered with thousands of new royal vibrations to enhance their abilities every time I shift my pupils. The aura of corruption and celestial fire that swirls through my being and around my body is constantly triggering millions of layers of vibrations just in its resting state, ready to unleash far greater power at the mere thought of it. There are no longer any distractions or barriers of doubt holding back my ability to follow my path to rule. We have become true royals. Chapter 908. The fluctuation coming our way deep from within the ravine grows stronger, and I see a familiar dark crescent of energy cutting through the void our way. It is the same exact shot from that royal demon's small dagger, the first long-range hit we received from it that sealed our fate as the losers of the first exchange. It was so powerful that I had to sacrifice my entire body and focus every drop of my energy around my cores to survive a direct hit. We have more than enough time to dodge, but there is no need. I only smile beneath the layers of red and black energy that cover my facial expressions and slowly swing my blade across my body. It looks elegant, as flickering crimson fire trails behind the movement of my arm, as though I'm putting on a performance. The center of my sword collides with the center of this dark slash, and hundreds of thousands of layered vibrations ripple through my arm and automatically burst out from my blade. The entire wave of darkness stops in midair, as though it's hit an immovable force. As it tries to move forward, it looks like it's bending against space, flexing like tough rubber. Yet, at its stress points, the darkness turns red. Instantly, fire floods through the attack, and it bursts into harmless celestial energy residue, dissolving in the air while I follow through with my entire swing. My gaze cuts deep into the void to watch the royal that threw that attack come rocketing our way while grabbing two soul weapons at once from his arsenal. Before, when this demon moved at this speed, I thought he must have been teleporting. I see that he was just moving too fast for a limited mind to comprehend. Now, I can see its every movement in perfect clarity. The sound of dingling chains echoes through the air. As in both hands, this demon holds the handles of a bright white pair of soul weapons. Each one has 5 celestial energy-saturated chains glowing out from a single point, and each chain holds a spiked ball. The demon begins to spin them around its body, creating a simultaneous defensive and offensive domain while it yells out into the void, "You survived! Humans! Really?" A lesser race was the key to opening this temple all along. Its laugh follows as it swings both of its arms forward, and one of the spiked balls on each set of chains moves forward faster than the others. 8 are left behind, while 2 move faster than the demon's advance. A stream of constant dark celestial energy flows out from the demon's arms, and black chains elongate the reach of the attacks further than all the others at a fixed distance on their white chains. They're headed straight at us, making it obvious that we're not going to be able to talk things out. It seems like quite the intelligent demon compared to everything else in this ravine, but it still wants to kill us on the spot. Waves of understanding ripple through the blue and red auras in the air, and both of us take steps forward, bursting outward to opposite sides of the demon. This is the first moment since entering the ravine that we're leaving each other's sides. Even the thought of breaking skin contact to stop our energy cycles or possibly being lost in the darkness was worse than death before. Now, I am at peace flying through the air away from her at a distance. Our connection can't be broken by distance any longer. We can feel each other deep within our souls as though we're still together. I step through the air and spin, leaving a spiral of red fire behind me while I curve around the spiked ball headed my way. Behind it, for more, shift their positioning and curve toward me. The bases of all their white chains begin to turn black as this royal channels energy into them and manipulates their lengths at will. Even the ball behind me curves in the air as tension is placed on its chain, and it's pulled back toward me. None of this phases my elegant strides through the darkness. In fact, it's quite refreshing to use this new power. I feel like everything is moving in slow motion around me, and at the thought of anything I desire, it will happen. I can bend through space, stepping on air like it is solid. When I turn to swing my blade across my body and release a wave of bright red fire, with a core of dark black corruption at its center, it collides with one of the spiked balls coming my way and slices it clean in two. I dive forward through the split soul weapon. As its chain snaps and kick off another approaching ball with my foot, as though it's nothing but a launch pad and not a deadly weapon meant to take me out, a spike on the ball right behind me juts out over 2 meters. Just about the same as my own height in this base form. I can feel the urge to release a new form brewing deep within my soul, but there is so much power already at my fingertips, it feels like a waste to reveal it to such an unworthy opponent. My current state is all I need to take out this enemy. The spiked ball beneath my foot shatters into thousands of fragments as I kick off of it and slice through another spiked ball after changing directions. I let the flames and darkness surrounding My body expands and strengthens the aura that is flowing out from me as I fly toward the last two spiked balls on that side of the demon. I can feel millions of layers of royal vibrations tightening and activating as my presence in reality tethers to my true Cyan divine core. Space bends as I burst forward, and don't even bother to swing my blade for these last obstacles. Once within 10 meters of my flaming body, the two massive spiked balls crack and lose their momentum forward. I fly in between both of them, carving a perfect circle through them. A half-moon crescent is carved into the sides of each spiked ball as I pass them, and their structural integrity breaks once my strongest portion of aura leaves them behind. Both shatter to white dust and their chains lose all their tension. On the other side of the demon, Maria slices through the first spiked ball just the same as I did. A single precise swing of her blade creates a thin sparkling blue line through the center of the soul weapon coming her way. The color quickly spreads to the entire ball and even begins traveling down the long chain. By the time she's close enough to make contact, the entire spiked ball shatters to sparkling mist. The demon has to sever its connection to this chain before the ice travels through its arm. Maria doesn't slow down one bit. Her manifested angelic wings flap once slowly, and she bursts forward through the open air, her eyes glowing royal blue, and a cold domain of ice tethered to millions of royal vibrations and a never-ending energy source pouring out from her whole body. It fills the air. All four of the other spiked balls that try closing in on her from every direction freeze in place as she flies through them. It looks like she stopped time for a moment, but it's clear the chains and soul weapons have just been turned to ice once she passes them all by. They shatter to dust without her having to even move her sword or make any direct moves. The demon's eyes widen as it releases all 10 chains and turns its head back and forth to see us closing in on it from both sides. However, these aren't eyes filled with fear. Instead, they're surprise and joy. It focuses on the pillar of stone behind us where the temple once stood, then yells out loud while grabbing more soul weapons from above its head. So you two are the ones all these carvings are about. Odd, because I don't sense that dragon with you. I would guess you claim some kind of inheritance, but that can't be the case. Your vibrations haven't been altered at all, only solidified. It begins to throw glowing white, purple, black, and cyan-colored knives all through the air. Some of them morph into two-sided blades, others into circular spinning saws, and some begin leaking massive amounts of celestial energy until they explode with immense force like one-time-use soul-powered bombs. The demon lets out a laugh as we slice through these distractions and put up shields to bounce the energy from the bombs away. Its black aura that fills the air for many kilometers all around contracts back in toward itself, instead of acting as a natural but useless intimidation aura. The dark black mist consolidates to create many shadowy arms. Some of them continue to throw weapons our way, while others charge up larger glowing objects behind the demon's back. There is a massive black spear that charges up a demonic energy ball, and a bow that pulls back 6 arrows at once. It holds the very club that defeated us last time in one hand, and the axe that chopped off my arm in the other. All kinds of blades and strange artifacts begin to hum and buzz while it gains the high ground and waits for us to fly up toward it. Come on. Tell me what you saw in there. Can't a demon trapped in this torture pit satiate his curiosity a little? Did Lucian set you up to this? No, maybe it was the new 5th family head. Has it been long enough for them to finally cultivate a new royal? If they're experimenting with humans, they must have found a new heir. From 2 of its sharp shadowy arms, a pure cyan blade comes down toward me, and 6 bright white arrows are released from a massive bow down toward Maria. This blade isn't swung or thrown. Instead, it looks as though it's extending from its grasp, growing over 5 kilometers in distance to close the gap instantly. It's faster than the spiked balls by at least 10 times, and I don't sense any celestial energy in it. The weapon is made from pure divine threads strengthened by royal vibrations. It's an extremely strange weapon, without fully understanding what it can do. My first instinct is to dodge. However, it follows me with this cyan blade like a laser pointer, easily moving it to follow me as though it's weightless. I swing across my body to block it and feel resistance unlike the weak warning shots it threw before. An explosion of cyan threads and red flames shakes the air. I have to counter, so I release a crescent of flames through the center of the cyan blade. It cuts straight down its center and flies through the air toward the demon, obliterating the cyan sword in slicing off the shadowy arm holding it. I was aiming to curve this attack into the demon's real body, but it shifted its position in space the moment I made my counter. It wasn't a last-moment decision. I have a feeling it could have even saved its shadow arm if it wanted. The feeling of cyan residue tingling on my blade and right arm afterward, until I let my corruption devour it, confirms if that cyan blade actually hit me, it would have caused some damage. I watch Maria create a frozen domain around her to deal with the white arrows, and they don't act the same as the spiked balls that instantly froze. Instead, they only slow down and only begin freezing completely once they're less than 20 meters from her. She slashes through each one with her blade while flying in closer. The demon's excited and curious smile does not change, so I decide to play its game and yell back to see if I can get any valuable information out of this demon. We may be on the same side here after all. You're wrong. Lucian Morvale didn't create us in some kind of experiment. But you are right about one thing. There was a fifth family head chosen. Do you want to hear what he was like? Chapter 909, the demon's expression shifts, and it hesitates for a fraction of a second, processing my words before launching an X-shaped wave of bright purple energy from a thick, curved blade at me, and 4 cyan-colored harpoons from a strange circular weapon at Maria. Oh, so that liar Lucian actually did pick someone after all? He wasn't just playing with our lives for the fun of it. I swing upward, and my blade collides with the center of this incoming energy attack. It ripples with crimson flames and bursts into harmless celestial residue as I burst forward, spinning and dodging through weaker flying daggers and small energy attacks sent afterward. Yes, he did. In fact, I killed him. How do you think we made it past the green zone? Loud cracking sounds echo through the air as the spears sent toward Maria freeze and shatter. She sends a dense crescent of ice in the demon's direction next to go on the offensive. The demon's eyes widen as it senses danger and twists its body away from the sparkling wave of ice. Still, 2 of its shadow arms are lost. One of its soul weapons freezes to dust, while it manages to move the other out of danger in time. It doesn't seem worried, more interested in what I've said. The royal's eyes turn from surprise to a calculative state, then to one of understanding. That makes sense. You must have some kind of assimilation skill. That's how you were able to steal all these demon strength on your way to the temple. I'm the one shocked at its words next, dodging a curved cyan-colored blade on a dark black chain, then swinging my sword backward to counter it when it turns midair to try and catch me off guard. It bounces off but shows red cracks in its blade's face. When it curves back in to attack me again, I shatter it to pieces and send a pulse of corruption down its black chains. The demon lets go of the soul weapon's remains, not wanting to be infected by the attack I just threw. Instead of sending another strike my way, it speaks again. Judging by your reaction, I'd say I'm spot on. That would explain the trace amounts of the fallen one in your soul bonds, and the scent of another royal in that darkness you carry. That dragon must have slithered its way into a family head position. And the temple's legacy, that's how you absorbed its power without having to be the chosen demon. The royal laughs out loud and throws a flurry of dense black and purple energy crescents toward Maria. It yells again, you've doomed your own race. All of the lower races. And you don't even know it. That dragon was your last chance. There's no way the vanguards will take any more chances if a family head is killed, and he hears the fallen one got this close. The lower realm will be sealed and turn into an eternal prison worse than this one. It laughs more and more, throwing the same type of dense celestial energy attacks it sent at Maria toward me. Some are mixed with white arrows and occasional pure cyan divine thread waves of light. For a moment, I get paranoid that it figured out everything about me in just a single sentence, guessing my unique skill just by watching me in the ravine. However, it seems to have convinced itself of something else that isn't true, yet I think I can use this to my advantage. The red aura around my body intensifies, even compressing in on itself to become brighter crimson. I need to get a little more serious to block this new barrage of strikes. I've come within about 2 kilometers of this demon now. As dozens of explosions burst around me, I yell again, doesn't this make us allies? You were trapped in here by Lucian? And my aim is to get out of here and stop the sealing. Don't you think it's pointless to fight if the royal hesitates again, but twists its body out of the way to dodge another one of Maria's probing attacks after she froze and shattered the barrage sent our way? We both zigzag through the debris, closing in on a kilometer away from this demon. For him to let out a laugh, allies? How naive you must be. There is no longer any need for allies. I have heard those words countless times before, and this is what it has gotten me. He stops sending waves of attacks my way for a moment and points to the sky with both hands toward the white rift far above us. This is an imperial seal. Your hopes of ever seeing a family head again are long past. Enjoy the fact that you managed to kill one at all. Its aura grows sharp, and its eyes turn to my blade again. The only allies I have or will ever need again are my weapons. And I see one that will finally bring me closer to unlocking my second path. Whether you were meant to be or not. You are truly the perfect gift to entertain me in this solitude. The smirk leaves its face, as it feels like he's about to get serious. Fine. At least we tried. I hold both hands tight on the grip of my blade, and the hot crimson mist trailing around me compresses even more, allowing me to use it to increase my attack power and movement speed rather than just a domain of defense. Maria's eyes tighten too, focusing on the demon's vitals and calculating all the attack patterns of the weapons pointed at her form on that side of the demon's body. We swing our blades in unison. The two crescents of fire and ice are tens of times more deadly than any warning shots before. I can feel the millions of layered waves of vibrations in this attack from my sword collide with the spiked club in the demon's real hand. It is the very one that one-shot both of us at once, putting us in a coma for over a decade just from making contact with it. The royal demon's aura has been compressed to and concentrated in its weapons, yet I'm certain it wasn't expecting anything like this. Dense black waves of celestial energy flow out from its arms and cover the two strongest defensive soul weapons it's holding. On Maria's side, it's a massive purple axe. There is a shockwave of red fire and blue ice as our true royal auras collide. The shockwave makes all of its shadow arms dissolve so that the demon can focus on defense with its true weapons. The sound of a murderous yell, one that has been held in for millions of years, comes echoing out into the ravine. With both arms outstretched, it does manage to hold the slashes back for a moment. However, the club starts to show miniature red fractures all over the contact point. Maria's ice begins flooding into the dark layer over its purple axe as well. Slowly, it spreads to the entire axe face and down its handle. Maria and I converge in toward the demon's center, where it's wide open now. At less than 500 meters away, we both swing again to release a perfect X mark of fire and ice toward its chest. Just before impact, the demon's club and axe shatter to pieces. They explode, making the weapon shrapnel and celestial energy residue slam into the demon's sides. Some are blocked by its armor, but its exposed skin is torn through, creating hundreds of tiny wounds. Still, the demon kicks off the air backward to give itself an extra moment to grab a black and white cube from its remaining weapons that float above its head. I am the master of all soul weapons. A royal demon meant for the throne. Do you think I'd ever let humans strike me down? The box glows brighter and brighter white in his hands and expands to lock onto both of his forearms. It grows into a massive rectangular shield, and the two crescents of energy explode on contact, returning to a harmless dazzling state in the air. The shield is blinding white and hot in my senses. Like its celestial energy purity is far greater than mine or even the demon wielding it. It is spotless without a dent or scratch on it, but the shockwave has sent this demon flying backward. My enhanced eyes see burn marks on its left arm, all the way up to the shoulder, and veins of blue ice still creeping up its right from the residue of the attacks we managed to hit. It's not invincible, but its arsenal of weapons are unpredictable. For some reason, it is still confident, showing no fear. If anything, its deep purple eyes grow even sharper. We both take steps forward again to follow it after being blown backward. However, I sense the air pressure start to shift, as though there is something else here watching. My instincts tell me what I'm feeling is impossible. Dragons don't awaken paths, at least the thousands of noble demons we fought before. Their dragons did not carry vibrations like their bonded partners. Yet, I sense a fluctuation far off in the ravine where this demon has been sent flying. Somehow, they're the vibrations of a royal dragon. Chapter 9:10. Even as another pair of deep purple-colored reptilian eyes appear far off in the ravine, the royal vibrations that ripple off this creature don't logically add up in my mind. From the thousands of dragons I've slain, and the knowledge I have from the intricate soul bond one share with Ember, something is telling me what I'm seeing is a trick. Dragons cannot awaken paths, at least not in this way. I'm certain of it. Yet, all of my enhanced senses show the silhouette of an enormous dragon, easily 25 kilometers from wingtips, and its aura is just as domineering as the demon that is bonded with it. Even though it doesn't make sense, Maria and I step forward, our own auras growing in luminosity. Both of us are still growing fully accustomed to this new surge in power, so with every moment that passes, we grow even more confident and in tune with the vibrations rippling out from our souls. The dark ravine behind us is stained with red and blue light. My eyes track back and forth from the emerging dragon to the demon, because the shield it used to block our attacks bends and morphs to cover its entire upper body with a semi-translucent barrier of pure celestial energy. It is a reinforced armor piece covering its vital cores, and I even watch waves of white energy ripple through its dark black body. They surge into its muscles and veins, and the red fiery scars and frozen skin on its arms begin to heal. Halting the wounds from spreading further, I kick off the air and focus on a new weak point, the demon's neck. While I feel Maria's gaze look toward its lower abdomen where the white armor ends, we burst out to separate sides, curving and spiraling through the darkness again. We're moving so fast that new pathways in the ravine below start to show up. Ones I only recognize from those two high nobles' memories and not my own. Several fire and ice slashes fly through the void at our enemy. However, at this distance, he still has enough time to twist out of the way to dodge. The demon pulls out a single long and curved blade from his arsenal. It's longer than its own wingspan and has sharp-toothed ridges all over the outside edge. At first, it is only pitch black in his grasp, but when he holds it with two hands, it glows with the same deep purple hue his eyes do. Soon after, waves of the white energy from his armor start flooding into the sword. Its core turns white, as the two soul artifacts link their celestial energy flows. Instead of dodging the last few ice and fire crescents that curve back around, he blocks with his massive sword. They explode in the air just as they did when they hit his shield the first time. However, he had to turn about to block these strikes and was not sent flying backward any further. We're closing in on this demon again. Any last words? It yells out at me with a growing grin on its face while its blade and armor glow brighter and brighter. I don't change my flight path, but I do realize something strange in this moment. The two pieces of soul artifacts resonate with their own unique royal vibrations. They are very similar to this demon's, but they have their own hum and specific wavelengths. They are all connected by a barely noticeable strand of invisible energy, like a mutated wavelength of royal vibrations. The instant I feel this, I feel my own bond to my sword, and much weaker ones to all of the soul armor sets covering my body. Something clicks as I shift my gaze past the demon again and see its dragon's full body emerge into the light of all our auras, its eyes that I witnessed from afar are the only thing natural about it. One of its front legs glows bright white, while one of its hind legs is pure cyan threads. Massive streaks and patches make up its wings, powering each flap forward, leaving trails of infused celestial energy and the mutated vibrations of its bonded royal demon. Its whole tail, from its base down to the point, flickers with light purple sparkles, crackling with lightning. Even the top of its head, where its neutral horns should be, one is bright white while the other is gray. Its entire underbelly is stitched together with armored plates, covering its vitals and pulsing into its muscles and bloodstream. The bulging veins of this true dragon's body look like they are stressed to the limits. There are only tiny patches of real deep purple scales that match its eyes. I feel like I'm witnessing a dragon cyborg. It is like a half-soul weapon, half-dragon flapping its wings and coming toward us. It is enormous and bends space with far more intensity than a dragon should. They are usually this demon's weak points, but this one is certainly on par with its bonded partner. There is rage and pain in its eyes, as it looks like it's been a product of this demon's experiments for an eternity down in this ravine. I open my mouth to reply to the demon's taunt, but Maria yells out first. Last words? We should be the ones asking you that. It's clear you've made up your mind to never leave this ravine. So we'll make things easy and put you out of your misery. She's made eye contact with that dragon as well, to see the pain I did, and steps off the air to veer her path upward toward it. No words need to be spoken between us. We just fly in to finish the job. The demon lets out a laugh that echoes through the air. Fighting me together was the only chance you had. Splitting up has sealed your fate. The demon's toothed blade comes swinging across its body to release a bright white crescent of celestial energy with the combined vibrations of this demon and its two strongest soul weapons. Its own black aura reverberates throughout the slash, making space bend and threaten to crack around its edges. I dip down, and Maria takes another step upward through the air. The demon's attack misses, and I get in close enough to make an attack of my own. I've compressed all of my aura into my legs and my sword, pushing myself forward in a blur of crimson. Instead of a weak and long-range attack, I want to make contact blade to skin. I fly in toward its neck with no fear at all in my eyes, and certainty flowing through my strike. The royal steps backward through the air and swings upward with speed enhanced by white bursts of light coming out of his arm. Less than 20 meters away from its neck, my blade is caught between two spiked teeth in its blade. I stare past our swords, looking into the dark purple eyes of this demon. Its pupils alone are larger than my head, yet, the weight of our vibrations completely distorts the perception of the battlefield. In the depths of our minds, it is as though two equal forces are colliding with each other. Like hands interlocked in a contest of pure strength, wrestling for dominance, the shockwave of a white and gray light pulsing against a dark crimson aura rips through the ravine for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, over 100 pedestals, and tens of thousands of demons die instantly from the overwhelming mental blast. At the same time, an ear-piercing screech, filled with a guttural pain, like it's releasing the stress from millions of years of torture, comes out from the dragon above. The purple lightning crackling in its tail surges through its whole body, becoming infected by all kinds of patchwork soul weapons, changing its wavelength and adding strange variations to the elemental flow. once the wave of electricity makes it to the monstrous beast's eyes, its whole body lights up and sends hundreds of bolts of royal-grade lightning down at Maria. Some are pure white, others are dark black, some purple like its tail, and a few even resemble the natural dark demonic purple coloring from its eyes. The most deadly of all of them is the largest one coming straight out of the dragon's mouth, made of pure cyan threads and the royal demon's infused will. Maria doesn't flinch. She only tracks the bolts of lightning coming down at her from all angles and takes a deep breath in and out while activating pseudo-cores within her new royal form. At first, it is just one in the center of her being, but it starts to spiral outward to create a second, then a third, then 5, and 8, and 13. Each core is invisible, all layered within her body, stretching and stacking in directions impossible to comprehend in this three-dimensional universe. It is like they are infinitely small, but infinitely large at the same time. Impossible to pinpoint their centers, but acting as though each core covers every centimeter of her body, the cores stack further as this invisible spiral within her body grows. Making 21, then 34, and 55, 5 more rotations pass, and the number of pseudocores pouring out energy from her body multiplies to 610. It's clear they could continue stacking, possibly forever, but Maria grins and halts her concentration here, allowing all of these cores to contract and expand at once. A royal blue glow pulses out from her body just as all of the lightning bolts are less than 100 meters away from colliding with her. The impossible looks like it is happening. The bolts of pure energy stop moving. In fact, when the waves of blue light hit them, the jagged, surging energy freezes. A dense layer of ice, sparkling with source resin, covers every bolt of lightning and starts to surge upward toward its sender. Maria swings her blade to send a massive crescent of pure celestial ice upward at the largest bolt made of pure cyan threads. At the same time, as I'm interlocked blade to blade with the demon, our vibrations clash, and we have a pure battle of wills. He gets to feel the certainty in my blade and my newfound resolve in the fact that I am the rising emperor, and there is nothing that can sway me from my path. I've left no secrets unturned in this moment, and I will strike to kill the moment I have the chance. I will do it over and over again, like I have in the past every time before. I will kill every demon in my way, a fledgling, lesser, greater, arch, lord, noble, or even a royal family head, it doesn't matter. I will always win. This will is pitted against a demon who has spent its life killing weaklings in the ravine. He has collected all of the best soul weapons and killed the strongest of thousands of generations of nobles, high nobles, and, from what I feel in its will now, there were even royal candidates long ago that faced him. He is the king of this ravine, nothing can touch him, nothing ever has. He is the true royal of this prison, yet, that is the weakness I sense. It reminds me of what he said to me and Maria before hitting us with his club and sending us down into the temple. He said that we would never sync up our vibrations if we kept secrets from each other. He even mentioned that my soul bonds and paths were twisted up and not properly resonating. Now, as my heart and soul are certain and calm, I understand exactly what he meant. I yell out loud straight in this ancient royal's face, "You know what? Lucian was right to leave you here. You would never make it as a true royal in the upper realm. Your soul is filled with far too many doubts. How can you call yourself a true royal if you have accepted your fate in a prison made by another mortal being?" I laugh out loud, watching the crack deep in his soul become wider. It's a strange sight, as though I'm physically watching the demon's confidence and source of its power waver. "You say you're the master of soul weapons? Yet one of mine, the blade of a so-called lesser race, managed to destroy half your arsenal with ease? You are nothing but an overgrown fish in a tiny pond. You're the master of nothing. A collector of trash and trinkets. Reliant on the leftover powerful artifacts of others to fight me, yet you don't even know how most of them got here. Only their true wielders could ever understand them fully and allow them to merge with their path. You are just an old demon from a generation that should either be in a high zone or long dead." Its vibrations waver even more, and it yells back, "You know nothing. The Imperials divided the upper realm this way in Lucian. I'll take that amplifier and show the demons I'm the royal that has conquered all soul weapons. I dash. You've gone senile, to even think you could take this blade from me. You are sadly mistaken. Even your predictions of how I arrived here from the lower realm are wrong. I didn't kill the fallen one. I bonded with him. Your chance to leave this place and conquer the great families has sadly passed. I think it's time for your eternal rest. I make the celestial fire and corruption covering my face twist into a wide demonic smile as the crack in this demon's soul shatters and opens wide. At the same time, I release the wave of compressed crimson aura out from my body, and it expands far enough to cover the whole upper half of this royal demon's body. I focus and activate the sensation I feel while using Shadow Step, Dungeon Walker, and even the instant teleport swap feature of my body double skill. I do not have access to the system still, but I'm able to replicate its features due to my celestial grade perks. My figure disappears before the demon's wide eyes. It clumsily follows through with its blade strike forward, but I have already sent my own attack flying at the back of its neck. A burst of blue and red energy lights up the ravine for over 1,000,000 kilometers in every direction. I slice off this royal demon's head while it is still in shock, then plunge my blade into what is left of its throat to release a wave of celestial fire and corruption of catastrophic scale. The bright white armor that protects its vitals from the outside does more harm than good. Instead of protecting from attacks coming in, it works as an insulator, allowing me to cook and corrode this demon's insides before it knows it's even dead. The core in its chest cracks under the pressure and explodes to bits. Its eyes, filled with horror, watch its own body burst into fiery pieces as it tries to comprehend what has happened. Above, Maria follows through with her strike and does another unfathomable feat, slicing the cyan lightning bolt in half while flying up in the air through it. Her blade makes contact with the nose of the dragon and slices it clean through the eyes. Instead of rage, the dragon looks relieved and thankful. All of the other hundreds of lightning bolts that were released from its body carry waves of royal blue ice into its bloodstream, and its wings are frozen mid-flight. After its head is sliced in two, the half-monster, half-soul weapon amalgamation shatters to sparkling snow falling down to shower the fireball below. Chapter 9:11. Extremely strong surges of power flow from this demon's course through my sword, and into my body and soul. Pure white celestial energy flows into the bright red fire in my soul energy core and strengthens my flames. It is like a violent eruption of a volcano finally being contained by pathways secure enough to contain the molten lava flow. There is dark purple demonic essence that is torn out of this demon's core and siphoned from its dark black aura. This is devoured by the coiling corruption that flows through my being. Even the raw royal vibrations that have been unraveled and terrorized, shattered into digestible parts formed from my mental attacks, are completely dominated, assimilated, altered, and absorbed into my will. There is a sparkling mist of celestial energy trapped in blue ice falling from the sky. Every bit of it that touches the growing crimson domain around me flows into my being as well. Fragments of the soul weapons stitched together on the dragon in the sky begin to flow through me and settle in my sword. The bright white armor and sword that were last wielded by this demon turn to liquid energy on contact and flow directly into it as well. The explosion of this demon's body has sent many of its soul weapons flying through the air. But the strong sensation of hunger builds up in my fiery blade, locking my senses onto every one of them. The surge of power it gains from just one of these soul weapons is hundreds of times greater than the entire collection of first and noble grade weapons I've been feeding it to satiate its hunger throughout the ravine. A flash of crimson zigzagging light fills the sky as I chase down the strongest weapons. They all strengthen my blade in unique ways. Some increase its durability, others its raw power, some its sharpness, and a few directly affect the way it reacts with reality. Especially the pure cyan weapons, they make its gravity more powerful, making heavier dents in space, while others tighten its vibrations to solidify this sensation even deeper. This is only halfway through the devouring process. I can feel the structure and raw power of the sword shifting. It is a process that only happens when it levels up. I have no access to the system to tell if this is what is happening. However, I can instinctually sense that I can't reveal its full form until I release mine. There is so much power trapped within this demon and dragon that it feels like it should have been a tougher fight. Just as I let my blade devour the last of the soul weapons, a wave of memories floods into my consciousness explaining why this feeling is true. They're crisp, like I'm living through its eyes, unlike all of the other demons in this ravine. Its mind has managed to hold together without many fractured or splintered portions of the past. Its earlier years are unremarkable, similar to the upbringing of the two high nobles I fought before, actually, yet, from the strength of the elite worlds it was conquering, and the abundance of nobles and high nobles in the demonic realm at the time, I'm certain this demon's experience in the lower realm was millions of years before the arrival of any demon I've killed in the ravine so far. In its early years, lasting about 50,000 in total in the lower realm, after it passed all of its trials and tests to ascend, I witness an even more diverse and flourishing green zone. The family head. Lucian Morvale, was there to greet this ancient demon on a private citadel the day he arrived. He and thousands of other high nobles were trained in the fortress, and even sparred with the elite wyverns, scarlet berserkers, and a mammoth clan that was exceptionally strong during the 20,000 years or so he remained in the Green Zone. He ascends through the grand citadel, with the watchful eye of a familiar white wyvern, and Lucian is in the center of their group meant to ascend. During the transition, while in a bright void of pure white celestial energy, their family head pulls out a purple and white device and gives them a speech about passing a final test. The familiar scene I saw with the two high nobles plays all over again in my mind. But this must be the first time the family head did it. Out of the thousands of high noble demons ascending next to their dragons, Lucian only flicks his finger upward on a few hundred. The rest, he points down, to send them into the Imperial's forgotten prison, the ravine, the first of you to make it out and pass this trial. I will grant you the Green Zone. You will become the fifth and final family head. These are the last words this demon hears before being plunged into darkness. I witness a never-ending slaughter, even combining every memory from every enemy I've ever killed. It does not compare to the endless battles this monster has been through. At first, he does not question this trial, as it must be like all the others he faced in the zones below. The demon used to wield a pair of black throwing knives as his only sole weapon. They would complement his dark mist and shadow step skills so well that he could make them duplicate and teleport to defeat anything that moved in a one-on-one fight. However, in his generation, there were many talents like this too. High nobles all were masters in their domains throughout the galaxy. He followed the pedestals blindly, sensing pulsing white lights and slowly coming across the temple just like many other demons. This is where the strongest always ended up, so he made it his home to challenge stragglers left behind he couldn't kill. Every few thousand years after his arrival, there would be even more demons dumped into the ravine. At first, only nobles and high nobles, but eventually Lucian began experimenting. He would send fledglings, commoners, third through first class, everything and anything into the darkness to see what would happen. This dagger-wielding demon already killed his entire class within the first years in the ravine, and with every passing generation, the challengers sent down here only became weaker and weaker. Every 100,000 years or so, there would be a genius or mutation that showed up, and he would finally have a stimulating fight. These are the drops he would look forward to. Over and over again, as over 1,000,000 years passed by, he grew strong enough to never even receive a scratch from the strongest of high nobles on the brink of breaking through. It built his mind, body, and soul up strong enough to comprehend his purpose. He realized that he must become the undisputed strongest champion of this ravine. He awakened a royal path extremely slowly, by never losing a battle. Another few million years passed as he slowly developed this mind, the one he full-heartedly believed that Lucian wanted him to achieve. Every time more demons would fall into the ravine, the rift above would fluctuate, and he would look up to thank his family head for trusting him to awaken this power. Some of the demons dropped down in this era were tests done by Lucian in the lower realm, of faulty royals with half-awakened paths. They are still unfathomably stronger than any high noble, and this only built up this nameless demon's confidence further. However, after a while, his progress stalled. The demons sent down only got weaker, to the point where he was lucky if even a dozen high nobles came to challenge him every 10,000 years. With his skills so honed, this royal could sweep the whole ravine for enemies in a matter of days, and kill them all with his aura alone. While at first it was exhilarating to be the strongest, millions of years passed by again, and I watched this demon unravel into insanity. Its path starts to decay. As doubt creeps into its mind, it witnesses the fall in strength of demons as the generations pass, to the point where only a handful of nobles even get thrown down here if he's lucky. His skills regress, and he comes to realize he's been tricked, and used as a prison warden, exterminating the weak failures that couldn't ascend for a family head that threw him away just like all the others. I watch 1,000,000 years go by where he slams his daggers against the rift above the ravine and tries everything in his power to escape. The royal vibrations this demon held at its peak would have easily rivaled mine now. I certainly would have had to use my new form to contend with him. Yet, he falls further and further into despair. With countless weak wandering demons and the sole weapons he's been collecting from the strongest royals and high nobles of the past, his last resort is to try and create a new path. He's managed to awaken as a royal, so in his defeated and tired mind, he believes that picking a new specialty will allow him to ascend even further, for millions more years. He uses the soul weapons of demons he defeated in the past, and channels the essence from every new batch of demons that arrive to the final temple into them. He assigns nobles to the pedestals, and whenever a strong high noble would drop down every few 100,000 years, he'd appoint them as the new temple guardians to lure others his way. He began experimenting with the weapons he couldn't bond with, using their souls to merge with his dragon, to try and create a unique sentinel to ascend with him. Despite successfully soul bonding with almost 100 royal grade weapons, this step toward insanity only led to his royal path becoming more convoluted and weakened at its core. Any true royal can defeat a monster that is strayed from its foundation. This comes true, as its final memories are of our battle and the release of its resentment toward the royal family heads for selling it a false promise of glory, as my corruption devours these emotions, and my celestial fire drains all of its past will and drive. A shockwave of pure white light ripples through my body and soared to release into the ravine. I'm positive that was the feeling my system gives me from skill upgrades, or a new buff, or a rank up of some sort, but I still cannot tell what it was. I let my blade fall into my soul and look upward to see Maria floating down my way. She lets her blade disappear as well, and we float down together even further to the bottom of the ravine. We hold hands again to link our celestial energy cycles, as I have an absurd amount of higher purity energy to refine with her. Our instantaneous cycling begins, and she releases the same bright white shockwaves after a few seconds, once we touch down on the smooth stone ground. We've already cycled this energy through each other's cores a few thousand times. It's transitioned back and forth from fire to ice enough times to enhance its purity by almost double the raw power I absorbed from the demon, yet the excitement tingling through both of us is more focused on our final prize. The head of this royal demon begins to melt into black and purple goo, just like everything else that dies down here. However, its enormous ancient spiraling horns still glow bright white with power. Royal vibrations still radiate off it, far more sturdy and concentrated than those within its cores, like they are time capsules of trapped will. Each segment of the twisted celestial bone echoes with the memories of the past I just witnessed. Chapter 9:12. There are many deep growth ridges in the glowing white bones. Different stages of its development over its millions of years in the ravine can be sensed through them. Incredibly pure and dense celestial energy flows through them as a constant, but the structure and wavelength of its royal vibrations change throughout the sections as we walk forward and examine the horns. We separate and float around the massive specimens to examine them further. They're the largest raw bone artifacts I've seen in this abyss so far, stretching over 40 meters long each. I slide my hand against the growth ridges, and it stimulates the memories I just absorbed to run through my mind all over again. I can feel every shift in this demon's will throughout its lifetime and gain an immense amount of insight on creating and harnessing a royal path. A lot of which stays internal, as subconscious do's and don'ts, but by the time I'm done examining it, I have come to a vital truth. The foundation of my journey is just as important as every step closer to my goals I take now. I have been instinctively following goals directed to me by the system and the environment I've thrown myself into. Even thinking about it so deeply now, I begin to feel the most powerful soul bond vibrating with an invisible energy nearby as Maria makes discoveries of her own. Feeling the demon's horn, becoming closer with her was a choice I made in order to strengthen and widen my path. But this opens my eyes further to the fact that there are so many more variables inside me. The separation of two powers, destruction and creation, have naturally split over many years here in the ravine, down in the green zone, and even in the lower realm. In fact, I was sent down this path unknowingly the day I became soulbound with Ember, accepting a demon core into my body. I can feel an intangible energy connecting this bond now that I sit with it and focus on that crimson-eyed dragon's face. However, for some reason, I have the instinctual feeling to look upward. I stare toward the rift in the sky, but I'm looking in a direction through the zones, feeling the sensation I felt with Maria as we split through the green zone to come here. It's not that I can see Ember in a higher zone or even sense his system or presence at all, I just know he's there. It makes me shiver, like I've just touched upon a new sense I've never felt before. I look down to relieve myself of this sensation, but instead, it only opens up new pathways connecting me with this invisible force to all of the armor on my body and the many souls captured to strengthen them. The moment this clicks, my mind expands even further, automatically connecting the dots to my blood-bonded armor and unlocking invisible sensory pathways down into the green zone and even the lower realm. For a moment, I feel connected to all of the generals, administrators, commanders, and knights again. In fact, billions of worlds worth of beings in the lower realm connect to a part of my mind for a moment, like a flash of realization before the whole connection is cut off. I feel as though I gained a connection to the system again for a moment, but without any access to its mana or numerical features. I stare down at the royal demon's horn, now lacking this overwhelming stimuli that flashed before me with a blank stare. It felt like miniature soul bonds were tethering me to every living being and artifact connected to the rising Emperor's system. I take a deep breath in and look down at my hands, then back up to turn toward Maria. She's already started floating over to me. Recognizing something strange is happening, for a moment, I feel completely disconnected, like I'm having a withdrawal from the overwhelming pool of souls that flashed before my mind. However, once she comes close enough, I feel my awareness of this invisible force grow between us again. Jay, what's wrong? I'm not really sure. I answer while holding my head and floating down to the ground between the two horns, while two hands comfort me. Over the next few minutes, I tell her what I just saw and simultaneously use my celestial-grade craftsmanship to infuse these horns into our largest sets of armor, our chest plates covering our vitals. The celestial energy is compressed, and the vibrations of this monster from its peak are isolated and dominated by our wills to create a protection equal to the armor that we couldn't break through during our own fight earlier. Maria's expression as I tell her about this invisible force brightens, and her eyes widen with understanding the more I go into detail about what it felt like. We float out of the ravine's bottom, up high into the dark sky toward the rift as she replies, I felt it too, for a long time, actually. Ever since I compressed my true core back in the lower realm. She summons her crystal and soul sword, and out of reflex, I do the same to summon my flaming blade. The tether between this blade and my soul becomes vivid to my senses the moment I concentrate on it. We both let go of our blades to let them slowly orbit around us while flying upward further. I thought it was a side effect of creating my destroyer-class soul weapon, like some unique feature of bonding with raw source resin, but after our souls bonded too, I feel like we have always been connected in this way, just not as strong. In fact, everyone, and anything we interact with, being in the presence of another being with life creates a small soul bond of sorts. At least, that's my theory. We float higher as I consider her words, and the darkness around us fades as the bright white light of the rift above illuminates the sky far brighter than even our red and blue auras. I think you're right. I just don't know how the system itself is intertwined in all of this. We float in silence, staring at each other and examining the soul bond with newfound insight, but eventually, the slowly swirling rift above sways our attention. I vividly remember over 1,000,000 years of the royal demon's desperate attempts at breaking out of this prison and realize force will not be a viable option to escape. Even our attempt to break through it before our full soul bond is fresh in my mind, yet, we have to try again to make sure. We send our strongest attacks in our current forms at the white barrier above us, some together at a single point, and others kilometers apart. We even try flying through the ravine to other portions of the rift to see if there are any weak points, but the result is exactly as I thought it would be. None of our attacks make even the slightest fluctuation in the ether flowing above. It is like we're not even here. All of the force we throw at this rift stops the moment it makes contact. No energy is even absorbed, and there is no negative backlash either. The attacks just stop. It is like unreadable ether commands are holding back our movements and not allowing certain events to take place in the reality that exists beyond the rift in the sky. I understand now completely. There is no amount of force that could ever break through this strange barrier. It is a higher quality ether base than I can comprehend. An artifact of the past created by demons that reside 2 zones above this one. In addition to this confirmation, as we float throughout the ravine, there are massive artificial holes in the dark black ground. These are all past attempts at escaping downward as well, but I have vivid memories of this royal demon's failure in that regard too. There is nothing but endless black stone that gets denser and harder the deeper down one digs. I even remember him attempting to saturate his cyan core. Many high nobles and partial royals of the past tried to attempt this too. However, something held them back from doing so. Just like the system is still suppressed. The ability to compress cyan threads past a certain density in this darkness seems to be present too. I didn't fully realize it until now, but it makes me wonder if my royal vibrations are being suppressed in ways I cannot feel or comprehend right now. Maria and I share our thoughts and theories as I describe sensations and memories from the demons, and we explore the ravine from an aerial view with full visibility rather than the blind journey we had to take through the darkness before. This time, we release waves of aura to kill every last straggling demon we see, leaving no survivors. These were all monsters loyal to Lucian Morvale at one point, so all I see them as now are enemies. After a long loop around a few thousand pedestals, finding no weak points or new ideas on how to get out, we come back to where the temple once stood and touch down on the raised pillar that shows statues of a demon and an angel both looking up to the sky, where we're both trying to go as well. I walk toward the demon, whose horns match the corruption manifestations poking out of my forehead perfectly. Maria walks toward the angel, whose wings match her sparkling source resin manifestation down to the last feather as well. Maybe we aren't done here. There still is no explanation for the extra writing in the stone. The ones that guided us here using originator text. There could still be more of this inheritance that we aren't remembering. It could be the key to getting out of here, I say with a tightened gaze, staring into the chest of this demon statue. Then, the floor beneath my feet starts to grow warm, as bits of my soul energy react with it. The two statues glowed with a dull red and blue hue while we were being lifted into the sky before our battle, but fell back to their black stone state when we left. Now that we return, I watch the demon begin to glow crimson again, and the statue in front of Maria begins to glow blue. Both of the statues' chests light up with that same familiar white glyph, and a low audible hum fills the air. Chapter 9:13. The two humans that stand before statues within a ravine fall into a semi-trance-like state. A white glyph within the chests of each of their statues begins to resonate with the millions of invisible runes layered within their bodies after receiving the temple's legacy. Neither of them can sense exactly what is happening, but the sensation feels warm, inviting, and instinctively good for them in every way. In a pocket of space outside the lower and upper realms, a dim glowing white tablet with the same glyph on its face continues to attract more and more void creepers to float around it. At its first flicker, only 100 or so gathered around it, but now, as the dim glow gets slightly brighter, many from further away in this dark realm are drawn to the energy it emits. There are thousands that arrive, all long-limbed, jet black, and expressionless, staring at the tablet emitting a natural hum. The majority of these void creepers have never seen anything like this before, but a small few of them recognize this glow from tablets in the past. A void creeper even at this high of a rank does not often recall memories like normal mortal beings. Instead, they only remember the sensation and result of the glows before. It always resulted in the light going out, and the feeling of failure, a dwindling loss of hope. Yet, the sensation of a new tablet glowing is the opportunity for their purpose of existence to be fulfilled. They all stop and stare down at the tablet, watching the invisible strings of energy tether it to a place outside of this realm, a place they have never been. They do not even have any understanding of what outside this realm could even be. All they know is the energy it gives off is instinctively good for them, and they must wait until it grows stronger to act. High above this void creeper's realm, staring down at the glowing tablet and its children all gathering around a dim light source, an enormous faceless void creeper watches the realm between space they rule. This being has long limbs and a rounded humanoid head, at least that is what they would look like if they had any visible form. It only exists as a gravity field, existing at the outer edges of this pocket in space, dictating its rules and making sure that no one ever leaves or enters uninvited. It has done so for eternity, and remembers every action anything and everything has ever made in this place, the billions of tablets that have reacted countless times. While there is a chronological order to the origin plane they are connected to, in this spacetime is not that simple. This being is only viewing the events before it with the concept of time and its presence, because that is what the invisible threads of energy tethering it to reality need most right now to progress with its legacy. The entity zooms in on the glowing tablet and examines all of these invisible pulls stimulating its legacy trials left behind within this isolated system. It starts at the lowest potency resonating soul ties, known as the lower realm, to the beings living here. Instead of taking in the information that is a moment in time in the present, it scans every moment in time the system connected to this galaxy has ever recorded. Images of the lower-ranked void creepers from a slower frequency of space are the first visuals it sees. There are many void creeper lords that lurk in the lower realm, sitting atop thrones and creating miniature tiers in space where the system has already weakened the divide. They send in children of their own to absorb mana inside artificial realms, many lifeforms called dungeons. This entity receives billions of years' worth of information and instantly understands why its children have stopped extracting resources from this system over time. It also finds that only one of its legacy tombs was found, and it was one that they planted with the help of a supreme before its last mental reset. The invisible void creeper scans the history of the upper realm next, and the result of what it sees makes the entire realm between space shiver. There is no true direction or stability in this void of thought, so the void creepers staring down at the tablet do not feel a thing. They only distort and twist in the vision of their mother as it fully digests and understands everything that has happened in this system so far. It feels a sense of loss and sorrow, but it is followed by a sense of deep love and hope. The entity siphons large amounts of the energy that has been collected from this lower realm and creates a unique child. Mimicking the powers of what it has witnessed, a dark void creeper begins to materialize into reality, and the mother grows tired. This invisible entity falls back into its sleeping state to conserve the energy it has left, waiting for the tablet to glow brighter once more of its legacy is fulfilled. The void creeper left behind reaches forward and tears through space to fulfill its mission. Maria and I both watch in awe as the statues before us glow brighter and brighter with red and blue light. The white glyphs start to slowly pulse, and ripples of white energy flow out of their chests. It flows through the floor I stand on, and even down through the massive black pillar that towers over the entire ravine. The odd thing is, it is only my eyes that can see these white pulses of light, none of my senses can pick up a thing from them. I turn around and meet Maria's gaze. Neither of us understand what is happening, but we do recognize this as high-quality ether, the same substance that the rift that is trapping us in this ravine is made of. It flows so smoothly, and with a mysterious air to it. It flows right by my feet. It is touching my soul but not being absorbed. It is so pure, it is almost an unbelievable feeling. Unlike the rift, there is no protective barrier blocking it from my examination, yet, the deeper I look into it, the more of the same I see. It is just pure white ether. Compacted so tight I can't make sense of any of the readings I get back. Except for one, it is the invisible soul bond tethering that I experienced for the first time after our fight with a royal. I can feel this sensation growing the longer I examine this ether, then feel the bond tethering to myself, Maria, and the two statues beside us. It's impossible for me to actually absorb this ether into my body, but its presence in such abundance and purity puts my mind into a calm state. I can focus so much easier, and see reality around me with so much greater depth. Even the royal vibrations within my soul start to resonate with more clarity and purpose. I feel like I'm slowly approaching an enlightened state. But I don't know what it is I'm learning. It just feels like the ability to understand concepts themselves is being expanded. The high-quality ether does not stop flowing out of these glyphs, it only gets faster. It saturates the entire pillar of stone we stand on and makes the cores of these two stone statues glow bright white. Their outsides are still coated in our red and blue celestial energy. We've had all the time necessary to run to safety, but I can't bring myself to do it. The invisible soul bonds keep my feet planted in place, and the same goes for the blue angel across from me on this raised platform. My instincts begin to scream that if I move, or disrupt the process now, I'd be putting myself in far more danger. The high-quality ether starts to fill the air. However, it does not drift past the sides of the pillar. It acts as though there is an invisible barrier at its edges, so the only direction this energy can travel is up. A long rectangular pillar flows up high into the sky, until it touches the rift high above us. The white mist of ether fills the darkness and illuminates the ravine for millions of kilometers. Instead of looking up, we both look to our sides. At the far side of this flat platform, more invisible soul bonds begin to materialize into thin air. My heightened state of consciousness makes it so easy to see them and understand that they are not entirely new soul bonds. I am just seeing them for the first time now. Even as space itself begins to fluctuate in front of us, it feels as though this is normal and completely expected after witnessing so many soul bonds spawn out of nowhere. The thought of why or how they have appeared doesn't cross my mind as a necessary variable. It is a result of falling into such a deep trance. A long tear in space opens slowly, and a familiar sight walks out. It has long limbs, a dark black body over 100 meters tall, and a consistent low hum to its presence that can only be that of a void creeper. It is a perfect image of the beings we've been seeing carvings of all over the walls within this ravine. However, it is slightly larger than others I've seen before, and it does not seem to be as mindless as the ones I've come across in the lower realm. It stops after a single step forward and lets the rift close behind us. Another abnormality that tells me this is no void creeper like the ones I've seen before is that they usually have a blank face, with nothing but darkness where it should be. Instead, there is a 5-faced clock in the center of its head. The clock's base glows silver, and the faces of each clock that spin at different speeds are yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Chapter 9:14. I can't move. My mind is processing the images before me, but it feels like time has slowed to a stop. At least to my body, and certain physical aspects of my soul. My active mind in this hyper-focused, yet calming enlightened state is completely conscious. I can feel Maria's mind and parts of her soul taking in the scene before us too, as though we're the only observers of this strange new reality. Red celestial fire still flows out from my feet into the floor to fill the statue. Once it hits its maximum luminosity, the extra celestial energy fills out the floor below me. However, it only flows down a few centimeters. I watch it flow outward and stain half of the ground red, while Maria's icy blue energy collides with it at the center. Instead of clashing, the two energies mix as though they are the same, creating pathways of least resistance through each other's auras to flow up through our feet and into our soul energy cores. Even the statues behind us begin to absorb the other's energy and cycle it back out as refined and more pure. This becomes an intuitive process as the massive white pillar below is packed with high-quality ether, and even looks as though it's becoming even more dense with it than the rift above us. The white glow from it stretches out further and further into the ravine. At first only 1,000,000 kilometers, but as time seems to pass, the bright glow lights up every single deep valley and cave throughout this dark prison. I cannot see it with my own senses, But there is a strange resonance beneath my feet that shows me every little detail of the zone outside. There are millions of demons and dragons, commoners to nobles, all turning our way no matter where they are in the ravine. All of a sudden, they are able to see and obtain a sense of direction. They're drawn toward the light that has given them sight. On top of this pillar, the invisible walls that connect it to the rift above become more and more saturated with floating particles of high-quality ether, making it glow just as bright white as the solid mass of stone below us. Even though the air is thick, I can sense everything in it, with perfect clarity. The Void Creeper stands with one of its long legs stood in each of our celestial energy pools. It flows right through the dark black energy like it is not even there. It is almost like a hologram, but I'm certain it's real. It only looks this way because my mind cannot comprehend what this being is hiding. It is the same sensation I felt while trying to look into the center of Maria's soul energy core in the past. There is a secret of the universe within, and it's hiding its ability to be seen with an energy I can't even sense. Despite its real bodily makeup being hidden, I can tell it's extremely densely packed with raw mana by the aura's natural residue alone. That is all I thought of Void Creeper was pure mana. Ember never elaborated much in the past, only calling them creatures that live between space and drain dungeons of their mana. Yet, I do remember him also stating that the so-called titans we faced back on the human world's dungeons were the lowest-ranked void creepers, and there are others much stronger. I never ran into any more in labyrinths, nor have I even found any sign of them in other worlds once my Rising Emperor's system connected to them. However, now, I'm certain whatever this entity is that has torn through space during our legacy ritual's activation is one of those higher-ranked void creepers. Not only is the sheer amount of pure mana coming off its being as pure aura residue absurd, but it gives off other readings of divine energy and ether. I can't sense any individual threads, nor any cores in its body. The only tells I have are the fact that the five-faced clock is being powered by its own internal energy. There are yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple threads all tethering this mechanism to reality from deep within this void creeper. I even sense the presence of silver threads holding it together, high-quality ether allowing it to exist within this legacy construct, but not interfere with its ongoing ether commands. Not only that, but the growing invisible soul bonds tether both Maria and myself to the statues and this void creeper within this enclosed space. I cannot tell what senses are being activated. It is like my intuition has been lifted to an astronomical degree beyond my energy capabilities. Everything that happens before me makes total sense, yet I have no idea why. Time is passing outside this pillar of light. I can tell by the speed at which demons and dragons are flying toward us. We all stand completely still, and to my bodily functions, an age of my soul, it feels as though mere seconds have passed, but I can see some of the commoner demons traveling hundreds of kilometers. Days pass on the outside. As soon as I notice this fact, I feel the increase in my celestial energy purity, and an even deeper soul bond with Maria. The invisible tie between us has grown heavier and stronger somehow. The void creeper only stands with its long limbs by its sides, and the clock face is all spinning at different speeds facing forward. I zone out again as the calming waves of high-quality ether flow through my senses. Months pass. I can tell because some of the nobles and even lower-class demons have finally made it to the white pillar. Maria and I killed everything within 1,000,000 kilometers or so with our auras alone when we went out to explore after killing that royal. The moment I realize that time has gone by, I feel our celestial energy become even more pure. The soul bond is deepening so much that even my royal vibrations are starting to alter. It triggers a memory of the peak of that ancient royal's vibrations when it still believed it was the ruler of the ravine, and I tap into this confidence myself to make full use of this moment of enlightenment. Unlike the demon, we've actually found the secrets to this temple, and can become far more than it ever did. I conceptualize its peak of strength of royal vibrations, and surpass it instantly, progressing in seconds what it achieved in millions of years, then fall back into a trance. Years begin to pass by, more and more demons emerge from the ravine, drawn toward the pillar of light, and become blinded by its glory. Once they get too close, they become true mindless demons and dragons, and charge into the pillar's base from all sides, coming from every corner of the ravine, instead of bouncing off. They are taken in like a source of energy for a growing fire. The high-quality ether formed below filters the mass and celestial energy donated by these tributes, and carries it up the tower. It is borderline low-quality ether near the bottom, but is refined, compact, and churned into pure white medium-quality ether by the time it hits the center of the pillar where we stand. It perfectly matches the purity of celestial energy we are currently processing, and is added to our flowing pool. There are even streams of pure cyan threads, and dark demonic essence being siphoned through the pillar up toward us. Maria's body drains more of the divine threads than I do, and my corruption devours every last drop of the demonic essence. This is certainly not a coincidence. There are far too many complex high-quality ether commands syncing this process perfectly for our minds to comprehend. By the time I take a mental breath again, it's been over a decade according to my intuition, and progress on my celestial energy pool. I realize I've felt this sensation before. It was inside the Demon Lord's throne trials back on the human world. There was a portion of the mental tests where Ember and I had to withstand isolation within a simulated abyss. The more I process this sensation, it feels quite similar. My body and soul are not aging, even my mind is managing to block out the true passage of time. It is like the main processor in our brains are frozen, while energy continues to cycle. Just like when I was in that trial, and my mind withstood hundreds of thousands of years of isolation by simply turning itself off. At this thought, over 100 years slip by around us, millions of demons and dragons disappear into the hot white pillar in the void, and when I come to conscious thought for a moment this time, I get the sense of satiety that rushes through my being. I feel like I've just eaten a massive meal, like all three of my cores are becoming satisfied, and pushing the limits of what is possible in this cyan zone. My corruption has become sharper and more fluid, and my celestial fire burns so hot and pure that it is unrecognizable to the dim red flames I wielded before. Most noticeable of all, my cyan core feels like it is close to saturation. I lose consciousness a final time, and over 850 more years pass in the blink of an eye. This time, I feel as though I've been jolted out from my slumber, rather than a calm and peaceful drift in and out of consciousness. The ravine around us has gone silent and empty. Every single demon that could see this pillar has sacrificed itself into it like a helpless moth to a flame. The feeling of satiation from before has long passed. Now I feel hot all over. My body is constantly breaking itself apart, but my celestial fire is strong enough to heal me. Even my cores are all pushing outward and making my headache and energy pathways burn with tight, uncomfortable pressure. A low ringing sound pierces into my ears. I haven't felt this since the green zone, when I was creating seals to hold back my power from the outside zone. Now, it is the limits of my body and mind fighting against some ancient seal placed in this ravine. Across from me, I'm watching Maria activate many of her pseudo-cores, glowing bright blue in order to withstand this new power too. The high-quality ether in the air is still keeping us in a near-hypnotic state, but it is slowly fading away and letting me focus on reality again. What I witness on the horizon makes my eyes widen, as the visual of a realm wave passing us by reveals what broke us out of such a trance. My next discovery is the fact that all of the 5 faces on the Void Creeper clocks have stopped spinning at different speeds. They now all match at a constant rate. The celestial energy in the statues and floor seeps backward, back through our feet into our bodies, and the Void Creeper moves for the first time again in nearly 1,000 years. It tilts its head upward, and the hum around its body intensifies. The clocks on its face all vibrate with a silver static light, and a rectangular door in space opens above us. When the yellow clock glows, I see a dark black starry night through the door, and immediately feel countless soul ties triggering in my subconscious to the lower realm. Then, the green clock glows, and as though a slideshow is switching images, the rectangular door now only shows green clouds. The Void Creeper doesn't stop to let us enjoy the view at all, it just continues its cycle like a machine, following out a task. The cyan-colored clock glows, and the rift's internal mechanisms rotate to the next zone, showing a bright white sky and a city of cyan towers, with a massive palace at its back. I see this as our way out. This is the same exact palace I've seen in Muriel's memories behind Lucian. Yet, as my eyes widen and I notice this, the Void Creeper activates its dark blue clock face. Chapter 9:15. There are no updates from the Rising Emperor in the lower realm, after being appointed as administrators. Pluto, Bree, and Alvaron have taken control of the mana-based forces and begun a galactic expansion to take back stolen worlds from the demons and make many solar systems whole and safe again. Almost all of the Morvale's private armies have been targeted and exterminated by the commanders. The Knights have partnered with many of the newer elite worlds connecting to the worldwide connectivity system, as well as clusters of first and second-class forces that can fight on par with weaker demons, mainly the Vermilion family's lingering armies. Pluto continuously leaks information about their whereabouts until he alone is left in the Vermilion family's castle in the demonic realm. Over 3 full years pass between realm waves, and the number of planets connected to the system has grown by a considerable amount. Massive amounts of raw resources left over on abandoned worlds after the demons siphoned all they could before ascending are being allocated to 4th and 5th class worlds in order to raise their average strength and allow them to participate on par with the higher grade civilizations. As more time passes, the knights and commanders grow stronger. Fisher and Lydia both compress their true cores, and both Luna and Monk cultivate yellows. Many of the knights become high-level orange cores, while a few stay red. The majority of their growing strength comes from the borrowed stats they can pull from the system, as their talents as third-class humans have natural limits. Bree achieves a true yellow core, and so does her brother Rodrigo, who stays back in the human world as its guardian. She, and the other two administrators in the lower realm, reach full saturation. In fact, every few months, a Galactic Trait Commission meeting is run by Bree and Alvaron, welcoming the hundreds of millions of worlds that have been assimilated each time. To primitive worlds that never knew there was anyone else out in the stars with systems, they are perceived as immortal and unfathomably powerful beings. As more of these meetings pass, and the worldwide connectivity system grows, connecting more and more worlds and pushing back demonic forces that even the star system of the elites had been fighting for their entire lives and believed it was a lost war, even they begin to look up to these new rulers. The knights already hold such unfathomable power. It allows third-class humans at the red core rank to easily suppress the strongest elite first-class demons in some wars. The commander's power is far beyond the comprehension of the strongest of worlds. They are capable of suppressing the strongest noble demons with their auras alone. It makes the thought of generals, and the rising emperor himself, seem like a myth or a god, while some have seen them with their own eyes, and there are old video recordings of them in action in wars. The more time that passes, the more even these become legends, buried with theories, and no real recent proof other than the fact that the worldwide connectivity system exists. The administrators could easily explain where they have gone or quantify their power, but over time it has become easier to just let the masses see them as mysterious gods. To be truthful, the lack of any communication or signal of life from Maria or Jay in over 3 full years is very strange. Even Abby went dark recently. The only connection between realms is Bree and Ava's updates as the realm wave passes, and the occasional message from Raven or Ari when they are not busy working on a project on the Mensa Citadel. In the Green Zone, over 10 days pass. The Grand Citadel's 3-tiered infrastructure is completely built out, and ether commands for fast travel access between the orbiting trading centers, as well as the Mensa and Ellipsia Citadel, are created to connect the mega structures together. There are no longer blockades and demon-run access points keeping the hundreds of millions of civilized lords away from conversing throughout the zone. Hundreds of thousands of structures are built in the Grand Citadel, and the warlords come together with the 3 generals present to create new trade regulations for current citizens, as well as the newly arriving lords from the lower realm. With the increasing numbers of worlds connected to the worldwide connectivity system, the placement of dungeons using Throne's outdated technology with the use of randomized surges is no longer necessary. Luminite infused with advanced ether commands and custom dungeons can be directly transferred to connected worlds as long as an administrator or general confirms it. Alvaron's mind works fast enough to bridge the gap between realms without any delay and has created an interface within the system to connect with the Ogre conglomeration's dungeon business. It seamlessly connects these dungeon farms to worlds that want to rent out space and mana to allow their citizens to grow stronger and for upper realm businesses to profit as well. The only warlord in general that have not witnessed this rapid growth period are Seraphel and Abby. They are still both suspended in a state of enlightenment deeper within the fortress. For over 10 days straight, ancient arrays made of high-quality ether have been rotating and activating around the outside of this citadel. Many races of past overseers have left their inheritance keys behind throughout the lower and upper realms, and without them, these commands cannot be activated. Not even the current overseer could forcefully do so without the key and a member of the fallen race. The human and wyvern absorb all of the celestial energy left behind by this pure white wyvern, saturating their soul energy cores with such a dense essence that they both have to fully activate every one of their ranked up buffs to fully assimilate royal vibrations, and the memories that once belonged to this wyvern following its path of domination throughout its life, are imprinted on these 2 minds. Millions of years in the lower realm, and its sworn duty to heal, protect, and conserve the wyvern race and all those lesser races that were being suppressed beneath it. Even dense waves of green divine threads fill this chamber, and start saturating the 2 green true cores, by the time the realm wave ripples through the fortress. The ceremony of transferring this inheritance has almost come to an end. Their vibrations have altered. With a deeper understanding of this deceased being's past, even Seraphel has learned new things about his race. This white wyvern and a collection of noble great worlds in the lower realm made peace deals with the demons under the Morvale family's new era. The wyverns stopped hunting the demons in the lower realm where they were still dominant, and in return, the demons promised a peaceful agreement to let wyverns live on in the cyan and green zones as a thank you for letting their new generation prosper. However, countless backstabs and meticulous planning and one-sided slaughters that could not even be called wars occurred first in the upper realm. And eventually, once weakened enough, carried out in the lower realm too. This wyvern was too naive, betting on peace, and their race was wiped out in a matter of a few million years. Memories before even this white wyvern died show the decline of many other races that made deals with Lucian. As Abby and Seraphel digest and accept its inheritance, their own vibrations start to heighten, nearing that of a royal. Their divine cores have fully saturated, and even have pushed past the point of what a true green core should be able to hold in this zone. It is a side effect of being within the natural aura of the immortal healer's celestial form. Absurd amounts of extra stress on the body or soul can be instantaneously healed. So, despite the fact that their cores should be breaking and shattering their celestial forms over and over again from all this energy, they are still unconscious and in a state of bliss with perfect health. The outside of their greater energy forms start to bend space so drastically that cyan threads begin to compress and form naturally, and very familiar cracks begin tearing upward through this zone. Maria and I stare up at a rectangular artificial rift in space created by this void. Creeper, the cyan zone disappears, and the imagery behind the rift turns dark blue. All I see is an endless ocean, massive waves crash and slosh about. There are no landmarks or anything in sight. It is just a sea. I wait, expecting the void creeper to keep turning its clocks, maybe to show us the purple zone or continue flipping through them to let us choose where to go. However, the dark humming being just stops here. The five-faced clock glows silver for a moment, then returns to its natural state. It turns its head down away from the rift, and just stares forward, waiting in silence. The high-quality ether in the air activates many more commands that I can't see or understand, and I can finally move my body again. I run forward, and so does Maria. We come together in the center of the raised platform, and stare up at the massive void creeper. She yells out to it, "What is all this? What do you want from us?" All that comes back is a consistent low hum. Maria exhales and stares up at the clocks, pushing source resin through her eyes to look deeper. At the same time, I look around and truly take in the reality of the ravine. We've been down here for 1,000 years, yet my body and soul feel as though they have only aged 10 or 15 years at most. I don't know what this creature did, or who sent it, or if it was an automated feature of this legacy tomb, but it somehow saved us from dying of old age in that realm wave. In the process, it's made our celestial energy so much more pure, letting our energy maturity age even if we didn't, instead of the particles of high-quality ether in the air being a total unsensible mystery. I'm able to finally begin to comprehend how dense it really is. Small bits of comprehension of how it would be possible to create a barrier like the ones the Imperials built creep into my subconscious. However, the true commands and complex structures are still unknown. I think it has something to do with the heightened state of intuition I felt during this state of enlightenment. Even as it comes down, I still can see and feel things I shouldn't be able to. Even my vibrations are deeper and stronger than they should be, and all of my past absorbed memories surge through me with greater quality. My body burns, my energy pathways ache, and a ringing sound in my ears grows louder. My body is screaming at me to let it grow strong enough to allow the information I've just taken in to spread out properly. It's like this form and environment are holding me back. Maria and I both look at each other, coming to the same conclusion. We need to ascend to the dark blue zone. Both of us jump upward, holding hands, and into the rectangular rift. Our heads burst through first, and instead of a violent reaction like the forced rift between the green and cyan zones, this area is calm. There is an extremely low amount of blue threads in the air. As our necks, then torsos come through, both of us reflexively summon our soul swords. The density of blue threads has already increased the single meter we have risen. It is not a lot, but it is noticeable. By the time our feet float up through the rift, it starts to close below us, and we begin absorbing the dark blue threads into our bodies to cycle into our cores. We're in a very thin and compact rectangular zero-gravity elevator upward. I still see the ocean above. This feels just like the slow walk up the throne, when I was ascending from yellow to green. It is a manufactured and controlled environment. Not all ascensions have to be life-threatening. Both of us relax once we realize this and enjoy the slow ride up while we absorb blue threads. However, part of my mind cannot stay focused, as the instant the rift below us closes, blocking out any more access to the ravine. Billions of notifications rush into my mind. I'm reconnecting to the system, Below the rift as it closes, the white pillar within the ravine pulses, and the remaining high-quality ether to activate this legacy inheritance is channeled into the two glyphs and the statues. They are the only thing that shines in this dark abyss for a moment, until they burn out completely and disappear. An invisible ripple of energy echoes through every zone of the lower and upper realms, only sensed by a handful of beings. The statues and the temple all crumble back to black stone, returning to the dead ravine devoid of life. The void creeper's clocks dull, as its purpose has been fulfilled. It tears open a rift in space, and walks through in 2 long strides, disappearing from reality as though it was never here. Level up, X118 196, new soul bond formed. 1. Soulbound Amplifier Upgrade, Celestial Emperor's Soul Sword has reached LVL 5, a new Soulbound Artifact class gear equipped, Ancient Royal's Chestplate, Celestial Demon's Shoulder Guards, Celestial Demon's Wrist Guards, Celestial Demon's Gauntlets, Celestial Demon's Upper Leg Guards, Celestial Demon's Lower Leg Guards, Celestial Demon's Boots, new Soulbound Sentinel class gear equipped. Corruption of the True Royal, congratulations! Rising Emperor's domain milestone reached 7014-620-939/500000000 worlds claimed, new perk unlocked, Galactic Advance, info, generals may now borrow an additional 1% each of total borrowed stats. The Rising Emperor may now borrow an additional 5% of all base stat points and mana control efficiency from all subordinates under the allegiance of the Rising Emperor. Members affected by this perk are not required to be within range of the Rising Emperor's domain. The Rising Empress position has been automatically appointed due to a system-altering soul bond. A manual override of the total 30% of borrowed stats from all generals, administrators, commanders, and knights may be accessed. In the event of the Rising Emperor's absence, the Rising Empress may access all of the remaining stats and system functionalities until his return. This buff stacks with the Galactic Player perk. Galactic Footprint perk, A Light in the Darkness perk, Path to Domination perk, Authority Among Worlds perk, Ruler of Worlds perk, World Collector perk, World Domination perk, Imperial Reach perk, Expansion perk, Dominance perk, Authority perk, Power Holder perk, and Ruler's Gaze perk. If used simultaneously, these are only the most intense notifications that float to the top of my consciousness. It seems the system was still active even while hidden from my senses. I don't know where all of these level ups came from, but the majority was most likely from that royal demon. My level has almost doubled, reading, LVL 247,510, at the top of my status. All of the soul armor I've been crafting has buffs in all 5 stat areas, almost as powerful as my soul sword. Especially the chestplate that was infused with a royal's horn. They have all become celestial grade artifact class soul weapons, far stronger than my blood bonded gear beneath. Even my soul sword leveled up after absorbing all of the leftover royal and high noble grade soul weapons that the demon collected over the years. This was all partially expected. However, the notification about my corruption being a Sentinel class artifact is surprising. It contains the lingering will of Muriel Vermilion, the first royal demon I killed, and has drained that same resentment and desire to destroy the 5 great families from every demon I've killed since. Yet, it uses my demon's core as a vessel, and my own will to destroy the royal families has overpowered it, making its essence my own. The final major notification makes me smile, as somehow I've gained almost 6 billion more worlds since falling into the ravine. This has triggered a new milestone perk, allowing me to borrow up to 90% of all stats from my links of loyalty. However, it has appointed Maria as the Rising Empress. This system mutation doesn't seem to be entirely random, as all of the general stat increase updates always occurred in the past when the milestone increment started with a 5. Following this logic, this should be the final one that affects the generals directly, leaving all 5 with 5% of stats each to borrow at will. Our soul bond triggered this fusion at the same time as the system update. I come to read countless missed messages and communication attempts from the lower realm and green zone, sending live feeds of updates on what has occurred. Less than 2 weeks passed in the green zone, and over 3 years passed in the lower realm. I watched the recorded live feeds of many wars Bree, Alberon, and Pluto have carried out, and the rapid expansion of my linked worlds now makes far more sense, even the visuals of the new Grand Citadel and Green Zone being rebuilt to prepare for a new era of prosperity to bring back its former glory make me happy. With a smile, I send out updates to the administrators, generals, commanders, and knights to thank them for their job well done while I was away. Instantly, I get a burst of messages back. In my heightened flow state as a residual effect of the long-term exposure to high-quality ether, it is quite easy to reply to all of them at once. Dark blue divine threads are flowing through my body and seeping into my soul, soared at faster and faster speeds as we float up this zero-gravity elevator toward the top of the rift. It doesn't feel painful at all. My body, cores, and soul accept these threads like I was parched, and now I'm drinking a cool glass of water that never ends. The heat and pressure that were building up in my energy pathways and cores are released. It is like a flood of power that was locked behind invisible seals now is available to me without any limitations. As both my core and Maria's turn from cyan to dark blue, our soul bond grows even stronger, and our vibrations evolve to a frequency of even deeper confidence and certainty. During this eruption of power, as our bodies and minds are finally growing strong enough to withstand the energy maturity gained during the last 1,000 years, Maria's body starts to glow with a bright white light. I can see what's happening in her status, as she's gained a massive amount of levels 2 from killing demons in the ravine, and in order to take full advantage of this enlightened ascension state, she's using this opportunity to rank up. It seems as though parts of her body and soul already have inside the ravine, after she surpassed level 100,000. However, now that the system is reconnecting, the final activation of the mana-based commands is occurring. It fills the air with a calming pressure, almost exactly like the high-quality ether we were just soaked in for centuries. It deepens my own concentration just from being in contact with her, and I can also study the intricate process taking place. This is the first time I'm witnessing a system command activate in front of me with such depth. It doesn't exactly feel like some god or all-powerful machine is triggering the commands. Just like any other ether command, the system itself has its rules and limitations. Just like the Imperial's barrier, and the array that Void Creeper made, I cannot understand or see the true complex functions of what is happening, but I'm starting to see some of the gears in this mechanism turn. My eyes are widened in awe while I adapt to the growing density of divine threads around me, and experience Maria's rank up with her as we ascend. It is almost seamless. The slow ride upward brings us a kilometer through space at most, and only takes a few hours. I feel all of my cells and energy pathways being rebuilt and adapted to a higher level of existence. Just as easily as we entered this rift is how we exit. Our heads slip through first, then our orbiting swords and torsos, and our legs last. Maria's full body glow of a rank up dims and ceases the instant the rift disappears below us. In every direction, for as far as I can see, there is an endless blue ocean. We're about 100,000 kilometers above the sea, but some of the waves easily swell up to close the gap by half every few passing seconds. The divine energy density in the air is thick, and the overwhelming gravity shift reflects that. It's thousands of times more intense than the ravine. However, both Maria and I, in our base forms, are strong enough to withstand this pressure. The dark blue divine cores in our chests are cycling like furnaces, pushing our own gravity waves out into this endless sea. The more I look around, the more strange the setting feels. It's empty, but I feel the presence of life nearby. I don't know how, but I can sense that there are extremely strong soul bonds somewhere in this ocean. They are invisible, and no physical energy readings can be seen. It is a new sense I've unlocked during this enlightenment, but have not mastered yet. The more I scan my surroundings, I begin to notice the white mist that is expelled into the air after each crashing wave below. It's made of pure celestial energy. So pure, even a small droplet of it is equal in purity to the refined celestial energy we managed to collect from the entire ravine. I realize this isn't water below us, it's pure celestial energy in a dense liquid state. It is so much denser than the air that it's just formed at the bottom of this zone. Maria and I float upward and spin back to back. I pour a large amount of my celestial fire into my eyes, while hers sparkle with source resin, and we scan our surroundings. The ambient celestial energy, and thick blue threads in the air, continue to pour into our bodies and increase our energy output slowly. At first, I see nothing at all, just endless ocean forever on all sides. However, both of us lock onto an area of the sea where the waves seem to be larger than the opposite direction. One way, the ocean is calm, with waves that hardly even splash up 100 kilometers, maybe 1,000 at most. It makes the waves below us seem enormous. In the other direction, the further I look, the larger the waves become. Some look like they're peaking over 1,000,000 kilometers high. It makes the sea below us calm in comparison. We float higher out of curiosity to get a better vantage point. The higher we float, the more waves we're able to see on the horizon. After a few minutes, the 1,000,000-kilometer high crashing waves of celestial energy seem tiny, all off in one direction. The waves grow larger and larger, like the ocean is swelling upward to make a blue mountain in the sky that occasionally crashes to form valleys even deeper. Not only is this zone enormous, to the point where I'm able to see over 1 billion kilometers off in one direction and it still seems endless, but the amount of energy just sitting here out in the open is absurd. A handful of this ocean is equivalent to all of the celestial energy in the ravine. The mist continuously flows into our bodies, and the dense dark blue threads in the air make our divine cores weigh us into reality deeper with every second that passes. I feel unrestrained and free. There are no seals or restrictions at all on my aura or senses. It makes my royal vibrations blossom further in this environment of pure freedom. They burst outward further and further, compounding on each wave as I get stronger and my mind's depth of perception grows. I feel Maria begin to drain all of the divine threads in our surroundings, and absorb even more celestial mist from the sea than me. Both of our mana-based system senses rejuvenate and breathe in this fresh atmosphere. Over an hour passes, and we slowly drift in toward the larger waves. My vibrations flood outward over 5 billion kilometers. They all contain stacked waves of my celestial energy and advanced senses. Even from just the moment we entered the dark blue zone, I feel like I have grown 10 times stronger again and am continuing to grow. Maria and I float apart, a few kilometers at first, then a few hundred, then thousands, and eventually over 1 million. Though, with our growing auras, it still feels like we're right next to each other, basically cycling energy through one another's souls. However, with these growing senses, I can feel the presence of the lifeforms nearby with stronger intensity. I feel that there are 2 of them. Their personalities ripple through the air like I'm digesting their feelings and mannerisms. One of them is very rigid, strong, and simple-minded. It is the older one. However, the other is eccentric, hot-tempered, and very fearsome, so much so that it feels like multiple minds are stacked into one soul. Despite these strange readings, they don't seem to be hostile. If anything, they are giving off the vibes of a playful nature. It almost makes this more interesting. As if these waves are what a playful state creates, the power of these creatures must be unfathomable. Even if it is interesting, it is not concerning. After all, I'm sensing these waves in my base form without borrowing any stats, nor activating any ranked up buffs. The will of a true royal radiates through my being, and I'm positive whatever these creatures are, they aren't demons. Eventually, the air itself becomes far more saturated with celestial energy. The pure power from the crashing waves has sent massive amounts of mist into the atmosphere that can't easily just drop back down into the sea. Dense temporary white clouds of ether are in the sky. It makes it far easier to digest, making our celestial energy intake surge even higher. Every few minutes that pass, my celestial energy pool doubles the intensity of my red flames, and makes all of my new armor glow brighter. Even my soul sword that calmly orbits around me starts to vibrate slightly with hunger once external waves of celestial energy begin to hit us. These new waves come from the sky, as though they're radiation from clashing attacks. They come in shockwaves that span over 1 billion kilometers, and the further we travel, the more frequent they get. One in particular finally lights up my senses like fireworks. I can feel the raw essence in its ricochet, and even pick up on royal vibrations matching the soul imprints I felt when we first entered this abyss. The strange thing is that each of them has the same royal vibrations pouring out of them. It feels kind of similar to what I felt when sensing that ancient royal's dragon for the first time. However, these are smooth, powerful, and successfully assimilated vibrations. Almost exactly like the corruption that slowly swirls around the outside of my body now mixed with my celestial fire as an automatic defense. The mental outline of these creatures is so enormous, it's almost hard to believe. I have to begin analyzing them in concentrated parts for my mind to catch up and piece their true forms together in random large patches. They're about 100 billion kilometers away, but considering the massive size of the largest swells and destructive crashing waves in the sea, they're only a few dozen waves away. There is an enormous hydra with 5 heads. Each one of them erupts with a rusted red-colored celestial energy. They all attack a tortoise from many sides. The tortoise has a spiked shell and a sharp curved beak. It too charges up an energy attack from its mouth and releases a bronze and white beam of energy back at the hydra. It explodes through 2 of the hydra's rust-colored energy beams, then turns its body and pulls in its head to take on the remaining 3 with its shell. 5 massive shockwaves surge through the air filled with raw celestial energy, just like any of the other surges we felt before. However, they don't immediately go in for counters to continue this battle. Instead, the 5 heads of the hydra, and the eyes of the tortoise that are each larger than stars in the lower realm, they all turn toward me and Maria. Somehow, they've sensed that I'm looking their way. Their bodies are jet black, like they're made of pure stone. Yet, they vibrate and have pulses of the rust and bronze-colored energy that ripples through them before releasing an attack. I've never seen anything so massive in my entire life. Every passing second I use the maximum amount of celestial energy and divine threads from my environment to enhance my brain and senses to take in the full picture of the scene. Even a single scale on the hydrate is larger than citadels in the green zone. The distance between myself and these living soul weapons is wider than the entire ravine. It's nearly the distance of a full solar system in the lower realm. I'm using every single perception-based celestial grade skill to enhance my senses, and the information I gather from this continues to grow and baffle me. One thing isn't confusing, that is the fact that their playful auras as they were sparring each other for fun are no longer present. The vibrations of a guard dog sensing intruders ripple through the air, and instantly 6 beams of light come flying out of their mouths, rocketing our way. Despite Maria being over 3 million kilometers away from me, we might as well be right next to each other. The width of a single beam spans 10 times the distance between us. As they all converge into one, a bright bronze and rust-colored aura fills the sky. The closer it gets, the better readings on the celestial energy density I feel, and the strength of the infused royal vibrations I can gauge. This may only be a warning shot, but I'm positive my natural form is not going to cut it. A grin grows across my face as without any hesitation, I release the transformation I've been holding back since Maria and I consolidated our vibrations with a soul bond, all of the bright red celestial fire, and dark coils of corruption creating an outer layer of protection begin to tighten against the white soul armor I'm wearing. It flows around in a natural state, then slowly seeps through all of the cracks and joint separations in the armor. This is the outer manifestation of my soul seeping into my muscles and bones, and begins triggering a familiar style of growth. My whole body expands, and so does the output of vibrations on my environment. I begin to glow a pristine white shimmering light, that of my old noble human form. This light grows brighter and brighter as my body grows to be 10, 20, even 100 meters tall. Every moment I grow larger with my celestial energy-infused vibrations triggering this change. So does all of my bonded gear. Once my body surpasses 250 meters, it begins to emit a crimson glow. And once it surpasses 500 meters, an obsidian black ray of corruption-colored light mixes with the metallic hue. At 1 kilometer in height, the growing slows, and the two colors have blended to create a domineering dark crimson aura. A dense dark blue core burns in my chest, and slowly, the red and black energy that seeped into my armor at the start of this transformation flows out again. It's structurally changed. So many self-made seals have been lifted from its essence. For my entire stay in the ravine, I was forced to suppress my energy. At first, it was so that stronger demons couldn't sense our auras, and later, because of some seal made of high-quality ether by the Imperials. Until now, the measly royal vibrations I've been using in my base form are just scratching the surface of the actual power that can be released in the form of a true royal human. Even now, this is only a basic manifestation of my royal form. I feel that triggering the true transformation would be extremely dangerous, and would only be truly possible in a state of heightened emotions and desperation. Doing so on a whim when it is not necessary would be a waste of my will. Instead, I activate my mana-based greater energy form in order to make full use of the celestial energy flowing into my being. On top of this, I activate my astral form to take full advantage of the divine threads all throughout the atmosphere. In a matter of milliseconds, a colossal energy body manifestation bursts out and around my royal body. It grows to hundreds of thousands of kilometers in height in an instant. I feel my domain of perception and control over my environment exponentially rise. Maria undoes the seal on her vibrations as well, and allows her infinite number of stacked cores that mimic a Fibonacci sequence to activate 4,181 points. This is only 4 spirals greater than the 610 she used to fight the dragon in the ravine. All of these cores overlap and fill her entire body to act as individual pseudo-cores while pulling in energy from all around us. An exceptionally high wave crashes below in this very moment. And her area of activation overlaps with the upper cusp. It fuels her transformation to activate her own mana-based greater ice goddess form, then her celestial energy-based angels form right after that grows in comparison to the amount of divine threads and celestial energy poured into it. Yet, this alone is enough to bend gravity around her, and grow to match my energy form's height, nearing 500,000 kilometers in size. She doesn't even need to use her new ranked up form I witnessed her receive while we ascended to this zone. I was even prepared to use my sacred body, then begin borrowing stats, and finally release the true vibrations I've been holding back, but as my mind catches up to all of the data flowing into it, I realize in this state I'm not even going to have to grab my sword. It pulses with hunger, but I send it a wave of telepathy and let it orbit around me. Your first kill after this last level up deserves an even greater opponent than this. Be patient, all I get back is a reluctant pulse of even brighter crimson light before it dims and waits following my wishes. Maria and I both lift a single hand in the air, and two enormous red and blue arrays begin to form in front of us. They span over 50 million kilometers wide, and easily a few million thick. They overlap each other perfectly, forming a dense layer of pure ice, with strong waves of fire intertwined within. It appears to be a flaming disk of ice in front of the incoming 6 massive beams of rust and bronze celestial energy. As they collide, we stay calm, floating in the air behind our protection, and shockwaves equivalent to the spar just moments ago radiate through the dark blue zone for hundreds of billions of kilometers. About half of the celestial energy from the impact explodes off the sides of the defensive array, however, half seems to have disappeared. The solid ice is strong enough to block the blunt force impact, and the flames circulating through it are hot and destructive enough to incinerate and absorb all of the energy that tries to push through. Massive amounts of the attack thrown at us are eaten by my celestial fire, the sound of an ancient tortoise's guttural grunting and hissing, followed by 5 simultaneous roars of a hydra fill the zone afterward, as these ancient beasts realize the intruders somehow survived. As the shockwave of massive celestial energy beams fills the air, thousands of tendrils of royal vibration and forced celestial energy connect the back of this defensive array toward Maria and me. Her ice blocked the attack's blunt impact while my fire siphoned out over half of the impact's force. The excess energy from this attack comes flowing down these tendrils, mainlined into our greater forms to be processed instantly. Neither of us wastes a moment and uses this raw power to form attacks of our own. The array dissolves as we absorb it back into our energy forms too. And 2 waves of red and blue light fly back over the ocean, the red fire in a compact flickering ball, no more than 2 million kilometers wide, and a glistening ice spear less than 1 million kilometers thick, but sharpened with a point as fine as a needle at its tip. Both attacks rocket back through space, dominating the environment. Waves crash and swell in their way, but the compact divine threads and royal vibrations strengthening them break through this raw celestial sea with ease. Massive holes break through the waves, and reality bends under their weight. The fireball and ice spear veer toward each other, then begin spinning around one another to build up more speed and invigorate the other's attack. Once within a few billion kilometers of the monsters, the attacks release this built-up momentum and targeting separate beasts. The fireball slams into the neck of the closest hydra's head, and the ice spear collides with the edge of the tortoise's shell. The attacks may seem small against these creatures that raise their bodies dozens of billions of kilometers above the sea. However, on impact, our 2 attacks explode and release their own raw power. It is devastating. Massive fireball explodes, instantly incinerating the neck of the hydra I've hit. Its head disintegrates from the pressure, and the 2 closest heads nearby it are caught up in the blast. They begin to crack and fragment from the pressure of the blast, then are consumed with flames, melting to pure celestial energy on the spot. The furthest 2 remaining heads have a long enough time to react and plunge themselves deep beneath the sea. Beside this eruption of flames, Maria's spear of ice breaks through the tortoise's shell, causing an explosion of its own, large enough to blow off one of its legs and a massive chunk of its defenses. The areas exposed to the blast are all covered in a dense blue and sparkling layer of ice. It begins to spread, cracking this monster's shell more, and seeping toward its head. The shockwaves that follow disrupt all of the waves around us, imprinting a crater of gravity into the sea. Horrific roars of ancient beasts echo through the air, and the massive disruption of the environment creates clouds of celestial energy and chaotic bursts of consolidated sea essence, fire, and ice that burst through the air. It is an immaculate sight to see, as the ocean has been carved out, and the zone itself quivers from our arrival. In response, the 2 massive black sentinels do not run. Instead, insidious rust and bronze-colored auras burst out from their cores. The vibrations of a shared royal infusion burst out from both of them. At first, I watched the freezing shell of the tortoise stop cracking off and falling into the sea. Instead, a bronze-colored energy manifestation of a shell begins to grow back, and its eyes glow bright with fury. Maria's icy wave of poison has stopped spreading. Where I've managed to destroy 3 hydra's heads, I watch 6 grow back, and they are all bright orange-red, burning with an intensity that pushes the sea back even further than it already has. At this very moment, in the green zone of the upper realm, a critical amount of zone-breaking cracks are opening up in space within a white chamber deep inside the fortress. Unlike the times the zone cracked before after the death of Muriel, Vermilion, and Maria's ascension breakpoint, the cracks in space within this chamber are now reaching the outside zone, the ancient white arrays that spin within this room, and growing and circling the entire fortress. All speed up. Many onlookers can see the ancient automated systems moving, but no one can sense them or feel any energy output. It's as though they are just untouchable holograms, operating at a level far higher than any low-quality ether commands in this zone. The cracks in space that split out from Abby and Seraphell's divine cores begin fracturing the perception of this white room. The visual of the white-eyed wyvern before them cracks and starts to fade away. It has been long dead, but memories from its soul still dictate its personality. The wyvern's eyes are full of hope, and a smile forms on its mouth while it watches the two green cores completely turn to cyan. The last remnants of its soul dissolve into the room as pure celestial energy and raw royal vibrations. They are all absorbed into the last living wyvern and the immortal healer carrying the inheritance of the wyverns from the lower realm. White waves of energy become infused into the glyphs of her staff, and both of their vibrations mutate and go through a final shocking change once the white wyvern's final memories imprint on their consciousness. The legacy of a royal wyvern is transferred, and a new mutated royal path is formed at the same instant that these two both gain the experience from killing this monster. As though the system is witnessing this ancient white wyvern's death, their bodies glow bright cyan, and the room fills with so many cracks creating rifts to the cyan zone that all six walls fall away. Only cyan threads exist around them, but they are in the storm between realms, only being protected by the high-quality ether commands of the fortress. Instead of letting them leave, this legacy chamber has one final command programmed into it. In the shape of what the room looked like before, a bright white glow shimmers in this storm of cyan threads that surrounds them. Then, everything flashes bright white for a fraction of a second. All of the arrays in the green zone's fortress power down and slowly stop spinning. Abby and Seraphell finally wake up out of their trance of enlightenment, with their celestial forms flowing with unbelievable power and bright options to rank up, glowing in their system notifications. When they look down and take in their surroundings, they do not recognize a thing. Below them is a bright cyan city floating above the clouds. The air is full of dense celestial energy, and the presence of thousands of high noble vibrations hits their senses from below all at once. On the far side of the cyan zone, in Lucian Morvale's palace full of guards, many of them sense this disturbance in the zone but are not able to report the news. At the back of the palace, the family head's throne is empty. This is because he is in an extremely well-guarded chamber deep below his palace, resting at the bottom of the cyan zone. It is guarded around its outside by many more high noble demons. Yet he is the only one allowed inside. Lucian calmly stands inside a heavily fortified room, with nothing but a silver reactor at its center. His arms are crossed, and his eyes are closed. The family head's mind is connected to a communication channel that links all of the zones of the upper realm. To him, the world around him is dark, like an isolated void hidden from reality. It is a secure channel. All Lucian sees right now is a dark blue armored demon holding a five-faced clock, and the outline of a purple demon high above him with white wisps circling around its being. The Overseer has promised us access to the seal once confirmation of the final threat has been dealt with. Confirm this, and we can move on to the final step, double-checking that the cyan zone and dark blue zone structural reinforcements are ready for the shock this will put on the upper realm. Sacrificing the green zone will be quite disappointing to see, but necessary to preserve our existence. Lucian smiles and sends packets of information holding in-depth scans of the ravine when he checked on it a decade after the realm wave began showing no signs of life from the threats that are spoken of. Here is your proof. One of my old projects killed them. Even if he didn't, humans can't survive 1,000 years in their base forms. There is no way out of your prison. Snapshots of the ravine every few hundred years after follow. But the only interesting reading is of the temple that the old ancient royal spent millions of years wasting his life around. There have been long periods of time where he lured whole generations of demons toward it and expelled immense amounts of ether to try breaking the rift above just like this. No damage to the only exit of this prison was made, and the Imperial Seal limits all core breakthroughs for manual ascension. The Cyan Core demon sends the rest of the footage with full confidence. As the purple demon receives this information, oddly, Samir Vanguard flinches and looks over his shoulder. Lucian's eyes become sharp, as he's never seen this machine-like family head act this way. Samir speaks abruptly and out of line. I'm sorry to interrupt. My sentinels have managed to hurt each other somehow in their friendly spar. Lucian turns his back too, as the sensation of an extremely old royal's vibrations touches his senses. It's very different than it used to be, but there's no doubt of what this demon feels. He speaks out of line as well. There's a wyvern in my zone. I don't know how this happened. Before Lucian or Samir can get another word out, purple threads fill the entire mental void, putting pressure down on both family heads to an extreme neither of them have ever felt. The Imperial family head's voice echoes through their minds. You have made a grave error. The intruders still live, and they stole the legacy of the Creator. Do you know what this means? It means someone other than the overseer has the ability to trigger the reset. Pressure in this mental chamber builds up so much that Lucian struggles to breathe and almost falls to his knees. Samir activates enough mental commands within his armor to alleviate the pressure but still does not dare to move a muscle or speak out of line again. The Imperial family head raises a hand, and white wisps of energy follow like they're alive. No more games. Personally deal with the threats, or I will seal your zones out of the final paradise to mitigate risk. I'm activating the Imperial emergency systems in the lower realm and green zone to cleanse them of all remaining dangerous life. Before either family head can respond, the mental link is severed. With only lingering disappointment ingrained in their psyches, Samir Vanguard turns around and calmly walks out of a chamber deep below the sea. He takes an enormous elevator up over 100 billion kilometers to reach the top of the sea. Here there are very few waves. The rise and fall of ripples in the sea barely rise more than a kilometer or two at most. It is basically calm and flat considering the size of the structure he now stands on. There is an enormous base of operations made of black stone, with 3 enormous towers filled with troops, weapons, and facilities to make technology progress in testing ether commands and soul weapons. Each one of the towers is easily 10 billion kilometers wide, and over 200 tall. They are megastructures rooted to the bottom of the zone and scan trillions of kilometers of the sea for data collection all throughout the dark blue zone. The instant Samir leaves his chamber and reaches the surface, thousands of mental messages from lookouts, research centers, and data labs hit his consciousness, giving visuals of the threats and their approximate power levels and abilities. He happily accepts this data, but as he looks out into the open sea, he feels the clash of celestial energy himself. The royal vibrations he's infused into his own soul weapons give him a perfect description matching all of the readings he's already being shown. Samir sends a message back. Very good. I will be taking care of this issue immediately. Tower 1, I need your full attack squad to come with me. Tower 2, bring an analysis team as well to surround the battlefield for close-range research. Tower 3, release the amplifiers. I'm going to have to activate my true royal form to eliminate this threat. All 3 towers start to ripple with dark blue divine threads, and complex ether commands begin activating all over them as teams of demons begin following orders. Tens of thousands of armored demons begin floating out from Tower 1 in a battle formation. Many of them hold enormous soul weapons and give off an ancient aura of war as though they have been fighting since the day they were born. A much smaller team of demons comes out of Tower 2 on flying artifacts that do not look battle-ready but are covered in glyphs and arrays that are taking in information about their environment. The third tower releases 2 orbs of white light that burst out from its top and begin shooting off toward the battle in the sea. Meanwhile, Maria and I both watch the devastating wounds of the Hydra and Tortoise we just landed heal before our eyes. In fact, the eruption of anger and primal rage that fills them makes them feel even stronger. When I stare at the heads of the Hydra I destroyed, and truly look deep into its essence, an old memory pieces itself back together in my mind. It's of a time long ago back on the human world, near the start of our journey when we were all first learning of Chi for the first time, better known now as unrefined ether. I managed to find a set of strange red stones in an auction, and it gave me a temporary buff called the Red Hydra's Rage. It acted similar to soul energy, tapping into the same kind of power but had very strange effects on the body and system itself. It only lasted a limited amount of time, but whenever Ember spoke of this Red Hydra, he spoke of it the same as he did other divine beasts or overseer races of the past. As I'm struck with the energy wave of this Hydra, I start to feel an extremely similar aura and wonder how exactly a beast like this has managed to get itself trapped in the dark blue zone. As far as I'm aware, the Wyverns were the last overseers, and it was elves before them. If this is the last remnant of a Hydra race showing itself in this sea, it raises far more questions than it answers. It also turns my head to the bronze tortoise that is screeching and standing its ground just as easily, making me believe this must be an ancient extinct race as well. All of these questions and realizations only take up a small portion of my brain. The more active parts are already charging up more attacks to finish the job we started. 8 fireballs the same size as the one I threw before begin to summon into thin air around me. The same happens with Maria. She summons 3 spears of ice but grows them over 10 times as large as her last attack. This time she does not want to crack the shell, she wants to obliterate it. The sentinels' open mouths are glowing rust and bronze colored as they're trying to counter, but our fire and ice fill the sky with light. Another explosion indents the sea to create a deeper crater than before. The shockwave is so enormous, we can even see down to the bottom of the zone. All of the sentinels' desperate counters as they send attacks back are suppressed and overshadowed by the raining balls of fire. And ice spears, each one of the Hygra's heads is hit by a separate fireball, and it incinerates each one down to its body in an instant. The buildup of its rust-colored essence only adds to the explosion as it destabilizes. All three of Maria's spears hit dead on in a triangle pattern in the center of its massive spiked shell. It's as though there is zero resistance at all. The arrows blast enormous holes through this giant beast, one of them even disintegrating the tortoise's head that's been tucked into its shell. The shockwave after impact infests all of the remaining pieces of its shell and turns them to shattered ice. Even the sea of pure celestial energy itself gets caught up in the wave, and large amounts of the raw energy are overpowered and integrated into Maria's aura. The same goes for my flames. The Hygra's body disappears in fire, and my aura soaks up its celestial energy. Even the sea turns crimson. Both of our true royal vibrations increase in power with every passing second. Not only does every shockwave and exposure to more celestial energy make our soul energy core stronger, but it widens our depth of perception. Seeing more of reality and conquering large areas of space builds our willpower exponentially. The feeling is pure euphoria, absorbing so much power without any limitations on our bodies, minds, or souls any longer. The only strange sensation I feel is the fact that we've destroyed these creatures, but no system notifications ring in my mind. To compound on this fact, I can still sense their presence somehow. There is no actual energy present to see or feel. But it is that odd sensation that brought us in this direction in the first place. The presence of soul ties, an invisible weight, is still present in the center of gravity where these two sea monsters once stood. If all my senses were shut off, and I was blind, I would be certain they were in front of me out of pure intuition without a doubt. I turned to my right, seeing Maria stare back at me a few million kilometers away with the same look in her eyes. They're not dead yet. She sends via telepathy, you're right. I send back while we both turn our heads forward again. A wave of royal vibrations washes through the air. It seemingly come from nowhere, but the readings I start to sense are as though two monstrous beasts are still before me. Something very strange is happening. The outlines of the monsters start to reform before my eyes. Dark black stone-like material begins to summon into existence from thin air. It's kind of hard to see at first, like only thin threads are holding the outline of these beasts together. Then it becomes large areas, and eventually, they take their physical forms as if they were never destroyed. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. A 16-headed hydra materializes from thin air and ripples with the same rust-colored celestial energy as before. The bronze tortoise's shell grows back one spike section at a time, and its sharp-beaked head pops out with glowing angry eyes. 17 beams of celestial energy come blasting our way with exactly the same intensity as they did at the start of this fight. My mind is racing for answers as I activate a defensive array. I feel the gears in Maria's mind turning as well as she puts up a shield of ice to bond with my fire. The attack bounces off like before, and we absorb over half of its celestial energy. Yet I can't understand what I just saw. As our array dissolves, and we charge another counter up, I don't even know where to aim. They don't have cores, brains, hearts, or really any weak points. I don't even know how they manage to resummon their unique celestial energy. There is a hidden mechanism here that is a complete mystery to me. I send 16 fireballs the Hydra's way, and 5 massive spears of ice fly toward the tortoise. But I'm almost at a loss for words and thought. That was so strange. It has something to do with the heavy soul bonds I felt, and most likely a power of its wielder. I need more power and a closer look. As I spread my aura out to try and watch what happens once these next fireballs collide, my eyes widen for a different reason. I sense tens of thousands of demon-shaped objects holding the same royal vibrations moving our way. We're being surrounded. Abby looks below her and sees a massive cyan city rising out of the clouds. The strange place she's been teleported into has intense gravity, and the density of the celestial energy and cyan threads in the air is thousands of times higher than the green zone. If she were standing in her base form right now, she might have been extremely injured by the pressure. However, in the manifestation of the immortal healer, all of this physical damage flows right through her. Abby exerts a massive amount of pressure on the environment around her, but when reality attempts to push back, it's as if she is just a hologram. Seraphel flaps his wings slowly to stay afloat beside her in a completely different situation. His celestial body does not work the same way and is exposed to the raw power of this higher zone. He may have trained his mind and body to the peak of what is possible in the green zone for millennia, but the immense pressure on his body and mind has made every flap of his massive wings strenuous. There are hints of green sparkling energy tethered into his greater form, constantly healing him because he is soulbound to Abby, and these effects are multiplied by the fact that they are right beside each other. However, the raw environment is not the only thing they have to worry about. thousands of high noble vibrations hit their senses from below, and millions of noble vibrations are weaker but still sensible beneath them. The Cyan city is full of demons, and a large amount of them sense their presence. Seraphel reflexively triggers the rank up notification in his consciousness, as he feels trying to defend against any matured Cyan core in his current form would be dangerous. The enormous blue wyvern glows white in the sky, attracting even more stares from those that live in this city. Within a second of Seraphel's decision to rank up, Abby decides to do the same. None of the auras below are intimidating to her. She feels confident that even in a frozen state of ranking up, they could not hurt her. It would be best to do it now rather than later if a real threat shows up. She glows bright white as well. The massive wings of Seraphel's celestial body are over 100 times larger than Abby's energy form, making his outline the sight most Cyan Zone citizens see in the sky. All of the defensive systems and ether arrays that are supposed to predict intruders' time of arrival, or even shoot them out of the sky before approaching the city, are sending emergency signals all throughout the surveillance towers. Massive armies of demons that have not had to deploy in over 1,000,000 years all come marching out from over a dozen towers. There are over 100,000 peak strength noble demons and thousands of high nobles, many of which are fresh breakthroughs. However, each squad is led by more matured high noble demons that are of a similar strength to those that work in the palace as personal guards. They all swarm out into their practiced formations and surround the threats in the sky with their backs facing the city they must protect. Soul weapons point up at them, and once all in formation, many even fire off shots. The sky lights up with a bright display of black, purple, cyan, and white light as over 100,000 beams of noble grade and above attacks are sent toward two targets in the sky from every direction. Inside the blinding white lights of two new royals ranking up, the two minds are still not recovered from the massive amounts of memories and inherited power from the white wyvern in the green zone they claimed. So, in this transcendent state of ranking up, they stay half in the trance of their inheritance. It makes the barrage of attacks slamming into their bodies now part of the process. Every single demon attacking them has sworn their allegiance to Lucian Morvale. Over the last 1,000 years in the Cyan Zone, as they waited out the realm wave, they have received their orders and prepared for the sealing. A majority of them have ascended to the position they're in now because within their lifetime, they contributed to the extermination of the wyvern race in the lower realm. The resentment and hatred for this old overseer race is potent in their vibrations, and its intent is multiplied within Abby and Seraphel's minds many times over as they feel these vibrations during such a big change in their systems. The demons don't only stop at one round of attacks, they send more in ruthless succession. In less than a minute, millions of full-powered attacks come flying in from all sides to eliminate these pests from their paradise. The white light of their rank-ups only gets brighter, and the sky lights up with massive amounts of demonic residue from the explosions. On the far side of the Cyan Zone, Lucian uses a highly fortified elevator from the bunker at the bottom of the zone up to his palace with a terrified yet angered expression on his face. The terror comes from the threat the Imperial family head made, telling him that if this problem isn't fixed, he would even seal the Cyan Zone off. Despite his position as the Cyan Zone's family head, he was not alive in the original eras of demons. This mention of a legacy of the creator makes no sense to him, but apparently, that pillar he saw inside their old prison was more meaningful than just another desperate attempt at escaping from that insane ancient demon he locked in there. His anger pours out at Muriel. Even though he's dead, and his killer escaped, he thought at least he would have taken out the Green Zone's other problems with him. How could a wyvern have possibly lived? He mutters to himself as the elevator stops at a floor right below his throne room. Even if there were stragglers, some nobles, or even a high noble, they should have all died out after we took Kelfer. It was their last origin world, Lucian thinks out loud while walking forward into a room with an enormous sleeping dragon at the back of it, trying to piece together how a wyvern possibly got here without triggering the automatic zone shift arrays that allow him to accept or deny new members into the Cyan Zone. The dragon does not bother to wake up, and Lucian doesn't look its way. He just activates a few ether commands and opens up storage systems to pull two soul weapons in his direction. One of them wraps around his left arm like a chain, and the other is a long-handled axe he holds over his shoulder with his right. The demon walks out and back into the elevator. But how could there be a royal? It feels kind of like that white-eyed nuisance, but it isn't him. He must have something to do with this. Lucian grinds his teeth while taking deep breaths and is elevated upward right in front of his throne in the palace room. His royal vibrations are leaking out to an immense degree. Even some of the palace protection protocols are failing, and the closest high noble guard's eyes are turning white from being knocked out cold in a standing position. Lucian just slowly walks forward through the center of all of them, staring off into the cyan clouds of the zone toward his city. he stops at the edge of the palace hall with only clouds below. His widened eyes take in the absurd sight at the far edge of the cyan zone. The intruders glow bright white and are easily withstanding a brutal barrage of attacks from all of the city's guards. In the dark blue zone, tens of thousands of demon-shaped gravity waves surround the battlefield. Maria and I are deep below sea level. But there is no liquid celestial energy in sight. For at least a 200 billion kilometer diameter crater into the sea, the massive pressure from the two of us and the two sentinels is blasting away most of the celestial energy in the zone. In fact, all of the collisions and explosions have been forcing us to absorb more and more divine threads and pure celestial energy into our energy forms, head to toe. We may only be standing at about 500,000 kilometers in our current forms, but our weight in reality is far superior to the Hydra and Tortoise we're battling. Our last attack of 16 fireballs and 5 ice spears collide with our enemies, and they are completely obliterated once again. The lag time between when they disappear from existence and their strange soul bonds triggering their regeneration is more than enough for the stray gravity waves to completely surround us. In a massive circle surrounding this crater, I witness two kinds of demons emerge into my visual range. The front line consists entirely of enormous soldiers. I don't sense any energy forms or ranked up buffs activated, yet they all stand from head to toe easily 10,000 kilometers in height. The moment all of them stop moving, darkness pulses out from beneath their armor, and the full power of their true blue cores radiates into the atmosphere. Dark black demonic essence grows their bodies and soul armor to over double our size. Tens of thousands of demons, each over 1 million kilometers large, point various soul weapons our way. Many have swords, some have axes, clubs, short blades, or unique long-range variations of weapons. Their immense size and their quantity is not the most terrifying or confusing part, it is the vibrations that ripple off them. Every single demon's start of their transformation gave off high noble waves. Extremely strong ones at that, as though they have hit the peak of their strength in this zone. Every single one of them feels so confident and consolidated, as though they have held this strength for millions of years. I feel as though any of them could walk into the rank of a royal if they just tried. However, the moments after their transformations give me insight on why they don't. Royal vibrations ripple out from every one of them, and it seems to infect and take over their wills the instant they reach their full potential. It resonates perfectly with the dark black armor they wear, and every demonic soldier surrounding me gives off the same royal vibration that the Sentinel's owner vibrates with. It is some kind of soulbound merging technique. They have all turned themselves into living weapons, sentinels that can go in and out of a conscious state for their wielder to use them in battle. As this reality creeps into my mind, the second set of demons that stay back behind these soldiers on blocky transportation vehicles all start activating ether commands. They're much smaller demons, less than 5,000 kilometers tall, and their armor is not meant for combat. Many do not even have soul weapons equipped. Bright white lights and spinning arrays burst out from all of them and shoot upward into the sky from each of them. A strong white beam of pure celestial energy follows each of the flare-like signals bursting into the air above this crater. In seconds, a massive birdcage of ether commands forms. All of these demons' commands connect to each other at the center in the sky, and beams of white light shoot straight down into the sea below their feet, connecting to the bottom of the zone. We've been trapped inside. Tens of thousands of massive royal-grade sentinel demons move into formations and close in. Approaching us, at the same time, 32 heads of a hydra reform before my eyes to charge up just as many rust-colored celestial energy beams. A tortoise with bronze glowing eyes opens its beak to attack us back too with greater fury. Maria and I charge up far more attacks and prepare for an all-out war. I push my current form to the absolute max and summon over 100 fireballs, while Maria's angelic form is surrounded by 21 extremely powerful spears of ice. We point them both forward at the monsters, while creating 6 defensive arrays all around us to block any attacks that come from the rear. A case of theft. This story is not rightfully on Amazon. If you spot it, report the violation. At the moment we release these attacks forward, the top of the birdcage dome ripples with a bright white light. 2 orbs of energy come crashing down from the sky and collide with the hydra and tortoise. There is no time to analyze them. Our full-powered attacks just collide with them at the same time this white light ripples through them. The crater in the sea explodes and expands even further, pressing outward to the edges of this cage we've been trapped in. A perfect 350 billion kilometer wide circle has been carved into the sea. The eruption of over 100 balls of fire fills the air in a violent burst of flames. I watch demonic soldiers nearby get incinerated in the blast. Thousands of them. Actually. Their armor is broken and their bodies are burned through before they can even get their attacks off. Some are faster, and beams of white, blue, and black-purple demonic energy collide with our defensive arrays. They're blocked and absorbed just like the Sentinel's attacks before. The demonic energy excess is channeled into me, and Maria and I split the celestial energy absorbed. It looks like these demons are still no match, like they have trapped themselves into certain death. However, the sound of Hydra's roars and a tortoise's screech fills the air even though our attacks made direct hits. Once the residue of the explosive collision fades, these beasts are completely unharmed. Not a single scale or piece of shell on either of them is scratched. Instead, a strange new vibration hits my senses. There is a glossy white light flowing through their entire beings, and it's forcing their celestial energy to rise to the top of their bodies. The stone-like resting states they were in when we first spotted them are going away. Instead, their entire bodies are filling with pure rust-colored and shiny bronze celestial energy. Their eyes fill with life, and for the first time since this battle started, I feel as though I'm looking into the eyes of a real Hydra and ancient tortoise. Their weight in reality multiplies thousands of times over, and space bends deeper around them. My blade hums and gains its hunger back, tugging at my consciousness, trying to tell me something. It feels like it's resonating with something deep inside these creatures. They seem very similar to my sword, like they hold a key legacy of their races deep within them. My eyes widen as I piece this together, but the fact that they blocked our attacks isn't what surprises me most. It is the fact that the thousands of demons that were up close, incinerated by the blast, all start to materialize back into reality. The invisible and unsensible soul tie pulls at my mind again thousands of times near where all these demons died, and they miraculously come back to life, reforming into their perfect battle stances again as though I never killed them. There is a shift in air pressure, and my instincts scream at me to stay on guard. I grab my sword out of its orbit and watch Maria do the exact same thing beside me. We both pull 5% of stats from over 7 billion worlds in an instant, and this paranoid reaction pays off. The moment we point our blades forward, a ripple in space between the two sentinels begins to waver. Out of thin air, another demon reforms into existence, but it isn't one that we killed in the blast. Instead, I feel the aura of a true royal fill the air. It holds no soul weapon and activates no greater form. This royal just floats in the air, holding its two sentinels back with raised hands and stares forward at us with sharp and unwavering white eyes. I am Samir Vanguard, the Dark Blue Zone's royal family head. Lesser race intruders, for making it this far, I admire you. For that, I will grant you the ability to state your last words before I eliminate you here and now. The pressure flowing off his body becomes so intense that even with the emergency stats borrowed, I feel waves of natural intimidation starting to suppress my consciousness. I grip my sword harder and take in the scene to try and identify a weakness before replying. At this exact moment in time, a dragon in the energy-efficient form of a red-haired human stares down through a small hole in the zone floor beneath his feet. There are tall white trees that create a dense forest on every side of him. So deep in this strange land that even after spending 612,780 years here while the realm wave passed, not a single soul managed to sense his presence. This is a special spot only him and a few light elves from the past ever found in this zone long ago. The small hole in space looks down into the lower realm, all the way through every zone below. If he were to take a step forward, he would fall right through into deep space. However, it would be a one-way trip. There are extremely advanced high-quality ether commands keeping this rift stable and permanent. As the dense purple true core spins in Ember's chest, a white wisp of energy watches him from the other side of the rift. Ren speaks up. In a completely natural state without any need for conserving their mortal mind any longer. So what happened? Did they make it out? Ember slowly nods. Yes, they made it out fine. I'd have to start all over if they didn't. The only problem is the Imperials found out they stole the reset key. There's a good chance they're going to destroy everything below us to get it back. The dragon's crimson eyes stare down, watching purple and white lights flash all over the lower realm's expansive galactic plane. The Imperials are releasing their sleeping army left behind from one of the first generations of demons. In the lower realm, dead worlds without a single sign of life remaining on them suddenly begin to glow with white arrays. Other strange pockets of space shrouded in dark black clouds glow purple. These pockets of space are so distant from the life in the origin plane that they have been forgotten with time. Similarly to the demonic realm itself, they cannot be found or traveled to by normal means. All of a sudden, high-quality ether commands that have been lying dormant since the first generation of demons left the lower realm activate. High noble vibrations fill deep space. and millions of bright white demons emerge from these clouds of energy. Each of them is covered in bright white armor and has saturated their muscles, skin, and bones with extremely pure celestial energy. It's an ether purity that is not possible to cultivate in the lower realm's current era. Their true cores are bright yellow and spin in their chests next to dark demon cores. Strange foreign high-quality ether commands surround them and create seals, allowing for an unnatural amount of power to be held inside them. Many of these demons stretch space while they stride forward emotionlessly through the void. Their excess divine energy residue creates pockets of green threads that form once their seals are out of range, leaving massive distortions and huge pockets of dense yellow threads in space once they unravel. These demons are freaks of nature. From a time in this lower realm when the energy density for all life was much higher, in fact, as they all start to split up into smaller squads of a few thousand, they begin moving through small star systems. Any of these massive gravity swells that get too close to red or orange stars within 100 billion kilometers completely destabilize the star systems. The massive explosions don't even faze these killing machines. All they do is continue their march through empty space with straight faces, absorbing the excess celestial energy created from the rapid compression and expansion of low-quality ether, mana, and divine threads in the blasts. They grow stronger as they wander back from the outer edges of the galaxy, moving closer toward the source to eliminate all intelligent life, as they've been ordered to do if they ever wake up. None of these soldiers are close enough to the Rising Emperor's expanding linked worlds, so there are no updates on the worldwide connectivity system warning the general public about it. Emperor watches from high above, but even he cannot make any moves or send warnings to the lower realm just yet. Sending and receiving long-range transmissions in this area of the purple zone is not safe. There is a delicate balance that must be kept for him and Ren to stay unseen. If the Imperials found out he was here right now, it would ruin his plans. However, there is a small disturbance in the lower realm that tips off a certain demon in control of the Vermilion family's tower. Pluto has an empty castle to himself, and his Earth Dragon slowly hovers above all of the massive black thrones in the demonic realm. He is keeping a close eye on the Morvale's troops as they too dwindle over these last few years. Some of the generals from this remaining family have become skeptical of him, as he is the newest and only remaining demon from the Vermilions, yet, those that have challenged him have lost miserably in feats of strength. Even the elite first-class and noble demons raised by the Morvales cannot make Pluto flinch with their auras, despite the fact that he is a commoner. Any attempts to report this to their family head have been ignored. Ever since the last realm wave began, Lucian has not bothered to command his armies in the lower realm any longer. They will all be sealed and forgotten anyway. He does not have the capability of following the same path that most noble demons do. However, his perception of the galaxy and power structures in the lower and upper realms has shifted significantly over the years, and a strange path has been forming in his soul. With 1% of borrowed stats available to him, none of the strongest true cores in the demonic realm can touch his power, and it has slowly built up a healthy ego in this commoner's mind that he too can be a ruler. As a normal day of surveillance and reporting information to Bree goes by, he gets a telepathy message from his dragon. Along with a visual to go with it, one of the dormant towers is showing signs of movement. It's not the vanguards, and it isn't the overseer. All I see is the purple tower. It's glowing. Pluto's eyes widen, and he leaves the Vermilion estate immediately to survey these grounds. He's floated through them many times before, and there was nothing but empty palaces of a forgotten ancient family left behind. In the Cyan Zone, alerts of this very event are blaring in the background of Lucian's system notifications as many of his private armies witness this strange sight in the Imperials' tower too. He completely shuts off all messages coming from the lower realm. The Imperials act fast. They really are going to take them all out. Maybe I should have done the same before I left the lower realm. I wouldn't be dealing with a mistake like this, he murmurs while watching the massive wings of Seraphel grow as his rank up comes to its final stages. Lucian tightens the grip on his two soul weapons and steps forward through the air, unsealing his true royal form without hesitating for a moment longer. This burst of power throughout the zone is the final straw that completes Abby and Seraphel's rank up. Not only are there thousands of high nobles and hundreds of thousands of nobles still sending their full-powered attacks into the glowing white human and wyvern at close range, but now the murderous aura of the very demon that caused the extinction of the wyverns bursts through their minds. The white rank-up light disperses in a shockwave once the rank-up finishes, and both of them grow new celestial bodies far larger than their original forms used to battle in the green zone. As Seraphel's wings flap outward, a massive wingspan over 150,000 kilometers in length, Wider than some of the smaller towers in the cyan city below, the dense cyan core in his chest is so vibrant that it shines through his now white and blue celestial body. The pure white energy making up his soul has risen to the surface, and in every flap of his wings, not only his will, but the inherited will of the white wyvern vibrates throughout the zone. It can be channeled through the last of its kind, and as sharp pressure beams forward at the royal demon flying his way, Seraphel reflexively lets out a guttural roar that puts the entire zone at a standstill. Even high nobles at the edge of the zone in the Cyan Palace feel his pressure and internally fear for their family head. This pulse of cyan, white, and blue light is not the only wave that shocks the realm. Abby receives a new energy form as well, but it is not one that mimics Seraphel's path. In fact, their soul bond is slightly mutated in this rank-up process. It was never formed under the guise of intense emotional connection nor a strong duty to fight alongside each other. It was formed by chance, and an understanding of mutual goals of survival. In this current rank-up, the vulnerability of their paths, souls, and system itself opened up and moved them closer together in some ways, as they must survive together again to defeat these demons. But their paths split in others as memories from the lower realm stream into the immortal healer's mind through her staff. Abby's new energy manifestation grows to a massive size. Over 50,000 kilometers from head to toe, despite a dense cyan core in her chest and the hot white glyphs on her staff stimulating the white celestial energy she inherited from the wyvern moments earlier, the core of the staff that floats around her in a circle still glows green. She feels a warm energy from the inheritance the dead wyvern's bones on Kelfer granted her and feels the sensation her true core's compression consolidated into her soul. Even memories of sparring with Ember in the desert back on the human world echo in her mind, as he would constantly push her limits and speak fondly of her immortal healer's body and the unique restoration skill she has. Something clicks in Abby's mind, and her vibrations shift to grow far more ambitious and rich and raw potential than before. Seraphel may have sparked this legacy with her, as his mission is to preserve the wyvern race, but Abby's wish is far greater, to preserve every race the demons are trying to kill for sport. When her eyes open again, the imagery of a tree flashes in her eyes like a reflection, and a potent green shockwave bursts through the zone. Every single demon surrounding the human and wyvern in the sky dies from the shockwave alone and falls from the sky down into the streets of the Cyan City. Lucian stares at these anomalies that killed his train guards, filled with anger. He activates the chain around his left arm for it to glow white-hot just as he gets within the Cyan City's outer limits. The massive Cyan Core demon is hit with blue and green gravity waves from above his city, yet he sends back a dense pulse of his own royal vibrations to negate all of their mental attacks. His unsealed royal form stands at nearly 1,000,000 kilometers tall, head to toe. The soul armor all over his body is infused with dense cyan threads, white celestial energy, and layers upon layers of his royal vibrations. The chain that glows hotter and hotter white wraps around his left arm, all the way up to his shoulder. It looks like it is squeezing this demon, and asking to be released at the wyvern before it, but Lucian holds back. Instead, he lifts his right hand in the air and raises a dark black and purple two-sided axe. It's completely shifted colors and auras after unsealing his final form, and so have the 6 horns now protruding out from his forehead. The front 2 are the smallest and the brightest white, while the 2 in the middle shine purple with demonic energy, and the final 2 furthest up his head curl backward to protect his skull and even the back of his neck. They are dark black with shimmering purple essence deep within them. The cyan demon's eyes shimmer with this demonic presence for a moment too, and a dark ripple of vibrations fills the air while he swings his axe forward. A black gravity swell in space dense with demonic essence pulses out of it, creating a crescent wider than both Abby and Seraphel's combined greater forms it rockets toward. It looks exactly like the attack an ancient demon used from his black daggers the first time it met Jay and Maria in the ravine. This one is just thousands of times larger without any seals or restraint holding it back. Lucian yells out into the open air while massive ether commands activate below him to project the Cyan City. We cut off all ties for the wyverns to reclaim their legacy. How could you possibly have come here? His tone is angry and assertive, but there is an underlying confidence that instantly washes away the excitement of their successful takedown of all the city guards. There is no time to answer. Instead, Seraphel lets out a burst of white and blue light from his mouth while Abby grabs her staff and creates a massive green defensive array with white glyphs spinning inside it in front of both of them. The wave of blue celestial water bursts through the back of the spinning green circle as though it's a hologram and slams into the center of the black crescent coming their way. It is powerful enough to disrupt its flight path and explode into dismembered shockwaves. The momentum of its demonic essence does not stop coming forward, but the front-facing side of Abby's barrier blocks every single stray source of dangerous essence. It's blown off to the sides, and the intensity of the impact only stimulates her new battle form further. Strange memories begin unlocking in the depths of her mind, and ones that seemingly have nothing to do with wyverns. The connection to the legacy she picked up on Kelfer resonates stronger in her soul. And the imagery of all kinds of races in the lower realm flood into her consciousness. A majority of them are long extinct, ones that she has never seen connected to the worldwide connectivity system before. With all of them, she sees long, beautiful branches of an old tree. It looks to be floating out in the depths of empty space, and she feels as though she's watching time fly by from its perspective, watching many races sit under its branches and fall asleep as more time passes. These memories don't make sense at all, but the more that flash by, the deeper her vibrations' weight in reality becomes, so she allows them to sink into her mind, as the explosion of demonic energy and celestial water disperse and slide off a massive white dome below them that is formed to protect the Cyan City. Lucian yells out again, "At first, I thought you were a human." But no. The vanguards have told me stories about that old race. No wonder we couldn't figure out who was sabotaging us. You're the mastermind, aren't you? A dryad. That's what all the old texts called you, monsters. Abby is confused, as she knows she's a human. However, unconsciously, as she blocked the residue from that strike, the subtle manifestation of growing vines has appeared, wrapping out from her soul energy core to twist up around her shoulders and others down her legs. They sparkle with the same celestial light she manifested the day she awakened her immortal body. Seraphel yells out into the air after seeing Abby's hesitation, "Why did you betray the wyverns? You had a deal. Just like we had with elves once they gave up the overseer's throne. There was never any need for war. We could have lived side by side." He then sends another blue beam of light through Abby's array. Her eyes widen as she realizes these changes, but also creates a counter while the opportunity is open. Her staff pulses with more white and cyan-colored runes, and she uses her celestial great earth magic to create spears of stone all around the outside of this green ring. They burst out and surround the jet of water, streaming green residue behind. Lucian laughs and swings his axe at full strength while bridging the gap to be right above the Cyan City. He lets out a demonic roar and slams his dark soul weapon across his body to completely eliminate all of the attacks sent his way. The shockwave makes the clouds around the Cyan City disperse for over 500 million kilometers in every direction. He yells out again, "Insurance. That was the only reason I was ordered to take you out before our shred of kindness doomed us all. The Fallen One became very friendly in your ranks, and even made deals with the elves." The explosion of demonic essence and celestial energy falls all throughout the zone like a waterfall of celestial energy and stone shrapnel destroyed in the blast. Lucian keeps yelling as he starts swinging his axe about and moving on the offensive rather than just testing their strength with warning shots. The dragon that betrayed us over and over again, forcing us to protect ourselves in the upper realm. You know, those stories of a dryad I mentioned, the ones the vanguards spoke of. The only reason I was told such sensitive information about an overseer before the Hydras, or the Great Tortoise clans, it's because of the old legend that went with it. One of the original demon's generations came across a dryad's tree in the lower realm. Some say it was far out in deep space, near the edges of the galaxy where no one could find it. Others say it was near civilized worlds, but was moved closer to the source over time. Some even think it's the source itself. They believed as long as one member of a fallen race stayed connected to this tree, touching its roots, that all of its fellow brothers and sisters would be preserved with eternal life once the tree withered. Until now I believed this was just a metaphor, meaning certain races could somehow be preserved and entered into the system's database to spawn new worlds after the reset, but maybe the tree was real. Lucian doesn't let up, and sends a dozen demonic long-range axe attacks at Abby and Seraphel from all sides. The Royal is larger and more powerful, but he is not faster. He uses strange preset ether commands in the airspace of the Cyan City to get better angles and move with ether commands faster than his natural body should be able to. Abby spawns 6 runic circles on all sides of them, creating a box. It blocks all attacks coming in, but Seraphel is able to send attacks out as though the barriers aren't even there. Abby sends waves of earth spears outward too. Throughout the explosions, neither the human nor wyvern are touched, but a few spears manage to nick Lucian's armor, and Seraphel lands a solid hit on his right leg after breaking through one of the Cyan City's ether command structures to slow his movement speed. This doesn't seem to bother Lucian, as he still rants loudly, charging up the chains around his left arm brighter, and relentlessly countering back with his axe. Some races would fight amongst each other beneath the tree to claim a root for themselves. while others share roots in harmony. However, there is one race that the tree rejected. When a demon came to claim its stake in the tree of life, it was turned down because it refused to submit to the tree's will. The demon tried to plead with the tree, but it always responded with the fact that it was not good enough. There was something missing. A soul bond that refused to rest under the lush leaves of this tree. The demon looked up at these leaves filled with vitality, and saw its dragon flying in circles far above. It called for it to come down day after day as more races filled in the tree's roots and solidified their futures in harmony, but the dragon would not come flying down. In fact, it began releasing an aura to poison the tree. More and more days passed, and fewer new races came to live beneath this dying tree. Once it withered away, its vitality and all the life with it rested in the base of its roots. The dragon swooped down right in front of the demon and grabbed this seed with its front claws. It flew away alone, off into the darkness to plant a new tree. The chains around Lucian's left arm twist, squeeze, and glow so bright it almost outshines the rest of his aura. The end of the chain creeps around his shoulder and down into his chest, locking in toward his chest and drilling deep into his divine core and royal demon core, connecting deeply to his soul. He begins sending off dozens, then hundreds of demonic axe strikes, filling the air with dark residue. For billions of kilometers the cyan clouds clear out, even revealing the bottom of the entire zone, so if I do kill you out of spite, it is out of necessity. If demons are left behind, we can only die as a race, never to be included in a new reset. So, we will do what any cornered beast does, and choose self-preservation above all else. We shall seal the upper realm without any more legacy races getting in our way. Seraphel has managed to do some damage on his other leg as well, and even lands a hit on the royal's mid-torso. Abby even gets a few of her earth spears lodged into his right shoulder to slow his axe swings. And a few in his lower back, but he doesn't even react. The demon's eyes stay calm as his chains glow peaks in luminosity and he throws the curved blade-like attachment at the end of it forward. It bursts through the air so fast, it makes the axe strikes look like party tricks. In fact, it slips through one of Abby's defensive arrays, leaving a strange invisible shockwave behind, as though the physical manifestation of a soul bond is covering its outer edges. The white blade on a chain flies straight past Abby's shoulder faster than she can see, and it pierces through Seraphel's chest. It stops right in the center of the blue wyvern's soul energy core, and the battlefield goes into a total standstill. Lucian has let go of this chain that was wrapped around his arm, but it is still connected to his chest. Seraphel's eyes widen as he feels his soul bond starting to be manipulated, as now a heavy white chain of celestial energy connects his chest directly to that of a royal family head. Samir Vanguard floats between his two monstrous sentinels in his base form after giving Maria and me the offer to say our final words. There is only silence in the air as I watch every last one of the demonic soldiers that were caught up in the blast reform back into perfect versions of themselves like they were never killed in the first place. All of their personal high noble vibrations have been drowned out. It's like tens of thousands of royal demons have surrounded us. The pressure coming off the rust-colored hydra and bronze tortoise is the most strange, as whatever those white orbs in the sky were, they stimulated something to emerge deep within them. It's like their true celestial energy was being held back during our initial clash, and now it's been lifted out of their souls up to their bodies that stretch tens of billions of kilometers in size. The royal vibrations that hold their souls together are undoubtedly coming from the family head floating between them. My full royal vibration imbued celestial energy powered all-seeing eyes, and every perception perk I can muster is activated. But there is nothing abnormal I can sense. If anything, trying to peer deeper into my enemies now only has me more confused. They have layers of strange invisible gravity weighing down their armor where no energy or mass appears to be. Both the sentinel and a thick layering inside the family head's armor, head to toe. It's that same feeling I get when looking at soul ties, and what is triggered each time they regenerate. The Imperials said the Creator's legacy was taken. But I don't sense its presence on either of you. The Fallen One isn't here either, so it must be those intruders in the Cyan Zone that claimed it. Samir comments again to break the silence, then, with no warning, another shockwave fills the air. All I witness is a small shift in some stacked ether arrays all over his armor, but the subtle shift in every single royal's vibrations around me makes it clear he's unsealing his bloodline. The thought that our current forms, and 5% of stats from 7 billion worlds, was only enough to withstand his presence in a base state sends a shiver through my soul. It's shared with Maria, and we don't hesitate to release our strongest forms as well. An unfathomable amount of spinning white glyphs and strange runes activate all over Samir's armor, allowing it to expand with him as his body grows. 2 massive black horns grow out from the sides of his head, and 1 smaller horn in the center. However, his armor is too thick and covers everything else, head to toe, to make out any other features. I can't see if he is even smiling, nor the hue of his skin. The dark armor covering him becomes infused with the countless spinning arrays, and takes on a white tint, but it mainly glows dark blue. Celestial energy that feels like another full celestial sea, like the one around us, flows through his armor. A very light, faint purple glow reflecting his demonic essence blends with the white arrays, but the majority of this royal demon's true unsealed form is just as blue as the zone. White glowing eyes peer out through tiny slits in the armor, and radiate a complex aura of an ancient king. It vibrates as though he is not only the ruler of this zone but the one that watched it become inhabited in the first place. He views reality around him very differently. In fact, he sees these 2 human intruders from tens of thousands of angles. Samir is the god of the sentinels that have been conquered by his aura, and turned into living weapons. They are a part of his soul, and are entirely aligned with his will. The resonance of all of the soul bonds that grow in power once he reaches his final form all bounce off each other to become stronger. All of the arrays stop expanding once Samir's armor grows to be easily 2 billion kilometers in height. From horns to boots, he is just as large as one of the Hydra's heads he floats beside. However, the new presence he gives off makes him feel so much more massive. The invisible aura in the air makes the air thick, and gravity all throughout this artificial birdcage of ether commands bends toward this true royal family head of the dark blue zone. It almost makes everything else before us fade away into irrelevance, like this demon has cast a shadow of dominance into the air, making it the only sight to be seen. I'm activating my own true royal form while this sensation flows through me. It's almost as though everything in my vision has gone black. I pull another 55% of borrowed stats, bringing the total I hold up to 60%, and let my celestial fire burst out from my soul. I don't constrain my corruption to stay bonded to my fire either, I let it flow as it wishes. Then finally, allow the inner depths of my soul, bonded with my royal vibrations, to finally manifest itself in physical form. A true royal sacred body blooms out from deep within me. This eruption of power sends a white shockwave bursting through the birdcage, powerful enough to push back this black aura of mental domination Samir has tried to push onto me. Pure white muscles burst out from my armor, and my soul continuously repairs it as interwoven patterns of muscles, tendons, and bones keep growing out from every cell in my body. I activated this form before, but it was when I was fighting Muriel in the green zone, and was hacked down to nothing but fractured cores and a shaky foundation of high noble vibrations with no true idea where my path was really taking me. Now, I can feel my base body deep within my soul, and my noble human form strengthening it and growing its weight in reality stronger. I even feel my royal form, saturated with my celestial fire and corruption, keeping my mind and soul aligned on my path. This flesh alone stands at 1 kilometer in height, far larger than a 2-meter tall human. However, there is also a greater energy form that pulls all of the mana from my surroundings, and uses the system itself to strengthen my mind and energy manifestation. My astral form pulls on every single area combined to cement my being in reality with divine threads, and is even stimulated by my ether base. My sacred body interprets all of these factors as combined parts of my soul, and uses all of the celestial energy in my soul energy core to create the strongest manifestation it can. An unfathomable amount of links of loyalty from the lower realm and green zone provide energy-rich nutrients to push this form even further, and it is all tethered together by my new confidence of walking the path of a true royal. The darkness around me is pushed back, and I feel a sparkle of light pulling at my soul beside me as Maria bursts outward to push Samir's mental attack away too. The mental imagery of a perfect spiral, emulating a golden ratio, getting larger and larger from her soul is all I see at first. It glows with trails of sparkling source resin and bright royal blue ice. Every spiral rotation, an exponentially larger number of cores stack and contract together to pulse outward and release more of her celestial energy and royal vibrations into reality. I see her far surpass the number of cores from earlier, hitting 4,181, then after a few more spirals pass, 28,657, and finally once her aura begins bursting through the darkness, she stops at 196,418 cores. Her newest ranked up buff, Archangel's Celestial Body, activates the instant she stops summoning new cores. Maria then pulls an additional 20% of stats, bringing her total up to 25%. Nearing almost all of the available stats on her 30% pool using her Rising Empress Override perk. Her eyes glisten with a pure reflective rainbow light as they are filled with source resin, and this shimmering aura covers her wings and sword in her grasp. the rest of her angelic body hums with a bright white and royal blue icy glow. All of her soul armor has shifted and reformed to suit this enormous angelic form, and everywhere that source resin sparkles, an invisible weight starts to affect reality. It bends space all throughout her sword, wings, and even creates invisible arrays of waves bursting out from her eyes in the depths of her mind, at the same time as my sacred body reforms to create my true royal sacred form with pristine white radiance too bright to even look at. There are streams of crimson celestial fire and dark black corruption that spin around me in a liquid state, orbiting just like my sword would before. They shimmer and hum with a new level of power, as they've been affected by this sacred body evolution too. Similar to soul weapons growing outside my body, these streams of pure liquid power fall back and toward me, reforming over my armor, and creating another layer of outer protection and easily accessible power. It begins to weave into the outer layers of my sacred body. The red and black manifestation of my paths cover me again, to form the manifestation of enormous horns, but leaving the human features on every other part of my body. The cave drawings from deep within the ravine flash in my mind, of a half-demon and void creeper angel as the sight before me sinks in. My soul sword pulses with hunger. It feels as though its stomach has just growled, and with such pressure, that it creates a wave of gravity using a power source I didn't know I could wield. It's the same invisible energy coming off of Maria's eyes, wings, and sword. Both of us float in the air nearing 1 billion kilometers head to toe, and do not flinch at all when Samir Vanguard and all of his strongest royal forces declare us their enemies. I yell back. I think you're mistaken. We cannot be killed that easily. Samir, as you gave us the honor, I'll give it back to you. Do you have any last words? The air within this 500 billion kilometer wide birdcage becomes so heavy that anything less than a full-fledged royal family head would die by now if they got anywhere near the aura. So many different energy types are bursting through the air, blending physical reality with abnormal bends in space and vibrations, testing the strength of the others. Will, Samir yells back, impossible. Humans, with the capacity to wield the powers of the primordials, far more white spinning arrays form around this demon's armor as he raises an empty palm and points it our way. I have no idea what a primordial is, but considering the invisible aura both myself and Maria have just tapped into was not present before. And I'm watching it grow in potency all over this demon's raised palm. This is the power in question, although I feel it only in my blade at the moment. Its weight connects to my soul, but I don't feel the source of it coming from there. Nor do I get the feeling Maria has summoned it any differently than me. Her connection to this power is tethered to that sparkling source resin that has merged with her soul through her sword. What we do know for sure is that we have to act fast. We summon a ball of pure celestial energy powered by explosive royal vibrations in between us and make sure the energies react fast and violently. The blast from this stunt sends us flying over 100 billion kilometers away from each other. Just in time to watch a pulse of white light shoot out from Samir's palm. It appears to just be a glowing ball of celestial energy, but that is truly only what can be seen on the surface. It is only the residue from the activation of some kind of command deep within his armor. The actual attack is completely invisible. It is like a sphere of gravity was just shot our way, and the only instincts I had were to run and not face it head on. Even in my current state, it makes me grin, and I can feel ambitious icy cold vibrations echoing through the birdcage from Maria mimicking my excitement. She yells out to reply to Samir's refusal of my offer. Sounds like you're not planning on dying either. Too bad. She swings her soul sword across her body and flaps her wings during the follow-through. A sparkling white reflective crescent of ice flies forward. It's bright and flashy, but deep within it, the same invisible weight makes it the most dangerous attack I've ever laid my eyes on. This stirs something in my soul, like a friendly competition. My sword reacts to it, grumbling with hunger again and tugging on my soul to let it try that too. I nod inwardly, set my sights on this demon, and swing my blade across my body with everything I have too. A monstrous pressure washes through me, as the weight of my soul ties from every single link of loyalty I've made in the lower and upper realms feels as though it's being stimulated. And every single power multiplier in this larger manifested sacred body adds weight to it as well. Invisible strings of weight all flow into my sword as a crescent of bright red fire flies out from it, making it simultaneously the most flashy, yet most hidden deadly attack I've ever thrown myself. It feels like the souls of every single world I'm connected to are tied to this attack, and what I see next makes my eyes widen with disbelief. Samir doesn't move at all to dodge, like we did. Instead, the tens of thousands of royal demon soldiers floating around us get in the way of our attacks. They throw themselves in front of the line of fire like this is all a game, like following orders is more important than living itself. Each of them activates massive white ether defensive arrays, and this manages to block a lot of the celestial fire and icy residue from our attacks. However, the more potent invisible weight at their cores overwhelms these royal guards completely. They are only fragments of Samir's soul. Even the borrowed power they have from their wielder is nowhere near enough to block what we've thrown. I watch tens of thousands of demons be disintegrated on the spot once the core of my attack hits them. The same goes for Maria's attack. They can withstand the fire and ice for a moment, but the instant their aura is put in a one-on-one battle against ours, it's like they are deleted entirely from existence. Tiny amounts of the weight are lifted from our attacks for every demon we kill, and by the time the blue and red crescent are about to hit Samir, his loyal sentinel beasts put their necks on the line for him too. Quite literally, the Hydra lets out a roar from all 32 of its heads, but only moves forward with one in front of Samir. The tortoise jumps forward and turns its glistening bronze shell our way. The celestial energy that fills the entire birdcage is so intense and explosive, it would have carved a crater 1 trillion kilometers wide in the sea. But that isn't the unfathomable part about this clash, it is the eruption of this invisible, intangible aura that collides. It is deeper than souls, more complex than vibrations, and on a far different plane than just real celestial energy. It almost has the same pressure and gravity as divine energy, but there is no mass or proof of its existence that I can see. It is so strange, yet as I feel these weights collide and destroy each other, I start to understand it better. Unexpectedly, memories start flashing through my mind. Somehow, they're from the point of view of a Hydra's head. I start getting flashes of a war in this blue zone, from an extremely long time ago. I see not only this Hydra in its original 5-headed form, but thousands of others. They all send beams of orange and red-colored celestial energy into the air, fighting dragons and demons attacking this zone through demonic rifts opening and closing from the Cyan zone. It's an all-out war. There are citadels floating in the sky, bases of operations floating in the sea, but oddly, there is far less celestial energy here in the zone. It looks like whatever happened here was far from the end of this zone's history. I even see silhouettes of other races far off in the background of these flashing images, of tortoises fighting the demons too, and even light elves in the mix. None of the demons can be identified in these flashing images, but I get a general idea it must have been an army associated with the vanguards, or possibly even predecessors. It's hard to tell. A loud bang breaks me out from my flashes, as Samir's attack slams into the birdcage at the back of this prison array. It may look like there are tens of millions of kilometers of space between each white pillar, but in reality, there is the same invisible weight creating a dome. I see no weaknesses, nor do I have the mental capacity to even understand what a weakness in this strange new power would look like. Yet, I do see where these flashing memories have come from. As the residue clears, the Hydra's head I managed to attack has been destroyed completely. There is a gash through the top side of the bronze tortoise's shell too. They glow red and blue, but there are invisible scars much deeper than what it looks like on the surface. I can feel these monsters trying to regenerate, but they won't budge. Samir doesn't react. He only puts his other hand up and moves both arms to face his palms in opposite directions toward us. He yells out again, "This does not make any sense. Humans, with a legacy at least the potential ranking of a past overseer. That's the other way you could hold this much weight." The demon's head turns toward me. "You have an amplifier. It's starting to awaken, so that's how you can wield this power." He shifts his head toward Maria, "But you have none of the legacy race's aura within you. You don't hold the Dryad's legacy, and they were the only overseers before the Tortoise clan. You're not an originator, that is certain. But what are you? Your path, it does not make any sense." The only possible answer would be, no. Was I wrong? Could two humans really have claimed the Creator's legacy? This royal demon's aura shifts, and for the first time, I watch his pupils grow smaller. He is genuinely confused, questioning everything he knows, but that ripple in emotions only lasts a fraction of a second. Millions of arrays start spinning around his armor, and he instantly calms down and regains focus. I watch some of the closest royal demonic soldiers around him start to slowly reform out of nothing, from thin air. However, a large amount that were incinerated in the most powerful portion of our attacks are not growing back. Neither are the wounds we landed on the sentinels. Samir goes on the all-out full attack. Both of his palms start flashing with dozens of pulses of bright white light, and the birdcage gets filled with invisible deadly attacks. My gaze locks onto many prizes, some being the memories I may gain from the other Hydra heads, and others being the secrets hidden inside this family head himself. I don't believe for a second this is all the power he wields. Unlike Muriel, this family head is aligned with the rulers at the top. I get the feeling he is an asset, not just a tool. With a grin, I let massive detonations of celestial energy beneath my feet send me forward through the invisible death maze in the sky. I start charging up my blade again, to prepare for my counter. Every step in the air forward into this deadly battlefield makes my smile grow wider. As much as I enjoyed putting that ancient demon in its place in the ravine, it wasn't really even a close or fair fight at all. The seals in that strange dark abyss made it even more unsatisfying, yet, as dozens of invisible attacks that could easily kill me if they hit me straight on before I figure out how this energy source works, it fills my vibrations with ambition. My soul soared dense space even deeper than it did with my last attack, desperately wishing to enjoy the thrill of a real fight just as much as me. A trail of red flames is left in my wake as I twist and turn my body through the orbs of death in the air. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch Maria brimming with the same energy, flapping her wings and getting closer to our target as well. As loud bangs begin to shake the birdcage, signifying the first wave of missed attacks, I yell out to gauge what exactly this family head knows, and what else he can tell me that I don't. Of course it's possible. We claimed the Creator's legacy in order to leave the Imperial's prison. I've killed 2 royal demons before, you're no different. I'll do it again. Then I send a full-powered attack his way, but give it a slight curve off from his center of mass. The same stun of his soldiers jumping in front of the blast plays out, but there are less than half of them still standing after the last attack. So I watch 2 Hydra's heads lunge forward to get in its way. It wouldn't be the first time the legacy was claimed, it is just inopportune timing. That is all. Samir replies, a massive burst of various energy waves ripple through the air, and both heads of the Hydra that move to block are obliterated. A wave of ice collides with the tortoise's shell on the demon's opposite side, but he still does not seem fazed. In fact, he yells out even before the residue clears, billions, no. Hundreds of billions of times, actually. Claiming it is one thing, but actually fulfilling the Creator's legacy has become somewhat of a myth to us that started our reign in the demon's first generation. Destiny this. The fate of the system that. I'm sure the Fallen One has fed you all sorts of lies. After all, betraying his own kind for eternity has only worn him out. Figures he'd try planting seeds in other races' heads as a last resort. Samir laughs out loud, and my mind becomes split, interpreting his words, but also absorbing the memories from the Hydra's heads I just destroyed. The all-out war I gained glimpses of before starts to rush back into my mind, this time in far more clarity. And on a much broader timeline, many years, decades, centuries, millennia pass and the war rages on. Demons continue to arrive from the Cyan Zone and relentlessly attack the civilizations peacefully living here. At first, the Hydras were obliterating the demonic forces, holding them off, and even creating safe citadels where citizens could live out their lives while the war continued to go on. However, once millions of years began to pass, and the spurts of demons that arrived here began growing stronger in raw talent, citadels started to be targeted and struck down into the sea. One after another, they all began to fall, and armies of demons claimed their stake in this zone, creating their own citadel and a place to rest and cultivate warriors to fight back. I can feel the end of this glimpse of memories fading, but I can tell it's nowhere near the end of this war. That wasn't enough. I mutter under my breath, looking at the remaining 29 heads of potential memories, but also seeing that Samir's eyes have changed again. He's realized I'm gaining something from destroying these heads. Samir shifts his stance and moves his aura in front of the Hydra before sending back a counter of erratic pulses of invisible aura from his palms. As I react and blow up massive balls of celestial energy beneath my feet to move fast enough to dodge and gain new positioning, I realize something about the memories I just gained. I could feel the vibrations in the air, and the energy purity. The celestial energy and divine threads were all very similar to the current day. The vibrations were almost all high nobles. The demons, and those local to the zone. However, there is one thing that wasn't present. This invisible energy that Samir referred to as the power of the primordials, to act while he's still transitioning his stance and positioning. I burst all the way to the far left side of the birdcage, and release a strike that would force him to either let the Hydras take another blow or risk getting hit. There are not enough soldiers left to lessen the blow. My grin widens as I feel this demon hesitate and revert back to his natural angle. Not only allowing for my attack to land on his Hydra, but unguarded, as he needs to move upward to avoid Maria's attack coming from the other side, in a violent collision of fire. Ice, rust, and bronze, serious damage is dealt upon our enemies, for whole heads are disintegrated by the blast, and the tortoise's shell cracks near its back leg, beginning to seep into its flesh. making the bronze hue of one of its feet start to turn sparkling white and blue, yet deep within, an invisible pressure seems to be cornering this sentinel's soul, even affecting Samir's next decision. I watch him aim his palm downward, and one of the invisible orb bursts collides directly with the infected area of the bronze monster. Its entire back leg and injured area of shell is deleted as a half-moon-shaped hole is left in space where it was hit. He sends a relentless counter at Maria, forcing her to stop advancing and spend most of her energy dodging, yet he turns his head toward me and raises his other palm. The two of you are strong, I'll give you that. One of the current generations of demons could never stack up to this raw talent. But you're still 100 million years too young to challenge someone like me. If that fallen one was with you today, maybe you'd have a chance, like he did once before. I watch far more glyphs and arrays start swirling around Samir's armor, and they all shift down toward the one palm pointing my way. The gravity in his one hand feels like his entire body, mind, and soul have been compressed into a tiny point. The rest of his body is visible to my eyes, but my senses are telling me it is an illusion. Like reality itself has forgotten about the rest of his body for a moment, consecutive bursts of invisible energy begin shooting out of his palm, flying at me from impossible angles that shouldn't exist. Or at least, their direct flight paths don't compute perfectly with my current depth of understanding. I sense his true royal vibrations intent as a base to all of this, and feel the sense that he wanted me to exploit the opening he created to get me close enough to try this. As I start to channel my energy to move and counter, the memories of the 4 Hydra heads I just destroyed rush into my mind. The war gets far more complicated. Not only are the Hydras being suppressed and pushed out of their own zone, the Tortoise clan that claimed a small stake in this zone to live in harmony after stepping down as overseers long ago, they're beginning to be targeted by the demons too. Millions more years pass, and the only forces truly capable of holding these demons off become the Light Elves. Yet they are not confrontational, nor ready for high casualty battles if attacked directly. They create arrays that shield citadels from the demons' reign long enough for them to back off or be killed by the native monsters. They do not look very different than the birdcage I'm in now. However, this strategy only works for as long as either side can wait. The current race in power is only getting weaker, and the demons being funneled up to the blue zone are only getting stronger. I watch in awe as the total destruction of the blue zone occurs, not in a grand all-out battle to finish the war, but in a slow and painful decay. There is only one main citadel remaining, covered in so many arrays of light elves. It looks like it will be another few million years before they're worn down. Hydras and tortoises surround this citadel, protecting all they have left, while demons and their dragons continue breaking through from the cyan zone up here to surround their prey. Just as I'm about to see what happens, the memory's strength begins to fade. And I realize something strange. A soul tie is forming between my sword and the owner of these memories. My mind is just the vessel that happens to be gaining the benefits. They're being given willingly, not forcefully absorbed. My eyes widen as I stare into the Hydra's remaining 25 heads and see new depth in its aura. A depth that certainly wasn't here before this fight began. The weight of my sword grows again, as it feels like it's growing more wise, resonating with another semi-awakened amplifier for the first time. This doesn't solve the immediate danger, however, and I don't believe I'll make it out unscathed. I've fallen into Samir's trap, so I use all of my strength and speed to avoid the bulk of his barrage sent my way. However, I'm too close, and his attack is too unique and unreadable. Despite twisting, turning, and launching myself out of the way and into the sky, I feel 2 of his invisible death orbs make direct contact with my royal sacred body. One of the invisible attacks just barely grazes my leg, while the other hits my left arm from the shoulder all the way down to the fingers. The feeling is like nothing I've ever felt before. It's like I'm being deleted. Despite all of my defenses being on full power, summoning barriers in front of the closest attacks, and fortifying my own armor and protective energy, these attacks break through me with almost no resistance at all, just like the attacks I've been throwing at the Hydra's heads. My flesh disintegrates instantly. I activate my celestial self-regeneration and send bursts of celestial fire through the wounded areas, but it doesn't work as expected. I don't feel anything at all. Nothing is regenerating. Fear enters my mind, but I push it out because execution is necessary while I still have some momentum. I don't back down any further and send a direct attack right back while I'm still close enough to be dangerous. While activating everything in my artillery may give me a few more moments to think, such as creating massive distractions like a wave of dark mist or unique skills to suppress the enemies from all sides using body doubles, I can feel it would be a waste of energy. Spreading my resources too thin throughout this whole birdcage would be opening me up to far too many openings. My celestial energy isn't potent enough to keep the same necessary strength hundreds of billions of kilometers away. Truthfully, even when I try to activate wind magic or additional aids to speed up my movements, I don't feel any of this primordial aura being summoned with them. Right now, the only way I can activate it is by concentrating heavily on my sword. Maria sees my position and creates a distraction for me. Instead of aiming down at the tortoise, she sends her next attack straight at Samir's head. It curves in at him, with his only options being to block or move out of my way. As explosions burst through the back of this birdcage following the 24 invisible attacks that didn't manage to hit me, Maria's slash forces Samir to dodge, leaving my crescent of flames to burn through 6 Hydra's heads in a single strike. Both of us fly backward to gain a better position and assess the damage, but this royal demon's weight in reality grows even deeper. What should have been a safe distance before feels like we're right in the crosshairs again somehow. The space between us bends, making it feel as though the distance is shortened. My brain tries to understand the impossibility before it, but also grabs new memories from this great war. I can feel a pressure within them now that certainly was not there during the day I'm watching on the battlefield. I feel the presence of another soul viewing these memories, and it feels hungry like the blade in my hand. In the long-lost past of this zone, it appears the demons cornered every last Hydra and tortoise into surrounding and defending their last citadel, and the light elves are in the very center creating all of the defensive arrays and long-range protective protocols. Despite the demons being relentless and meticulous, the natives of this zone hold their own for millions more years. This is the Dark Blue Zone. Any monsters that have made it up that far are special and talented. It will never be easy, yet, the demons are a renewable resource, being constantly trained, sacrificed, and pulled from the lower realm. The native forces slowly dwindle. They even begin breaking through the citadel's elven defenses, one demonic generation at a time, breaking their power down and their spirit to keep on defending while facing certain doom. It is not a matter of if anymore, it is when. However, as the final defenses are being broken through, and there are less than 100,000 dark blue cord elves holding the arrays together, something strange happens. In the final wave of demons that were meant to finish off this zone, there is a traitor in the batch. A demon and dragon burst through the fabric of the zone, leading the charge, one of the very rare royal demons that occasionally appear. It looks like the strongest one to appear in this war yet, but as it charges its mouth up with white flames and gets close enough to the first layer of ether defenses, it swoops upward and burns its own soul-bonded demon alive, leaving nothing but barely living cores remaining to fall into the celestial sea. Before anyone can react, this rogue dragon with crimson eyes burns his whole army as well. The flames are translucent, but if looked at with the right angle, they shimmer white, like a mix between fire and acid. I recognize those flames well, they're embers. I've seen them many times before, but never through these eyes. There is a pressure in these memories that cannot be explained. No other lifeforms have it, but these flames do. It's this primordial aura. I try to look deeper, but the burst of memories starts to fade again. I still don't have the full picture, yet, when I come back to, I can feel my arm again, as well as the injury in my leg, not perfectly, but it feels like static, kind of like circulation has been cut off, but something deep within me just loosened the valve of energy just enough to feel a trickle. Specks of my flesh begin to grow back, and I can't help but laugh and yell back to Samir, "Good shot." "But what was that you said? If the fallen one was here, we could beat you? Does that mean you met him and lost in the past?" "I doubt that is the truth if you're still breathing." This royal demon's eyes shift with surprise again, not at my petty taunt, but at the fact that my true royal sacred body is regenerating despite being hit. Maria is not caught up in our quarrel and strikes in the moment of hesitation, already counting on where Samir's move would be after dodging the last. Half of the glistening white and rainbow sparkling crescent is eaten up by the barrage of attacks sent our way, but a part of it still lands, hitting his right leg from the knee down at the last moment of his turn. The explosive sounds of his missed attacks hitting the walls of this cage seem like calm raindrops compared to the explosion on his leg. I've never seen so many ether commands activate in a single place at once. My eyes are wide open as I see damage being dealt, but also soak in the knowledge of these complex arrays stripped apart in front of my senses on full blast. Samir's armor is torn through, and an icy gash digs into his lower leg. A small portion of the cut is deleted from reality, just like the attack I received. Yet, in real time, I watch it heal back up hundreds of times faster than my wounds, though I do see deeper and get another hint as to where this primordial aura is coming from. The pathways healing him do not come directly from his soul either, they're anchored to the armor set he wears, as well as the sentinels by his sides. There are heavy soul ties holding them together. And it's not just for show. For some reason, he needs them. My gaze tightens more to find another angle to attack as he yells back to me. I said almost. The fallen one didn't win against me, He just didn't lose. You don't have the resources to leave before it's too late. So I'll show you what I should have done from the start. The eyes beneath this armored demon stop glowing, instead, they grow heavy with invisible energy. Samir's armor starts turning to liquid, and both of the sentinels begin roaring and screeching into the air, as though they're in pain. Yet one noise echoes above them all, Samir's laugh. In the cyan zone, Lucian Morvale is laughing too. He's managed to bypass Abby's defensive arrays with ease, slipping right through them using some invisible aura to cover his blade on a chain and drive it deep into Seraphel's soul. Instead of killing him on the spot, it seems this weapon has linked Seraphel and Lucian at the chest, and Abby is caught in the middle of it. The white chain is pulled tight, and it begins to soak with a blue celestial glow. As the wyvern's soul starts to be pulled through it, the enormous wyvern is helpless, facing a strange aura he has never felt before. He cannot even pinpoint where it is, or how it's draining his life force. His celestial body starts to shrink, and the chain connecting him and Lucian becomes over halfway blue, and gets larger by the second as his energy nears the demon's soul. At first, Abby is terrified and feels as though she let Seraphel down by not creating a strong enough barrier, but the wyvern creates a mental link with her and shares his system spectate view down to every last particle he perceives and emotion he feels. Simultaneously, the immortal healer does the same and opens up the general stat and skill borrowing interface in her mind. Abby's first response to this attack is to send as many full-powered spears of earth at the chain's links that are still white, but this area shrinks as more blue light gets closer to Lucian's chest. All of the attacks she throws are instantly eaten up by the invisible force that easily pierced through her defensive arrays without even making a ripple or distortion in them. Even the pressure in the air starts getting too intense. Her physical body is not being hurt, but her mind is fully aware of the strength radiating outward. Abby tries to send attacks at the demon himself, but without Seraphel attacking with her, the pre-built ether commands above this city make his movement speed too fast to hit. Abby watches Seraphel's soul drip all the way through the chain and touch Lucian's chest as he yells out, dominating the sky, "I will accept this price for ruining my good standing with the Imperials. You've made a fool of me for breaking into my zone when we were about to seal it." The last wyvern and his legacy will do just fine as an apology. Abby's mind is split, taking in all of the strange sensations of this dryad's legacy, while simultaneously feeling Seraphel's soul bond being altered, and in turn, she is beginning to be suppressed as well. Lucian's strength is overwhelming, and the chain linking their souls appears to be permanent. Abby has instinctively gained a massive amount of complex array and glyph manipulation knowledge from her staff. Despite not knowing what the invisible weight around it is, she can tell that this chain is permanent and will not disappear until one of them is dominated entirely. She pulls a full 5% of borrowed stats from over 7 billion worlds and yells back at Lucian, piercing through Seraphel's roars, "That will not happen. Lucian, the destroyer of lesser races, today you will die. We will reclaim the energy you stole to the lower realm, and protect those left in it from the demons." The vines all over her immortal healer's form glow brighter, and sparkle with a shimmering light that makes her aura gain this invisible weight, only around the leaves wrapping around her arms and legs. Abby does not notice these effects. Her gaze is held only on Lucian and Seraphel's struggle. The air pressure shifts again, and Abby starts to charge up a spear of earth with vines growing down her palms to wrap around the attack. However, Seraphel speaks through their telepathy link in an urgent tone, "I've got this, focus on what is behind you." The blue wyvern's stats have been synced with Abby's the instant this power rushes into her. They rush into Seraphel as well. His celestial body stops shrinking. In fact, the blue soul in the chain begins moving backward, and he starts growing again. With a spear aimed at the chain, ready to fire, Abby trusts his words and turns around. Another roar fills the skies. A bright cyan-colored dragon, over 1,000,000 kilometers long, comes soaring in from the direction of the Grand Palace, peeking out of the clouds on the other side of the zone. It has hundreds of high noble demons surrounding it on every side. The instant Abby turns, a beam of pure cyan threads rockets out from its mouth, but with far more gravity than they should. She releases her special spear directly into the beam of energy, and Lucian yells down at Seraphel, "What do you think you're doing? A wyvern, defying the will of a royal family head. I can understand if a lingering dryad was looking to reclaim the throne, but your race was never meant to be in the overseer's seat in the first place. You must not know what really happened if you still can hold on with this much pride." The demon and wyvern's eyes are locked on each other, and the chain begins to glow white again near the demon's chest as Seraphel has pulled his soul out of Lucian's body. Seraphel's will has gained a massive boost, and his aura clashing with this demon's shows that. But the fact that a so-called lesser race has bested him in a feat of soul strength only angers and pushes him further. the whole sky becomes dented and distorted in royal vibrations clashing, and swirls of foreign energies. Above it, even further, a spear of earth covered in vines slices through a celestial dragon's strongest attack imbued with primordial aura. It is split down the middle, and the vines on Abby's spear erupt outward to begin draining away all of the excess energy from the explosions in the blast. It is not just the extremely compact divine threads, but the potent invisible primordial aura as well. Many of the high noble demons surrounding this dragon are caught up in the blast, and as Abby's vines burst through them, they seem to just be green holographic leaves. For a moment on impact, the demons look unaffected, just tinted green. However, when they try to move, their bodies dissolve, and all of their celestial energy, divine threads, and even vibrations are siphoned back into Abby's aura. Even their demonic energy dissolves and disappears in a glistening white and yellow flash as if it is being cleaned. The demonic dragon wears a crown over its forehead, covering its brain and horns. But it activates millions of spinning white ether commands the moment Abby's attack gets too close to it. The dragon's eyes widen, and it changes its course, spinning out of the way just in time for her spear to miss its head. It does pierce through the dragon's wing, leaving a massive clean hole before the spear explodes behind it and erupts with thousands of vines like a net. The shockwave kills all of the high nobles remaining in the sky and tangles the dragon's wings as it roars and screeches while its crown glows brighter and brighter white. Seraphel yells back to Lucian as he pulls his soul over halfway back through the chain, and instead of it being entirely white on Lucian's side, a light purple essence starts to bleed into the strange artifact. What do you mean we were never meant to be overseers? The wyverns fought to the top like any other race. Anyone that makes it there deserves to be king. The fact I can inherit a royal wyvern's legacy is proof of that. Lucian laughs even though his soul begins leaving his body, and his royal form is shrinking. That is where you're wrong. The wyverns never made it past the cyan zone. This was always their final resting point. A certain traitor used your race to give the elves more time, and delay our attempts at the seal. It nearly worked too. Lucian grins wide and activates a series of ether commands above the Cyan City, making the dome of protection he created vibrate, and every tower lining the streets below glow and pulse with white light. I never found any proper use for these weaklings until now. All of my experiments to create the perfect royal to work under me never came to fruition. Maybe I should have just been using them to create a perfect version of myself instead. It will all be worth it to kill the last wyvern. Streams of white ether commands start sinking down from all over Lucian's body, and tendrils of white light start to seep upward from the topmost part of the Cyan City's dome. Down below, inside the many towers, on crowded streets, millions of noble demons feel their celestial energy, divine threads, demonic essence, and life force itself draining from their bodies. It all drifts upward slowly, pouring into this royal demon's unsealed form as he stares into Seraphel's eyes. The speed the purple energy leaves his body slows, and demons start falling dead on the street in the Cyan City below. Chapter 929. After Maria landed a single blow on Samir's lower leg, his entire demeanor changed again. Now, after every movement, he activates countless glyphs all over his armor to heal the cracked portion, and secondly, to make sure he does not get hit again, we start throwing multiple blue and red crescents of energy at this royal demon, but none of them can connect like before. That is because, with his additional caution, the counterattacks have been blasting at us non-stop. The entire birdcage has filled with invisible orbs of energy, and from the state of my left arm and leg, still not healed after many exchanges have passed, it's clear we can't afford to be hit. Even now, only small particles float inside the area where my royal sacred body is rebuilding itself, and I cannot feel anything in the regenerated flesh. There is only a sharp static sensation that slowly grows stronger. We cannot get close enough to throw any actual dangerous attacks, but with this increased intensity and the fact that we haven't been hit again, I'd like to think Samir's hitting his upper limit in strength as well. Is that all you've got? You said you're a royal demon from the first generation, and you can't take out a few humans? I yell out back to try and make him hesitate or grow mad to exploit a change in his attack patterns. The demon is like a well-oiled machine, keeping us tens of billions of kilometers away, and even using the beams of rust and bronze-colored celestial energy from its sentinels as additional distractions. I don't dare to try and block these beams, as unlike our first clash, they now hold this primordial aura. Our confidence does not weaken, in fact, it grows. As all of these massive explosions and residue shockwaves continuously pulse through the cage, the lingering demonic soldiers in the air are all killed. I can feel fewer eyes on me, and this results in Samir's movements becoming less precise. With a soul tie connected to a soldier with eyes on my back less than 1 billion kilometers away, he could more accurately predict his strikes. Now, with them all gone, my aura spreads out further, dominating the space around me and forcing him to use more energy to get accurate readings, while Samir gets slower. Both Maria and I get more and more comfortable wielding this strange energy. The blasts of celestial energy soak back into our cores, and we grow stronger as well. Both of us are very new to the zone, and our limits on the energy we can absorb are far from being met. He does not respond to my taunts at first. But as I creep in closer, gaining a greater positional advantage every few exchanges, and the small specks on my arm grow into threads of energy, creating a shell and resemblance of bones and muscles reforming, he yells again out of frustration, "This does not make any sense. There were never humans in the primordial garden. You could never have the knowledge or ability to recover from a direct hit." His eyes sharpen, not out of an advantage he sees, but out of anger. The glowing white gaze shifts toward Maria, and a reminder of pain in his healed leg pulses. There is still sparkling source resin stuck in his armor and flesh, leaving a weight in his being he's never felt before. "And you, that is how you've done it. An origin world submitted to your will, how could that be? There is only one race that can manipulate system functions like that." In the moment he turns his head toward Maria, I see my opening and take it before it's too late. A burst of red and white energy trails behind me in a zigzag pattern. I use a perk of my soul sword I gained in the green zone to create weaker replicas of it in order to send them away from my main body and deflect off the invisible orbs to change direction faster. I use over 20 of them and fly through the full length of the birdcage over twice as fast as I normally would to get a one-time wide-open attack on the Hydra's blind side. The entire cage within the celestial sea fills with flames, and I feel over half the remaining Hydra heads be vaporized by a sneak attack. Not only do memories rush into my mind, but I also feel Samir's vibrations make a dramatic shift. He's lost control. Some of my flames even push against the demon's back, forcing him to use some of his primordial aura to block, weakening the defensive measures keeping Maria back. A bright icy slash soars right into the center of the tortoise's shell as it jumps up in front of Samir's unguarded chest. The foundation of this royal demon's vibrations are shaken again as its screech echoes through the dome, and a blast of ice simultaneously fills the air, not interfering with the waves of fire from the other side. They collide and slide past each other as though they were thrown from the same wielder. I grin while sinking into a trance for a fraction of a second, the images of one of Ember's past lives betraying his soul-bonded demon, and taking out an entire generation of the strongest demons promoted from the lower realm, are what I see. Many of the hydras, tortoises, and even light elves all look horrified, as they do not know what is happening, except for a very small few. They are the oldest of their generations and must have seen him or heard of him in the past. The crimson-eyed dragon sends out a burst of telepathy that echoes in everyone's minds. It sounds similar to the Ember I know, but far more fierce, angry, and truthfully, filled with the vengeance of a wild beast I do not recognize. Do not resist, and follow my lead. Once they find out I'm here, their second wave will destroy you all. So this is no time to celebrate either. Those of you that come with me will pledge their loyalty to a future emperor that will save us all, and those that stay will be massacred. He gives no time for any of them to respond and bursts outward with white strands of celestial energy, connecting to every array the elves have created to protect their last citadel. Every single one of them links directly to Ember, Soul, and their eyes go blank as they're given visions and commands their conscious minds cannot handle. They all break formation and begin carrying out extremely weird techniques on each other. The roughly 100,000 light elves begin connecting their celestial energy flows and siphoning their auras into selected elves. Some of them glow brighter and brighter white with so much celestial energy it begins compacting into a more pure form of ether, while others become completely void of any ether or even mana in their bodies. Their vibrations even merge and strengthen each other into the strongest of the elves, and only a select few keep the arrays together. Lastly, even their divine cores are mutated. Ember's primordial aura begins suppressing their divine cores. He makes them so weak. It's as though they've regressed to a cyan core, then eventually green, and by the end of this development some are as harmless as yellow cores in the lower realm. Yet, they still glow dark blue. The sky above this celestial sea tears open, but this is not the crimson-eyed dragon's doing. He yells through their minds. If you survive, I will see you all again, so we can find a candidate to fulfill the legacy the elves could not. Then, over 100,000 miniature tears in space open up, allowing the elves to leave just as an overwhelming aura stronger than any of the previous waves starts pouring in from the sky. Some of the rifts glow cyan, green, and yellow, corresponding with the strength of the elves' current abilities. A small few even tear through space into a bright purple zone, in front of the small amount of elves that claimed the mass's celestial energy and held the arrays together for the last few moments. These rifts close and disappear just as the sky fully opens up. A massive pair of black demonic claws pull on the rift's edges, allowing for purple eyes to peer through. The eyes glow brighter purple, then shine bright enough to turn white. Millions of flashes of high-quality ether light up the dark blue zone. Their makeups are similar to standard system-based fast travel commands, activating in a perfect circle surrounding the last of this zone's natives. All of the elves' arrays unravel and expose the citadel to the open air. My interest is fully piqued as these flashes start to fade and reveal what is beneath them, and the outline of the face of the demon in the sky tearing through space gets easier to make out, but these shared memories fade again. I slip right back into reality, hearing Samir roaring in anger as the bronze tortoise that jumped in front of him is blown to bits. A direct attack from Maria's blade cannot be stopped, and the concentrated primordial aura inside her source resin seeps into every fracture her energy crescent creates. While the initial impact only cut halfway through, the fast-spreading icy infection bursts through the tortoise before Samir can destroy the problem like last time. The bronze behemoth clings onto life moments after, even sending out a beam of celestial energy from its disembodied head one more time before it completely covers with sparkling ice and shatters into dust that eats itself and disappears. The residue of this horrific death splatters all over the armor of this royal demon and tries to spread in the same manner, but an unfathomable amount of spinning ether commands start to activate and stop the spread. As I focus on these magic circles and complex commands manipulating ether and primordial aura, I start to see them move with far more clarity than before. I recognize a lot of these symbols now that I didn't mere seconds ago. They were in the Hydra's memories. Compacted in the eyes of that demon in the sky, the images of spinning white glyphs and that purple demon's eyes in these shared memories are seared into my mind. Not only does it match up with the countless demons spawning around the battlefield of the past, it also perfectly mimics the arrays and protection commands that Samir Vanguard uses when activating his armor now in the present day. I've already reacted to the blast and set up defensive contingencies, as I assume taking a risk and diving in so close would have Samir's main focus on me. However, Maria's attack that annihilated the tortoise has almost entirely captured this royal demon's attention. All of its main defenses and counters light up the sky in front of it, leaving me with only half a dozen basic primordial orbs. Maria sees this fact too, and keeps Samir occupied while I easily dodge and hardly lose any ground. I'm able to release a few more summon copies of my sword to use these counters as an edge, and throw myself right back in at the unguarded Hydra. It blasts 9 beams of rust-colored celestial energy my way, but with simple twists through the air, I dodge them all. This is the last line of defense between myself and this royal family head. As I swing my blade across my body and let 2 copied swords explode beneath my feet, I slide through every Hydra head remaining in a single movement. There is a unique pressure that releases as I do. Like a soul being released from a prison, it pours every last memory into my consciousness as a parting gift. I watch over 1 million blue cord demons appear in a massive circle around the citadel above the sea. Many of them wear black, white, and blue armor with various attributes. They all instantly unseal their bloodlines, revealing enormous fighting forms and soul weapons that erupt with glyphs and high-quality ether commands that should not be possible to activate in this zone. Yet, my focus in these memories locks onto a single demon. One out of the many that awaken. This is the only one with primordial aura. As it grows to be almost 3 billion kilometers tall, the demon stares up at the rift in the sky, receiving orders from its master. "Thank you for waking me from my slumber. I will do as you say, my lord. The Imperial's will is my own. I will create the Vanguard family to solidify the divide between the first generation and the minions born after. It will be my honor to serve as your final line of defense. With these gifts, nothing can defy you," he yells as the massive black claws grip the rift in the sky, and the purple-eyed demon recedes into the shadows above. The rift closes at once, and Samir Vanguard stares down at the first quest he's been granted since he went to sleep for his king. "I remember you. The dragon that has been trying to keep us from our destiny since the day the Overseer took the throne. It is my duty to hold the line. You have chosen to fall from above, so I will keep it that way." Ember stares back at this demon that towers over his peers and takes in the complex ether commands all over his armor. The dragon's eyes sharpen, and he instantly flaps his wings and dives into action. Instead of aiming straight for the loudest and most powerful demon, he begins spraying waves of primordial fire at the closest demons nearby. Their armor melts, and so do their souls beneath. Thousands die in seconds, and the dragon starts weaving ether commands of his own while targeting a bronze tortoise far away. and the very hydra that these memories are coming from, it's locked in a trance. And parts of its soul begin changing like someone is carefully moving around strands of a complex spider web to reorganize its efficiency. Something far more intricate is happening, as I feel the weight of many zones of the upper realm being compacted and toyed with, like whatever Ember is doing now has linked this hydra to far more than just himself. The Crimson-Eyed Dragon's battle style is barbaric. I watch him bite through the necks of a few demons and roar out with rage while melting hundreds in a single wave of fire. It feels desperate and filled with rage. The Ember I know now has never shown me anything like this. He has always been calm, staring at the universe around him like everything is how it should be. The strongest demon here has begun killing everything in its way too, taking out over half of the remaining hydras and tortoises protecting their citadel and zone. The more demons he kills, stacking up to tens of thousands, then hundreds of thousands, the fiercer he becomes. I start to wonder if he's really changed this much, or if one of the personalities is all an act, or maybe both are. I cannot understand why he's here, or why he's in almost every memory from the various beasts I kill. His intricate woven ether commands on the two monsters in the sea stop, then he starts weaving more, but turns to Samir as the royal demon has stopped killing natives and has now started chasing Ember solely instead. So you finally stopped running, you'll face your fate. Samir yells while putting up two palms and charging up the same ether commands as present day. Ember snarls and uses half his active mind to dodge and send counters back. Surprisingly, Ember's wave of translucent fire is just about equal in strength to Samir's attacks, and when the wave hits his armor, countless white glyphs burst out into the air and deflect the waves of corrosive primordial aura. This is the Imperial's tech, so you're one of them, he mutters through his tightened sharp teeth, but his eyes still track all over the battlefield as he finishes up his arrays. The two of them fly through the air, making craters in the sea, and killing massive true blue cord ancient beasts with their shockwaves while going blow for blow. Ember gets hit quite a few times. Massive gaping holes open up in his body, but I watch them heal up just like my arm is slowly doing, but thousands of times faster. He is not even trying to dodge the non-fatal hits, taking the blows to save energy and finish up what he's working on. A few of his primordial fire waves collide with Samir's armor, even at point blank a few times. One of the most vicious blasts melted through his chestplate and scorched his skin, but an enormous amount of ether blew them both backward in time for both sides to heal from the blast. The majority of Ember's hits are not aimed to kill, so they don't even break through his armor. Samir may be incredibly strong, but I can sense that he is not very battle-hardened for some reason. It feels like all of his attacks and defensive maneuvers are programmed, almost automatic, and not of his own design. When Ember backs himself into a corner, floating just above the citadel with the remaining life of the zone behind him, this royal demon believes he's won, not considering at all how such a thing would be much harder to do. Ember could have flown anywhere and directed the survivors to flee while keeping Samir occupied, yet, as both of the royal demon's palms charge up with dense primordial aura glowing white-hot with ether, so does Ember. The only difference is this dragon is not aiming to attack. A shockwave of light comes out of Ember, and thousands of purple rifts open in space before the last survivors. There are some that dive through, but others stay behind out of stubborn loyalty to their home. Nearly 100 concentrated orbs of Samir's primordial aura come crashing down on them less than a second later. Ember slips away into the purple zone before impact, and a crater 2 trillion kilometers wide in the sea forms. The citadel is destroyed, the thousands that stayed behind are evaporated, and Samir's angry roar echoes out through the zone, causing the entire celestial sea to quiver. The last memories transmitted to me are of this hydra. As somehow, it and the bronze tortoise Ember manipulated moments before the fight were the only survivors of this blast. When my mind comes back to reality, I instantly watch my left arm's recovery heal in less than a second. My eyes widen, but the potent memories of watching Ember heal over and over from Samir's attacks in the past have affected me deeply. It is not that just watching it allowed me to learn something I was missing, it is the weight of the Hydra's soul that is submitted to me instead of its wielder. I can feel my primordial aura maturity increasing, even though I cannot fully understand what it is or where this power comes from, as I take in another breath of air. I feel like everything around me is slowing down. Energy from the Hydra is still pouring into my sword and my soul, but my gaze scans the battlefield with a new perspective. I can feel Samir's underlying vibrations becoming more confused and more afraid. They first wavered when Maria killed his tortoise, and they've started to crack when I effortlessly killed his Hydra and now healed my arm, yet, vibrations are only the surface. I can see the soul ties in the air now clear as day. Thick translucent strands form from my core to my sword, and even more intricate and complicated strands are connecting me directly to Maria's soul across the battlefield. They are like inactive primordial bonds. Now, as I focus on them, Maria stares my way while our invisible ties flutter with resonance. I see her own soul ties, connecting her to her sword, and countless ties controlling her wings. Seeing them is one thing, but being in full control is entirely different. Yet, when I look deep into Samir, the only soul ties I see are those connecting his armor together. Every time he moves and sends more orbs of primordial aura our way, they quickly tether to his flesh, but then deactivate once the movement is over. This armor is far stronger than the royal himself, yet it can't live on its own without him. There are dissolving soul ties that connected the sentinels to his armor too. And the next burst of invisible death orbs my way are far weaker and slower than before. I laugh out loud while twisting through them. You never thought it'd come to this, did you? The vanguards are the last line of defense between the lesser beings and those you think of as your gods. The Imperials, what a joke, mimicking Ember's movements in the past. I start to let some of the orbs that aren't aiming for any vital spots hit me point blank. Massive holes tear through my royal sacred body, but it doesn't matter. The flesh, blood vessels, bones, and energy within grow back in a near-instant static chain reaction. It feels like a sharp electric burn, but the pain is worth it to see pure shock and fear fill Samir's eyes. You're weak. That armor is the only thing that has allowed you to keep this position. The Imperials are using you as a living tool, just like you used those sentinels before they were slaughtered. Samir fully faces me, as I've gained ground the fastest, and sends non-stop orbs of primordial aura my way. I don't stop staring this demon in the eyes, watching his false confidence and smugness drain away. He becomes so bewildered by my advance and speed of recovery, he doesn't even notice the icy angel of death stabbing into his unguarded back. I watch a bright white and blue glistening blade pierce through Samir's back and come out the front of his chest in my direction. By the time he realizes, I've already closed the distance between us as well and shoved my blade right above the icy one in his chest. An unfathomable amount of ether commands are activating as I pierce through the thick armor. However, up close, I can analyze them with much more detail. They're not all fully activating. Compared to the commands I just witnessed him release in the memories of the past, this armor has exhausted a large amount of its power. I can't tell if this was old imprinted power used up by a limited time use, if they've degraded over time, or simply if his attention is fractured and his will is broken too much by the sudden attacks that he cannot activate them all in time. Whatever the reason may be, both Maria and I are bursting with more strength than ever before. I slice right through his already fractured cores and thrust upward. Maria twists and slices down. The entire birdcage is filled with a bright white flash. The most violent and explosive burst of light comes out of Samir's armor as our blades slice through more and more of it. I can feel primordial aura pooling into my sword and battling against the stored energy in this royal demon's armor. Yet, with every few million kilometers I slice through, the weaker his connection to this energy gets. Soul ties are being broken and devoured in front of my eyes, which only makes the depth of my primordial aura deeper. I follow through and break upward through the demon's chest and slice his head in half with almost no resistance at all. By the end of it, Maria slices through all of his vital organs, freezing them to ice and shattering them to mist. Two halves of the royal family head, Samir Vanguard, breaks apart in the explosion. Countless strands of ether attempt to connect the armor. Pieces back together, and inside his flesh, even tries to reconnect with tendrils of demonic essence and dense strands of dark blue divine energy, yet, his cores have shattered, and the life is leaving his eyes. He yells out using a telepathy wave despite the two halves of his brain being over 500 million kilometers apart now. This cannot happen. There's no more time. The Imperials will seal us all out now. But I guess, that was how it was always meant to be anyway. As the shock, fear, confusion, and vitality itself leave this demon's eyes, a wave of nostalgia and acceptance is the last thing I witness in its gaze. The two parts of its armor still try to pull each other back together, but Maria and I make sure that does not happen. Zigzags of blue and red light appear through the bright flashing white as we slice through the pieces of armor and destroy every remaining part of it on the spot. Some pieces are denser than others, and they release built-up ether commands, many of medium quality, and many of high quality that have degraded over the eternity of waiting. They are nowhere near as intricate as the strange arrays the Void Creeper used in the ravine, but some of the symbols and commands are similar, using a weaker version to summon stored primordial aura within these ancient crafts. In fact, a lot of the stored up energy cannot be fully constrained or destroyed, and I get caught in the shockwaves, tearing holes in my royal sacred body. They aren't a problem and heal up even faster than the hits I took during our fight. Every passing moment now, waves of potent energy are flowing into my body and cores. And my primordial aura maturity is rising even faster. The massive gashes heal up before the whole shockwave can even make its way through me. Maria is caught up in the blast too, but instead of taking damage to her archangel's celestial body like I have, there are pathways of source resin that flare up as primordial aura hits her. They absorb the blast and even begin taking in high-quality ether commands like it is raw energy. You could be reading stolen content. Head to Royal Road for the genuine story. Her entire angelic form begins to turn into what looks like pure diamond, reflecting bright rainbow light back at anything that beams into it for a moment. My own body starts to absorb everything from that blast too. But the high-quality commands just flood through me. I can't fully sense or digest them. To my celestial energy, they still seem far too foreign. However, all of the compacted royal vibrations, demonic essence, incredibly refined celestial energy, and raw primordial aura are absorbed directly into my soul, celestial fire, and dark corruption, not only from this demon, but from the sentinels below him too. Lots of the excess rust and bronze-colored energy in the air have not been fully absorbed yet. Now that I no longer have to put up any defenses, I can let my aura explode outward with the sole purpose of growing stronger. Maria's expands with me, and our fire and ice overlap to collide with the countless beams of ether commands held together by a team of demons outside collecting data on our fight. Without an anchor to Samir Vanguard, all of their devices and arrays lose their sturdy connection and shatter to harmless random glyphs in the open air. This birdcage is devoured, and all of the demons holding it together are killed and disintegrated by our shockwave on the spot. At first, the crater in the sea explodes outward even further, spreading over 4 trillion kilometers in diameter from our aura's natural blast. But the moment all of our enemies are dead, the flash is gone, the raging celestial sea flows back in, and we float upward in the sky to let the waves crash and settle. Blaring notifications from this battle are still going off like alarms in my head. They contain scattered alerts from the tens of thousands of demons we've killed along with Samir and his sentinels. But the most important ones float to the top. Level up, X241,826, Celestial Emperor's Soul Sword has reached LVL 6, just as my gaze scans my status to read I've reached LV of 489,336, and all of my blood-bonded gear and soul armor has skyrocketed in strength. My attention breaks away from these numbers. Our time to fulfill the legacy is near. Echoes deep in a part of my mind I did not even know existed. It is a deep voice. One that feels wise, yet naive. It is filled with compassion, but burning with anger and hunger. The longer I try to hold on to its essence, the more convoluted it becomes, and I question if the voice was even real. I stare down at the sword in my grasp that I swear just spoke to me. Swirling deep in its core, I watch it digest the final pieces of Samir's armor, then move on to the souls left behind from the sentinels. I drain their pure celestial energy into my own being, but there is a portion of them I cannot fully consume. Oddly, neither could Maria. Her waves of source resin flowed through both sentinels' souls like they were not even there. All that remains are 2 white orbs. They spin around in the core of my sword, and the longer I stare at them, the more I remember them falling down into the battlefield from somewhere else. Once they collided with these beasts, I could tell they had an importance linked to the race of the Hydra and the Tortoise. Like an amplifier, but could not tell how. Now, as I watch the orbs dissolve into the soul of my own amplifier, I remember the intricate commands Ember placed on their souls in the past. As my eyes widen, another notification rings in my inner ear. Celestial Emperor's Soul Sword has reached LVL 7, accept new evolution. Primordial Emperor's Soul Sword, yes, the notification starts to waver, and the 2 orbs start to spin violently in the depths of my sword, for some reason. This notification appeared without it draining any extra essence. It's like the sword itself forced it to pop up in my mind. Even as I wait, the reaction seems to be getting worse and worse, creating an instability in the soul of my weapon. I must evolve quickly. Rings into my consciousness with the same deep voice again, so I click yes. The text box fades away, and profound change ripples through the blade, making it almost invisible in my hands yet hundreds of times heavier. The reaction suppresses the 2 white orbs in its center, and I watch them fade into its depths just like every other crafting material in the past. A shockwave of primordial aura bursts out of the blade, then it returns to its natural red state, matching my royal sacred body like nothing happened at all. What was that? How can you speak? Can you hear me? I yell through my telepathy link straight into my blade, targeting the point where I heard its words come from. Yet, there is no response. I am deeply connected to its soul. I can tell that it cannot even hear me now, like it is in a dormant sleeping state. I can't even activate my primordial aura inside it. The blade is not cooperating or responding to my thoughts. I let out a sigh and turn around. Maria shines bright like a diamond not too far away. and the waves below us calm down very quickly to settle into a flat sea. There is silence, only the buzz of our vibrations and hum of celestial energy cycling through our bodies making any noise. No memories from Samir Vanguard flood into my mind either. It feels like there was some kind of invisible seal placed on his mind just as he died. I felt a glimmer of memories start to surface, but they just passed through me with all the other high-quality ether commands. I look up toward the sky, as flashbacks of the memories from the past war in this zone resurface of the purple demon opening it up with massive claws, but in present day it's calm and silent too. I'm happy we won, but slightly suspicious if this is our only threat. In the cyan zone, Abby's vines wrap around a demonic dragon tens of times larger than her in the sky. It glows bright white and blue, with a light purple shimmer in all of its scales. The crown on its head is heavier than the rest of its greater energy manifestation, as it holds primordial aura compacted with ancient ether commands quite similar to Samir's armor. However, none of this matters. The bright green vines Abby uses constrict its wings and hold it up high in the sky, digging into its flesh and making scales fall off just from being bound tight. A pressure dominates the air, as the deteriorating commands releasing primordial aura from a past era long ago cannot stack up to the real thing at all. The flashing imagery of a tree returns in Abby's eyes as more and more leaves and branches bloom from her immortal healer's celestial body. The vines bloom with flowers and thorns, and dig deeper and deeper into the dragon in the sky. They're impervious to counterattacks. The dragon tries to bite at these vines, claw through the growing roots, and even sends hopeless last bites and bursts of primordial aura from its open maw. Everything just phases right through like Abby's attacks are holograms. Yet, when she attacks back, they take a physical form and dive deep into the monster's flesh and soul. The dragon lets out a pain-filled screech into the cyan zone, and its vital energy begins draining out from all of its energy pathways. From the brief glimpse of what Abby saw after Lucian used the chain on Seraphel, she easily reconfigured it to become her own move. Plus, with memories flowing through her mind of an ancient dryad, she sees extremely similar and even more efficient techniques just like it used in the past by a very old tree. Lots of the commands that are infused with the strange white chain Lucian used have the same effects, conducting a soul-packed trial using primordial aura even though this royal family head himself can't wield it. Abby grits her teeth once the first drop of the dragon's soul begins to seep out into her vines. Looks like I can't end this until you finish your job, Seraphel, she yells through their link. Then, she stops stimulating every bit of her power to leave the dragon immobilized but still alive high up in the sky. The moment Abby touched its soul, she realized killing it here and now would disrupt the duel between Seraphel and Lucian. Severing their connection before the blue wyvern's soul is completely settled back into his body would be extremely dangerous and harmful. I know. I'm doing everything I can, but he's getting stronger. Seraphel yells back. He gained the upper hand when Abby borrowed her full available 5% of stats, but when Lucian began draining all of the life out of the Cyan Zone citizens in order to boost his own power, Seraphel started losing ground again. The chain has begun to glow brighter blue, and the wyvern's soul is moving back toward Lucian's chest. This royal family head laughs loudly, shaking the zone as his noble subordinates die one by one below his feet. The crazed demon's eyes are only set on Seraphel. That's right. Even with a race legacy, you cannot beat me. I am a true royal family head. I will sacrifice anything to secure my victory. This is a battle of wills. Winner takes the other's soul. And I can feel you're bonded with your race's amplifier too. Assimilating and digesting one of those will only make me stronger. It might even bridge the gap and make me capable of wielding the will of the primordials like the first generation. Maybe the Imperials will finally respect me if I can do that. He laughs louder and louder as his chest glows bright blue and Seraphel's celestial body starts to shrink back down again. The blue wyvern attacks this demon with his clawed feet and sends waves of celestial water at him, but the attacks are meaningless. Most of them miss, as Lucian takes advantage of the ether commands in the air to speed up his movements. Even the attacks he allows to land leave nothing more than a scratch, and weaken the wyvern's energy pools to make fighting back harder. Abby sees this futile struggle and grabs her staff to amplify her power. The pulse of white and green energy that erupts outward is a mix between her blended legacies, but they have the same end result. The bottom of the Cyan Zone tints green for a moment, and Seraphel's celestial body stops having to heal on its own. The white sparkling mist in Abby's aura does that for him, so he can attack without wasting any power. It makes his eyes glow white, stimulating the wyvern's legacy. The second half of her burst outward makes hundreds of vines just like the one she used to tie up the dragon in the sky. and plunged them down past both of the fighters chained together. Instead of aiming for the royal demon they're fighting, she aimed for his source of new power. All of her dense green leafy vines collide with the protective dome over the Cyan City. There is an initial shockwave, as ancient high-quality ether commands are shattered by her primordial aura, but once she's through, there is no resistance to the common defensive arrays at all. She bursts through them like they are frail glass. Each vine erupts into hundreds of smaller vines, and each one of them splits off into thousands more. Every single tower in the Cyan City is covered in her essence, and the plants spread out like roots looking for nutrients. All of the tendrils of ether that sprout out from Lucian, draining his subjects, they're devoured and their connections are cut. Instead, green vines drain the life force out of the millions of remaining demons, not only the moving life but from the ether commands in the air, powering the streets and making all of the Cyan towers function. The bright city instantly dims as an astronomical amount of celestial energy and Cyan threads are pulled upward, and the entire defensive dome is drained and dismantled. Even the surrounding Cyan clouds filled with divine threads and celestial energy begin to dull in luminosity as they're drained for their power. Abby's vines glow brighter and brighter, and notifications pile up in her mind as she's just slaughtered millions. A surge of pure power and energy control maturity increases drastically as well. Her immortal healer's celestial body grows tens of times over in size, reaching over 2 million kilometers, making the dragon she's captured not look so massive any longer. It just looks like an overgrown lizard she's holding on a leash, though. Abby's attention moves away from the dead demons and the dormant black towers. She stares down at Seraphel and plunges her vines into his back. Surges of excess energy cycle into him, and almost instantly, the blue celestial glow in Lucian's chest fades. His pool of infinite energy below him has vanished, and the wyvern he's bonded himself to starts landing attacks in his unprotected body. The ether commands in the air have been devoured by Abby's vines, making his movement speed many times slower, and the blue wyvern before him is only getting stronger. Seraphel yells out into the open air, "This is what you deserve. A death with no one watching. All of your subjects have died a meaningless death, just like the wyverns you betrayed, and all the lower races you took advantage of after. You're no royal family head. You're being used like every other demon in this twisted system. Don't you see how easily your higher-ups seal off the zones below? Once you fail to be useful, you'll be just like them. You should be thanking me for putting you out of your misery." A blast of celestial energy collides with Lucian's shoulder, blowing his whole arm off that holds the demonic axe he was using to block a few of the past strikes. The demon's eyes are filled with shock, wide open, moving back and forth from Abby's enormous greater form resembling an ancient dryad, and the energy manifestations surrounding her that bloom like tree branches and leaves. The roots that have drained his Cyan City resemble those of the tree of life he talked about when this battle started, and a mixture of terror and understanding washes through him. The chain connecting his soul to Seraphel's vibrates with automated white glyphs and high-quality ether commands, channeling primordial aura through it constantly. All of Seraphel's soul slides back into it, and instead, it begins to glow brighter purple. The pupils in Lucian's eyes become smaller and smaller as he hopelessly watches the chain fill completely purple with his soul, and strength leaves his body. Royal vibrations are siphoned out, all of his celestial energy, demonic essence, and vitality left in his being. Another burst of Abby's aura washes through the battlefield below as the demonic soul pours into Seraphel's chest. It soaks his body in a green and white light. The white glow makes sure all of the raw royal vibrations are realigned to fit within the wyvern's legacy. The green is healing and mutating all of the celestial and demonic energy pouring into him, turning it pure white and blue in order for his mana-based soul to digest it. The moment the chain empties out all of its essence, it's left pure white. Then, it snaps and shatters into millions of glistening glyphs. The husk of Lucian Morvale falls from the sky, down into his dark lifeless city along with all of his dead subordinates. Abby feels the heart of the dragon in her vines stop beating, but the raw energy is still floating in the air. She finally activates their full power and lets all of the dragon's celestial energy pour into her soul. The crown on its head shatters to pieces, but her vines begin devouring and draining the primordial aura and high-quality ether commands as though they're nothing out of the ordinary. Shockwaves burst off the immortal healer and the last wyvern as they both erupt with power and assert absolute dominance on the Cyan zone of the upper realm. The dark blue zone is silent and peaceful. There are slight bends in the sea below us, but other than that, it settles back to its resting state without many waves at all. Maria's angel wings slowly flap, and the red fire and black corruption circulating around me oscillates to keep me floating in the air. Both of our celestial bodies grow even larger, now both strengthened by true royal vibrations. but the primordial aura that makes the depths of our souls tether together stronger and heavier in reality. As I look around the desolate sea, I feel like I'm staring off in two directions. My synchronicity with Maria is so aligned that everything she sees appears in my mind, and everything I see echoes in hers. The vast expanse of the blue zone is mapped out in its entirety using our combined power, stretching tens of trillions of kilometers in every direction. We turn and fly off toward the only landmark left behind in this zone. I was expecting to see the corpse of a dragon somewhere, or other royal great enemies lurking nearby. Deep in the back of my mind, I even feared that a rift would tear open to the purple zone and the black-clawed purple-eyed Imperial would come down to seek revenge, but none of this happens. Instead, we slowly coast across the zone, enjoying the calmness, and a few minutes later, we approach the three dark towers rising from the sea. They're powered by extremely strong high-quality and medium-quality ether commands, and have millions of noble and high-noble demons inside. Some of the automated commands begin activating as we approach and try to blast us out of the sky using very similar orbs of primordial aura wrapped in ether commands our way. We both lift our swords, but for some reason, mine does not activate. Its hunger is satiated, and it still sleeps in my hands. There is a flicker of consciousness that feels like it's giving me attitude, almost as though it's offended I raised it to fend off such a weak attack. It makes me grin and let it fall back into my soul while raising up open palms instead. Even without the massive primordial aura anchor in my grasp, I can still feel this invisible weight tethering from my soul and then outward into the environment wherever I look. I can shape this aura in my open palms and use it like an external manifestation of my will. It feels like the deeper shadow of my combined divine threads, royal vibrations, and celestial energy. I cannot summon more than I already have, but I can manipulate what pours out from my soul. Out of reflex, I surround my counters with celestial fire. The red explosions don't do any extra damage, but they still light up the sky as my own orbs of primordial aura clash with these ancient defenses. Maria does not bother with stopping these small automated commands. She attacks the entire defensive array instead. With a swing of her sword, a glistening crescent of source resin weighs down space in front of us, turning everything it touches to ice that disintegrates the moment her crescent passes. The entire ancient protective dome shatters on impact, and all three towers are sliced in half. There is an explosion of ether commands, primordial aura, and demonic essence from the citizens of this zone being obliterated on impact, but the shockwave is nowhere near as massive as the one we caused killing Samir earlier. The three towers quickly start to freeze to ice, while waves of primordial aura bathed in celestial fire incinerate everything inside. Our auras are so domineering that even the shockwave of the blast from breaking the dome isn't strong enough to break out of our gravitational pull. We dive down into the explosion and absorb all of the energy contained in the dark blue zone's main fortress. I feel my celestial energy pools rise quickly, as concentrated medium-quality ether being purified and pushed toward high-quality ether is perfect for my soul right now. All of the demonic essence from the dying demons makes my corruption stronger and stronger. Maria's source resin devours all of the fractured and decaying high-quality ether commands, and we both share the primordial aura residue equally as the towers are completely destroyed. A long string of notifications hits my inner ear as I drain some of the most potent medium-quality ether storages near the base of one of the towers. It occurs when Maria shatters the arrays on the last storage room containing a far different kind of treasure. 49,821,520,003 worlds claimed. Our power surges even higher, destroying everything left beneath us when the automatic borrowed stats pull from the new worlds. My running total is just under 57 billion now. We can see the bottom of the zone again, as a crater forms deep in the celestial sea from our auras alone. My eyes widen even further once I see a silver reactor just like the one in the green zone below us, at the same time. In the cyan zone, a very similar series of events are playing out. Abby and Seraphel receive a massive burst in power, as their borrowed stats have just increased by well over 7 times. This in turn spreads their will into the clouds and breaks apart the remains of the cyan city. It makes the vines pouring out from Abby's immortal body flow faster and soak up more of the cyan divine threads and dense celestial mist in the atmosphere. Her aura makes the entire zone begin to quiver. Seraphel lets out a satisfying screech as his celestial body grows in size and glows brighter and brighter white. He digests the royal vibrations from Lucian's soul and taps into deeper depths of the Wyvern's legacy with every passing moment. The rise in stats pushes his mind and body even further, allowing his white and blue aura to travel through Abby's pathways and reach the far side of the cyan zone too. Below them, all of the storage systems and public resources are unveiled to the open air, and strong pockets of medium-quality ether and orbs containing world claims to the lower realm stream up Abby's roots into her soul. and connect to the rising Emperor's pool. 23,256,929,810 worlds claimed. There is 5% of stats from over 70 billion worlds flowing through this pair's souls. It is enough to make the palace on the far side of the Cyan Zone begin to crack and break apart from their presence alone. The stairways leading down deep into the Cyan clouds crumble, and the palace breaks apart, falling into the mist of the zone. Massive amounts of the surrounding Cyan clouds are getting thinner and drifting toward the wyvern beneath the Tree of Life as they begin to drain this zone of all of its energy. A faint silver glow peeks out from below the palace through the rubble. In the lower realm, the flashes of purple divine threads and high-quality ether commands finally cease. Every single demon left behind by the Imperials has been woken up from their slumbers. Instead of the exterior armor that Samir Vanguard was granted, these demons have gone through far more invasive procedures. Their entire bodies glow bright white, unlike any other demons of this era. Celestial energy courses through their veins, and high-quality ether commands glow on their skin, holding their souls together. The forces of millions of high-noble demons from the first generation all mindlessly roam through the stars, scanning their surroundings and looking for all life to exterminate. All of these squads of demons have been extremely far out in deep space and have already torn through a few thousand star systems that were never in contact with the rising Emperor's world. Wide connectivity system, that is, until now, massive pockets of unexplored space have just been connected together and automatically contacted by Alvaron, the main administrator of foreign public relations and New World links. Their abrupt introduction shows a handful of these worlds being hopelessly massacred with live feeds directly from citizens that have just formed links of loyalty. All it takes is a single one of these bright white demons to enter a solar system to obliterate it. Instead of touching down on the worlds directly, all they do is send shockwaves of celestial energy into the stars at the center of the systems and cause massive explosions to obliterate every planet in orbit along with the life on them. Some demons that have ventured too far into deep space and are unable to find any more planets or life to destroy follow their protocol without question. They begin compressing the divine threads stored within many ether commands on their skin and use their bare hands to grab space itself in front of them. Green cracks form in front of them as they begin forcefully creating pathways to the upper realm to fulfill the rest of their mission. All of this chaos perfectly aligns with the messages being sent from Pluto to Bree, giving a live spectator feed viewing the strange phenomenon happening with the Purple Imperial's tower that has been dormant for all the years he's been in the demonic realm. He watches an army of bright white demons walk out from the Imperial's fortress. Each one of the 5 Family Heads Towers has many large castles, training houses, and various supplies buildings surrounding their bases up on a large mountain. The Imperial's demons do not bat an eye as they pass by the lingering demons left beneath these towers. They only walk down the mountain and toward the commoners and the rest of the natives in the demonic realm. Pluto's eyes widen as bursts of bright white celestial energy beam out from these demons' palms. No aura, vibrations, or any sign of life at all could be felt coming off them when they were passing by. Yet, when these white beams hit the ground where the millions of commoner demons stay, deep ravines explode open in the ground, holes thousands of kilometers deep into the planet's crust completely destroy the natural landscape, and the extermination of every commoner race on this planet begins. The single file line of endless glowing white demons does not stop, all flooding out from the Imperial's tower. Ember watches all of this take place, still standing calmly in a bright white forest of trees made of pure high-quality ether. He looks down into the small circle below his feet, showing him every zone in perfect clarity below him. There is a slight frown on his red-haired human form's face as he whispers out loud, "The Imperials are just as cruel as they were the last time I saw them." Even though he's a bit upset, there is still a calmness and an absolute confidence in his eyes while looking down. Ren nervously flies in circles in her white wisp form, passing by Ember's back every few seconds. Then, asks a question, "Do you think they'll make it up to the primordial garden? It's not like Jay can wield silver threads. And the Imperials know the other 2 family heads are dead now and dash." Ember chuckles and follows Rin with his eyes while the white wisp keeps spinning around their portal to the lower zones. "Don't worry. Everything is as it should be. The only worry I had was just taken care of." The system's first amplifier is finally able to tap into the aura of the primordials again, and the mother's new boundless soul has started to awaken. There is nothing more we can do, but let fate play out as it always has. More notifications ring in my mind as Abby claims all of the worlds held in the Cyan Zone, and my borrowed stats explode upward. I'm only currently pulling 60%, but at my fingertips, I have access to 90% of the borrowed stats from over 70 billion worlds in the lower realm. Moments ago, using my Rising Emperor perks, I could see a small portion of the galaxy below me. The worlds I was connected to gave me live feeds to countless solar systems, and perfect locations pinpointing the exact coordinates of every one of my links of loyalty. It looked like small pinpricks of light in a dark black veil of mystery. Now, it's like a flash of bright light illuminates massive amounts of the darkness in the vastness of space. My access to systems increases by 10 times in seconds, and I can finally feel the true expanse of the lower realm. There are still incredibly massive dark blotches of mystery space, but the unexplored areas of this galaxy now all have massive pockets of linked worlds. Even thinking about it expands my mind. The act of comprehending all of this data starts to exponentially increase my energy control depth, and my royal vibrations become extremely stimulated. My will is strengthened many times over by perceiving all of these new worlds that have submitted to me. Perceiving myself as the ruler of over a large percent of the known worlds awakens a primal confidence in my soul, proving to myself that I truly am the Rising Emperor. An additional unexpected side effect of this is the addition of over 100 quintillion individual soul ties forming all at once. Every single link of loyalty on these worlds creates an invisible tether from my chest down through the zones of the upper realm and all throughout the galaxy. They land on old neglected worlds near the outer edges of this galaxy, on planets forgotten in time with single-digit numbers of living system users remaining on them. Others are thriving worlds with billions of ferocious monsters. Their energy purities vary, some are fifth-class wastelands, while others are near noble-grade worlds with thriving civilizations that have taken over their local star sectors. Plenty of races are unrecognizable to me, and many more are very similar to planets on the complete opposite side of the galaxy. It is all quite a shock. However, this shock makes my primordial aura bend the very bottom of this zone with absolute power. I don't know how or why, but access to all of these souls has increased my ability to wield this aura. I even feel my sleeping amplifier tremble inside my soul. As the authority figure in the Rising Empress control panels within the system, Maria's aura bursts outward with power too, and grows even larger while seeing and feeling everything that goes on in my mind. My own aura bounces off this increase in power, as I witness this upgrade from her point of view next. Our breakthroughs bounce off each other over and over, getting stronger until we reach an equilibrium. However, the gravitational force pouring out of our celestial bodies has started to pull all of the energy in this zone toward us up in the air. The celestial sea swells upward until it touches our feet, and begins pouring into our bodies, my royal sacred body, surrounded by royal corruption and celestial fire, and the royal blue archangel's celestial body sparkling with source resin. Grow exponentially larger as the sea is drained. Even the thick dark blue divine threads that make up the entire atmosphere above the sea, it's all pulled in toward us. The more we absorb, the greater our power grows and the larger our celestial bodies become. It could be stopped if we willed it, but the feeling is euphoric, and there is no reason to stop. Two red and blue suns of pure power pull the entire sea from the floor of the dark blue zone. I can feel our auras wrap around the edges of this zone, tens of trillions of kilometers away, and drain every last drop of it. It only takes a matter of minutes, and the shockwave of primordial aura that pulses off us hits absolutely nothing. The atmosphere is empty, and the floor of the zone looks like a flat black void, similar to the ravine below the cyan zone. There is no energy of any form left to drain. I float closer to Maria, and raise my palms. She lets go of her sword, and raises her hands to do the same until our fingers interlock. The entire liquid mass of celestial energy and divine threads in the dark blue zone begins to violently cycle through our bodies that have grown to over 10 billion kilometers tall each. This too only takes a few minutes as we cycle this massive amount of energy through our souls countless times and refine it down into easily digestible energy. We float downward, and hit the bottom of the zone. Standing in front of the silver reactor, it is the only thing in the entire zone that has survived. The rest has been obliterated and consumed. Even now, with my perception reaching obscene levels no mortal would ever guess was possible, as I look deep into this silver reactor, it's as unreadable and foreign as it was the first time I flew past one just like it in the green zone of the upper realm. However, through Maria's eyes, I see glimmers of high-quality ether commands infused within the reactor's swirling silver threads. The instant I recognize them, they start to become visible in my own perception too. It is mesmerizing. I can't help but take another step closer. This single step brings us billions of kilometers closer, almost having the gap, and many more high-quality ether commands start materializing from nowhere in front of my eyes. There is nothing here I can absorb, and no primordial aura packed within them like Samir's armor's commands. I start to take another step forward, but a massive amount. of the high-quality ether commands flash in front of my eyes in patterns I can recognize. All of a sudden, a vision flashes in the depths of my mind. It feels similar to the experience of witnessing a past play out through the eyes of that Hydra, but when I feel my body in these memories, it feels extremely familiar, almost like I'm remembering something from my own past. Silver divine threads flow through this humanoid body, and bright white high-quality ether commands and glyphs pulse beneath the feet of this body. He stands on the back of a bright golden dragon. They're soaring over what looks like an endless forest of pristine white trees. However, as the point of view of these memories try to pan toward the dragon's face, or upward to reveal the identity or even race of the humanoid's eyes I'm seeing through, flashes of silver light burst in front of my eyes. I'm blown backward, and Maria catches me as I fall momentarily unconscious. I quickly shake myself out of it, remembering the visions in perfect clarity, but now looking back, I feel a glimmer of golden light blocking off a part of them I can't recall. I take another step back with my eyes widened. We're going to have to ascend another way, I murmur out, recognizing this feeling from the curse Ember told me about multiple times back on the human world. It is one that does not allow me to learn things about the dragons before I'm high enough level or the right messenger can tell me. My whole body feels like static has just run through it. And in reaction to this, my perception expands even further. I can see even more high-quality commands inside the reactor, and now my instincts are sharp enough to realize they're extremely dangerous. If I tried to touch or manipulate that reactor just a moment ago, it could have killed me on the spot. These thoughts and revelations are instantly transferred into Maria's mind, and both of our intuitions grow to see more and more within these high-quality ether glyphs. It puts into perspective how powerful the creator of this artifact really is, and how much stronger we need to become to have any chance of even standing in the presence of an overseer. The lower realm, green zone, cyan zone, and now this drained blue zone all become so clear in my mind. It's like I'm standing in person in every single spot my links of loyalty's perceptions can touch. For a moment, I feel soul bonds reach upward, even higher to a zone I've never even been to. I see flashes of the fractured memory I just saw stimulate my soul bond with Ember, and my primordial aura starts to bend the blue zone with far more weight than before. As these energy readings echo in Maria's consciousness, she turns her head toward me with wide-open sparkling rainbow eyes. I see it too, a pathway. That's how we'll make it to the next zone. Both of our minds follow this invisible soul tie through a very delicate wavelength of reality reaching upward through the zones. We try to focus and strengthen its pull, tapping into this new feeling with every bit of mental energy we have to secure an anchor. Simultaneously, all of the energy resting in our celestial bodies has hit its limit on how far it can be refined. With no more additional energy to pull in, the gravitational fields within our souls has begun to pull on our own bodies and energy stores as there is nothing else left in reality to affect. In just a matter of hours since entering this zone, our newly formed dark blue divine cores have been oversaturated. At their cores, the dark blue threads have nowhere else to expand to while staying within the confines of our celestial bodies. Shimmering purple divine threads are starting to naturally compress and threaten to fracture and destabilize what is left of this zone. An invisible pathway deep within my consciousness seeps upward through the zone. It is like I'm perceiving a direction of space I should not be able to comprehend. It feels similar to the activation of Samir's final attacks, where his orbs of primordial aura were turning through angles of space that shouldn't exist, or even the feeling I felt while being thrust upward through zones, as it feels like we're shifting through areas of space rather than just moving upward. As I sense every bit of the dark blue zone, the sky above us goes on endlessly, while the soul tie I'm following shifts through space, leading somewhere else. At first, it is just a flutter of a feeling, but I can sense Maria's mind perceiving it right beside mine. Our paired consciousness makes the soul tie more visible in this strange pocket of space, and strengthens the connection with every passing moment. Purple threads are compressing within our bodies at an increasing rate too. There is no more energy to continue the momentum and expansion of our energy forms to alleviate this pressure, and deactivating them would create the opposite problem. Returning to my base human state right now would definitely compress my divine core into a true purple instantly. The fact that my energy is so spread out in my royal sacred body is the only reason I'm still standing here. Reality is starting to crack around both of our bodies, but I can feel where it's leading to is not exactly where this soul tie is anchoring our minds. Instead of naturally letting the gravity crack open this zone, I channel all of my available energy into my hands, and feel Maria do the same. Veins of purple divine threads start naturally forming and flowing through my body. It forces space around us to bend and become extremely malleable. Royal vibrations stack their intent to keep us in place, exerting our will on the environment not to take us yet, and primordial aura grows larger around our bodies every second our wills expand. I watch my open fingers disappear through a tear in space before me as I take advantage of the fragile atmosphere. Maria's hands disappear next to mine, and I feel them on the other side of the invisible veil. They are much closer to the soul tie we're using as an anchor. I grab onto the fabric of the dark blue zone and pull to the side. Maria pulls with everything she has in the opposite direction. An enormous rift in space tears open before us. Its edges burst outward with purple cracks and waves of excess high-quality ether from the other side. Its edges pull with an unfathomable force that feels like a magnet. Both sides of the rift try with all their might to close back up the instant we open it. Shockwaves of foreign ether enter the blue zone, and purple cracks burst outward from all sides of the rift, filling the zone for trillions of kilometers. The entire zone's structural integrity shakes, and we don't waste any time kicking off the bottom of the zone and thrusting ourselves through. Both sides of the rift clamp closed behind us the instant we release the pressure. Purple threads flood into my royal sacred body, and begin tethering to my royal vibrations. Every last dark blue thread swirling in my divine core compacts in on itself and consolidates to allow my true core to finally wield only purple threads. I have painful memories of forcefully opening up a rift in the past, when Maria and I traveled from the green zone into the cyan ravine. We both reflexively hold on to each other, preparing for the worst. However, it feels nothing like that nightmare at all. It's like we're flowing up a warm river at a controlled pace. The soul tie we're following is far brighter and heavier in our minds, and the process of following it upstream is calming and oddly simple. In fact, looking down, I can see the blue zone still. It is not visible in my normal perception sense, but if I shift my gaze and peer through lesser space, as though I'm staring down into the lower realm, I can sense what is happening in the other zones. It is far easier to sense places where my soul ties connect me to living beings, but there is still a faded image of the purple cracks in the emptied-out dark blue zone, all receding back to where our rift closed. The only thing left in that zone now is the silver reactor, and a small amount of high-quality ether clouds that escaped the rift when we opened it. Now that I sense it in the blue zone, my concentration shifts to Maria's point of view. Her body is pulling in purple threads from the atmosphere in this warm stream even faster than me. For some reason, her gaze can pick up the intricacies of high-quality ether far better than mine. Her source resin is even capable of collecting it. It's not necessarily digesting it or powering Maria's soul, but it is certainly leaving the air she travels through and being stored somewhere. There is still extremely high-potency celestial energy that flows through these strange pathways between zones too. It is absorbed into our bodies, like multiple celestial seas per second are entering our souls, but the most drastic change is still the transition to wielding purple threads. It fills both of us with incredible energy. I've never felt my divine threads becoming so sturdy and tight with power. Unlike all of the other breakthroughs of my divine core in the past, it feels like it's now finally able to tap into its true potential. Every other colored divine thread in the past has been a spread out, diluted version of the true thing, and now I'm feeling it reach its densest form. The thought of silver or golden threads comes to mind while I experience this shift, but neither feels the same as the raw divine energy coursing through my body. After seeing that reactor up close, I can tell it's something else entirely. What I'm feeling now is the peak of natural divine power. A faint vibration on my right hand catches my attention, as Celia's purple ring starts to absorb threads from the divine river upward through which we float. It makes me wonder even further how an artifact like this possibly made it down to the lower realm, and how it managed to compress its divine energy to exist in that plane without automatically breaking through to higher zones. The fact that the divine pseudocore in this ring was not even a true core makes me question things even further, and its inability to wield mana or ether is strange as well. Every thought, theory, and question that passes through my mind all lead back to the soul tie we're following upward. He has all the answers. Ember set all of this into motion, but I'm beginning to question if he's doing this for my sake, or if he is using me in another one of his many lives to set up all the variables for a future plan. More and more purple divine threads surge into our bodies, saturating our true cores further, until a hot white light glows in front of us in our path. There is no other direction this river of purple threads can flow. My intuition tells me it's leading us to the soul tie we're following, and there is no immediate danger in touching it. Through Maria's eyes, I can understand the high-quality ether commands infused in this glow. It has many features, but the main ones activating and swirling around in circles as we approach are automated teleportation arrays. In a matter of seconds, the bright purple threads surrounding us are completely enveloped in this hot white light. It doesn't feel like anything has been altered, or any arrays have been activated, but I'm positive they have. It's because we've moved through another shift in space. The dark blue zone is much further away, and the soul tie is here, in the same zone as we are. As the bright white light fades, there is not much difference in the environment around us. If I were looking with only my human eyes, everything would still just be a blanket of pure white. However, as my royal vibrations spread outward, and my primordial aura seeps out of my skin following my vibrations like an echo, I start to see enormous trees overhead. Their trunks alone span tens of trillions of kilometers upward. One is easily the size of the entire blue zone. They're so massive, scanning just one of them using both Maria and my mind starts to make my head hurt. We both turn around and try to scan outward more, but are forced to pull our auras back into our bodies after scanning just 3 of these enormous trees. Each one is so full of high-quality ether, it sends out a hot glow that blinds us. The only way to see its outline is to track the edges of its soul using vibrations and primordial aura. Even this is just scratching the surface, as if we look too deeply into the bark of these trees. Maria's eyes pick up far too many complex ether commands. It overstimulates both of our newly ascended minds. Chapter 936, in the lower realm, the Imperial forces begin to finally approach more solar systems. The masses are no longer lost out in deep space. Automated information from the demonic realm begins pinging out to every corner of the galaxy so their formations can become far more optimized and seamless. All of the deaths of Vermilion and Morvale family demons over the last few years have been logged, and their coordinates blasted out to the masses. This shift in the Imperial soldiers splits them off into smaller and smaller groups. Some even march out into space solo to take on weaker worlds. They send pulses of high-quality ether commands off into the vast galaxy to gain updated data points of their own to gauge the mana signatures, chi refinement state, and divine core level of their enemies all throughout deep space. A large number of these demons have also succeeded in tearing open the lower realm, plunging into rough rifts in space to manually ascend to the upper realm without a throne artifact claiming a world. Thousands of these demons activate their infused ether commands and withstand the pressure of green threads with ease. In fact, they process them through their celestial bodies and convert their true yellow cores to true greens while tearing through the fabric of space into the green zone of the upper realm. They send out shockwaves of high-quality ether into this zone to record the strength levels of everyone present, and this data pings back down to the Imperial's tower in the demonic realm. An exceptionally strong high noble, who has been sending their forces out with direct orders from a rift in front of the purple tower, talks out loud to himself with a devious smile. This galaxy has truly been depleted. I saw the data our family had provided about the natural decay after siphoning resources to the paradise above, but even this is unbelievable. The mana-based forces are 90% weaker than anything we ever projected. There are 3 other demons standing by, not marching forward with the other troops onto the demonic realm's home base world. They are noticeably different. The soul weapons they hold have far more weight to them, like they are living, breathing entities. It is a natural primordial aura that is not artificially summoned with the Imperial's gifted glyphs and arrays. This aura is connected to the demons' true souls. They are considered the elites of their generation. He gathers up all of this information and pings it back to the other elites at the far reaches of the galaxy, numbering less than 100, and sends a special ping up to the 15 elites that made it to the upper realm with the other cleanup squads. The long single-file line of demons coming out from the purple tower finally stops, and this high noble sends another ping back to every single awakened soldier. Over 4 million of you have returned from your endless sleep. The time has come for our family head to place the Great Seal on this system. We have been granted the glory of following out the Imperial's final wishes, and become the fuel for our Emperor's ascension. Exterminate every last one of those mana-based lifeforms. In the highest zone of the upper realm, I do sense a slight disturbance in the natural order of things below. In the back of my mind, updates and alerts from the worldwide connectivity system are flying by, and notifications straight from the commanders, knights, and administrators are pointing to a large problem too. Some kind of counterattack is being pushed out by the demons, and they need support in the form of borrowed stats immediately. With myself and Maria finishing up a life-threatening battle against the Blue Zone's royal family head, every single connected civilization has 90% of their stats and mana control drained. If demons attack them now at full power, every single one of my linked worlds would be vastly underprepared. There is a small percentage of first-class worlds that were capable of fighting back some of the third- and second-class demons in the past few years. However, there were only some forces capable of handling the first-class and noble-grade true cord monstrosities that were generals in the Vermilion and Morvale army forces, without the knights. commanders, and administrators on the front lines. The lower realm is defenseless. Even while these thoughts race through my mind, I still don't let go of my stats, and neither does Maria. We're in a foreign zone, and we can't see further than a single tree in front of us without our minds becoming overstimulated with high-quality commands. It is too complex. Our celestial energy bases can't interpret what a massive amount of these symbols mean or what the random arrays activating do. On top of that, our royal vibrations aren't even mature enough to withstand the will of the entities around us. We've only scanned 3 trees and haven't even gotten past the bark. I can't sense any core or energy source or system readings. I can't even tell if these are living beings or just artifacts. The more I try to process this information, the smaller I feel, and the weaker my royal vibrations base starts to become. I can feel it shaking, and even my primordial aura wavers and oscillates outside my body. It is not in a controlled manner. It's like I'm going into shock. I've only seen something like this happen 2 times before. The first is when I broke through that ancient demon's mind in the ravine, and made him realize his path was incomplete and not that of a true royal, and second when Samir realized he was going to die and that the Imperials were only using him as a shield and never respected him. Just being in the presence of these trees and trying to perceive their power as newly ascended purple cores, I've looked over the edge of a power level I shouldn't have. There is only shock in Maria's eyes as well. Her wings start to shake, and the flow of source resin in her eyes tries to escape being used. My mental view of what she sees becomes distorted and simplified, as the source resin that was helping her see no longer wants to. It's scared. It makes me shiver too, but one thing in my soul does not back down. I can feel the shape of a burning hot sword deep in my chest, like it is overlapping with my soul energy core. It does not wake up, but as the aura from the trees around us suppresses our bodies and minds, it does not waver. When I look inward, and only focus on my blade, my mind begins to calm down too. It is like a mental tether back to reality, where I can stay safe and not be perceived by my surroundings to an extent. There is still a horrific pressure and mind-bending force looking down on us from every single angle, but I get a momentary mental breath to act. I grab onto Maria and push this imagery into her psyche as well. They aren't trying to kill us, or even suppress us. We just have to look away. Maria's eyes close. But it isn't enough. Our enormous energy forms have grown even larger since ascending from the blue zone, surpassing 25 billion kilometers head to toe each. They actually continue to expand, but this is a major source of our issue. All of our senses are on high alert, and the act of perceiving everything around us in such high detail is melting our minds and overstimulating our souls. A few more seconds of this, and I'm certain there will be a destabilization of my royal vibrations, or some kind of soul fracture that will not be possible to heal by normal means. I begin using my celestial grade foresight skill, predicting many outcomes, but this only speeds up the problems faster. However, there is one variable that never changes in these visions, that will work, in more ways than one. I send a mental imagery of a technique to Maria and simultaneously reply with confirmations down to the lower realm that they'll receive their needed stats soon. Then, take a deep breath and deactivate every body and energy manifestation enhancement I have. My celestial fire and demonic corruption stop circulating around me and seep back into my sacred body, falling back into my cores. The manifestation of horns on my head recedes, and my face is revealed to the outside world. However, this instantly limits my field of view. Not outwardly portraying my true self disrupts the natural flow of my aura and even makes my linked vision with Maria weaker. I let my greater and astral forms deactivate, along with my sacred body. The massive pull of the purple threads in the air, and the automatic tethering to loose celestial energy for hundreds of trillions of kilometers in every direction, stops. Maria's angel wings fade in a sparkling aura of light, and her hundreds of thousands of pseudo-cores begin stacking back into each other and deactivating, reverting back to a single one. Her archangel and ice goddess forms dissolve at the same rate as mine. We both let go of our borrowed stats, and the process of shrinking back down to smaller and smaller base forms speeds up. I can feel the raw strength and overwhelming power leaving my being, but at the same time, a massive wave of relief is washing through my psyche. I can no longer see the high-quality ether commands in the air. Even when I try to stare into the bark of one of the trees nearby, it just looks like a pure white wall. I cannot perceive a thing. The primordial aura that was pouring out of my soul moments ago does not shrink with everything else. It doesn't go away in Maria's surroundings either. Even as our energy bodies collapse back into our souls, the strength and dense nature of our primordial auras don't fade. It is like there is an enormous bubble of invisible shielding surrounding our bodies, and we're too weak to see through it and harm ourselves. I'm still perfectly connected with this aura, and I can sense the same sinking feeling that these trees have souls and are imbued with an unfathomable amount of primordial aura too. But that is the full extent of my senses. My fresh and untrained mind is no longer burdened by the secrets of this zone. Maria and I stop shrinking once we reach a few 100 kilometers tall each. I glow bright crimson, and she stays icy blue, enormous purple true course cycle in our chests, and throughout the 25 billion kilometer wide bubbles of primordial aura surrounding us, there are still thin lines of white celestial energy that seep through, attracted to our soul energy cores. This is because neither of us has sealed our royal vibrations off at all. Oddly enough, while repeating many variations of ways to survive moments ago using my foresight skill, I found a strange variable. If I limit or try to seal off my vibrations, using Seraphel suppression technique, or just sealing them back in my normal human form, my primordial aura is affected. Imagery of it seeping back into my soul with the vibration showed up in all of my mental trials. I don't know enough about either for this to make any sense. However, having my vibrations burst out into this forest doesn't seem to be a problem. They do not pick up on any harmful readings on their own. In fact, they're better used as a crude form of echolocation. Not only are the 3 trees we found before visible, but I begin to sense dozens more in every direction before my range cuts out. Each has thick trunks varying in width from a few trillion to up to tens of trillions of kilometers thick. Many of the trees grow up high into the air, higher than I can see, but a large amount of them have long-reaching branches with thick white leaves. None of them have any openings that show the sky above. A majority of the air is filled with high-quality ether, but it just flows right through our auras like a hologram. The only bits of the atmosphere we can touch is the celestial energy, and it's a minuscule amount, less than 0.01%. Yet, it's enough to feel like multiple dark blue zone celestial seas are flowing into our soul energy cores every second. Maria and I walk closer to each other to make physical contact again and cycle this energy through our cores to refine it further. We're on flat ground, but it's unclear what it's made of. The surface is bright white and smooth, like a marble floor made of high-quality ether. However, it's only smooth because we are so small in comparison to the zone around us. I can sense it shift in elevation slightly in between each tree, and there are even thick roots from these trees that puncture the floor and grow deep down into them. The roots are potent with primordial aura, like it's constantly flowing through them. I don't have enough proficiency to see if this aura is flowing up into the trees or down and out. Everything around me is so confusing. Maria speaks through our telepathy link and points far out into the forest. You see that too? Through our soul bond, I can feel exactly where she's pointing, about 6 trees away, but it takes a moment for me to focus and wrap my vibrations around it to really tell what she means. Yes, I do. I reply with a hesitant tone. The outline of a lizard on the side of one of these trees flows into my mind. The strange thing is, I don't sense any primordial aura or vibrations coming off of it. The creature is 10 million kilometers from nose to tail at most. It's either incredibly good at concealing these 2 sources of power, or it's made of pure high-quality ether. While getting up close to it to see the monster with my own eyes would probably answer these questions, in our current limited state, I don't want to take any chances. There is no need to come to a verbal agreement on what to do next. Both of us turn in the opposite direction and slowly begin moving away. Using pure royal vibrations wrapped around small pockets of celestial fire and ice beneath our feet, we're able to float upward and travel through the forest much easier than the low vantage point of staying on the ground. The gravity in this zone is extremely strong. It takes quite a bit of effort to propel ourselves forward. Despite our auras spreading outward into the environment almost instantly, it takes us about half an hour to pass by the full trunk of the closest tree. We do not randomly head off into the forest away from the potential threat. Our destination is still pointed in the vague direction of Ember's soul bond. I try to contact him through the system, but his profile has gone dark. It's like he's sealed in some place outside of space, similar to when I was in the ravine. Yet, I'm positive he's here. In my current form, I cannot feel the potent link I had when first entering this zone, but I can feel a vague direction. Despite surviving the initial threat of the high-quality ether overstimulation almost melting our minds, I'm still extremely on edge. There are far too many variables in this zone I don't understand. Whatever that creature is, it didn't move or react when my aura probed it. That doesn't mean it can't see me. On top of that, if there's one, there must be more, and not to mention I still have to worry about the ruler of this zone. The demons in every other royal family below respected or feared the Imperials. In the lower levels of the upper realm, every ruler in the past had zone-wide security features, so I don't see why it would be any different here. After all, we did just kill 2 more family heads. Oceans of celestial energy flow into us from the air, but with every passing minute and no noticeable increase or change in our ability to safely perceive high-quality ether, my paranoia grows. I believe we've made it to the purple zone of the upper realm, but have no idea what this place is or how to navigate it safely. We continue floating deeper into the forest with no vantage points in sight. The more trees we pass, the more they all begin to blend together and look the same. I have one way of telling direction, and that is following Ember's soul bond. However, even it only gives me a vague feeling of its direction, not the distance we've traveled or how far we have to go. The strange outline of a lizard creature fades away behind us as it leaves my mental vision, but once I scan more and more of this forest, I realize it was no random one-time event. More of these outlines start showing up in my royal vibrations scans of the trees around us. Enormous lizards are latched onto the bark of many trees. I can't see very high up into the branches, but some even begin showing up in their undersides as well. In the direction I'm headed, it appears there is a higher concentration of these beings. They don't produce any primordial aura signature, nor vibrations. We even get close enough to one that I can look at it with my own eyes, and it is just pure white, made of an ether consistency I do not have the senses to understand. It's a pure high-quality ether being, and the purple divine threads in the air seem to flood right through it. This is a very clear sign to me that somehow, these creatures have no divine cores either. If they did, the threads in the air would be absorbed at some rate, or at least waver or bend to react to a high-density core in the area. None of them seem to notice us, or care that we're flying by. Most look like they're asleep, but a few lazily open their eyes. And I even see some climbing up trees to get to higher branches. Their shapes look kind of familiar, but without detailed auras or any texture or coloring of their scales, I can't know for sure if I've seen this race before. The sound of their clawed feet and hands grabbing onto the tough trees echoes through the air. It is kind of unsettling to hear the massive sharp claws moving, yet unable to sense their energy signatures at all. After dozens of trees go by, and I'm certain we've traveled the length of the entire blue zone tens of times over, the gravity in the air becomes less and less extreme. It's because we're absorbing so much celestial energy with every greater distance traveled. Our primordial aura strength doesn't change at all, but the purity and volume alone of our celestial energy cores is skyrocketing. It's like thousands of celestial seas are pouring through our soul energy cores back and forth into each other. My celestial fire flickers throughout my royal body, and grows extremely bright and hot, like a sun is exploding in every cell of my body. Maria's blue royal form reaches extreme colds that make it seem like deep space has drained all of the possibility of warmth from her surroundings. The two auras cancel each other out, forcing us to grow stronger to adapt to the other's fire and ice to refine this celestial energy further. I can feel it becoming more pure with every passing tree. But there still feels like there's an overwhelming gap between this energy and high-quality ether. Something is missing, and it isn't just refining it further. As these thoughts come and pass, and I get used to the sounds of docile lizard creatures climbing through the trees, a new sound hits my ears. It's a very faint humming noise, and the longer I listen, the louder it gets. It turns into buzzing and clicking, then eventually the source hits the outer edge of my vibration senses. It's a swarm of insect-like creatures. They're a mixture between some kind of locust and mantis. It's hard to tell, but some of them have wings, and others are more overdeveloped to have strong legs and sharp extremities. These bugs are no larger than a few thousand to tens of thousands of kilometers tall each, but travel in large groups. The one I'm seeing here has over 50 of them. My eyes widen while I watch a lizard drop down from high up in the tree, swinging off a branch that its tail was curled around and colliding with the swarm, holding its sharp-toothed mouth open wide. As the loud crunch of dozens of insects instantly being eaten echoes through the trees, so does a shockwave of high-quality ether commands. On top of this, memories resurface of a similar scene I witnessed a long time ago back on the human world. It makes my gaze momentarily shift down toward my hand, focusing on the purple ring. And recalling where I got it from, near the top of Celia's construct, the pocket world made by this mysterious light elf, I remember seeing a sight just like this. There were swarms of insects, camouflage lizards that eat them, and massive forests floating high in the sky. The slight difference is the trees in that world were dark black, and were some kind of unique divine artifact. These trees are bright white, and the creatures in this zone do not wield divine energy at all. While witnessing this lizard swallow its prey, I can't help but wonder if it's connected at all. No memories of Celia in this place were ever transferred to me, but she was a purple core when she died. I begin transmitting my own memories to Maria. To try and explain a few of my theories about this place to her, just as the shockwaves of high-quality ether burst through us, about 10 of the 50 or so insects made it out through the lizard's teeth or swerved away before the bite clamped down, but a few of them were broken in half by the impact. Their innards have exploded outward, throughout the forest. I can only assume they are filled with complex glyphs and ancient commands, but it just looks like a thin wave of white mist to me in my current form. In fact, when it collides with our bodies, it acts like a hologram, bursting right through us without affecting a thing. The only reaction any of our senses give is Maria's source resin. The small amount that remained in her bloodstream until now immediately sinks deep back into her soul energy core to hide while this wave ripples through. Afterward, the bugs scatter, and the forest returns to its natural state. We keep moving and travel deeper. More of these flocks of insects come into my vision, and I start to see a pattern. They all flock close to the tree bark, and some even swoop down to land on the roots of the trees near the points where they plunge into the ground. I can only really track the flow of primordial aura inside the trees, but I can see when the brightness of their ether commands increase. I can assume there is a natural flow of high-quality ether as well. And they're moving in large groups from tree to try and take advantage of these pulses. Some even swarm down from the heavy leaves above. Humming, buzzing, and clicking fills the air, but so does the loud sounds of sharp teeth chomping down on these bugs over and over. I watch hundreds of them get devoured, and now don't even flinch when the shockwaves of high-quality ether come surging through us. It doesn't affect our bodies or souls at all. It's more like we're floating through a fake show while headed in the direction of Ember's soul tie. We're getting stronger by the second, and nothing can harm us in this ethereal forest. While my paranoia has subsided a bit, I'm still extremely aware of my surroundings. Both mine and Maria's survival instincts kick into full power once a new foreign aura appears in the direction we're headed. It moves faster than I can detect, has a rich well of its own primordial aura, and even has a true purple core burning in its chest. My eyes widen as I feel a strong flow of royal vibrations coursing through our auras. It's extremely strong and confident, but does not have the evil nature of a demon's. In fact, I can feel it already probing me and trying to find out the same thing. A black blur moves from tree to tree, closing the gap between us in fractions of a second. My initial battle instincts want me to reactivate all of my energy forms and sacred body. But my true royal intuition tells me that will only do more harm than good. My celestial energy base is so much more potent than before. My senses would be picking up on far too much more ether commands, and it might fry both of our minds and fracture our souls instantly. Whatever this aura is, it doesn't seem like it wants to fight either. It's more so curious, and its aura feels intelligent, like it will reason with us and there is no need to mindlessly attack. Maria's whole royal body flares up with an extreme layer of ice as she weighs her options too, but comes to the same conclusion in the fractions of a second that go by. Neither of us moves. We just stay floating in mid-air while the enormous black mass of energy halts about 100 billion kilometers in front of us. It alone reaches above 1 billion kilometers from head to toe itself. A white lizard on the branch above us grows frightened by the sudden shift in the atmosphere and falls down into its path. I watch a massive black curved machete effortlessly move in its direction and slice the lizard in two. It explodes into white mist once the creature that's halted before us puts its blade back on its back, crossed against a second identical soul weapon. My eyes focus, and I begin to make out an outline of this creature. Its purple true core pulls and threads from the surroundings at a greater rate than ours, and I can see primordial aura tethering to its royal vibrations on the outside of its energy manifestation. This black aura is the manifestation of some kind of astral form stacked with a second mana-based greater form. However, its body shape is very familiar. Kind of like one of the warlords from the Green Zone. I can't help but feel a similarity to Torvak, the blue ogre, when I feel this creature's presence. The small tusks, bulky stature, and even the way he handled his weapon. A very assertive, yet calming voice echoes through both mine and Maria's minds before we can take any more of its physical appearance in. State your domain affiliation. You're about to enter a private hidden domain owned by the Black Ogre clan. We have not received any word of humans arriving, nor are we allied with any other clans that are friendly with your race. We're left in silence for a few seconds, but no matter how many times I repeat this Black Ogre's words in my mind, they only make less and less sense. We have no domain affiliation, but we come in peace. I see no reason to fight you. The jet black astral energy manifestation nods slowly, but it turns its gaze to Maria beside me, as if it is waiting for her response as well. It's true. We didn't even know your domain was in our path. We can go around if necessary. She adds to my reply. Silence follows longer, and the ogre's massive manifestation of white eyes deep inside its astral form tightens on us. High-quality ether commands must be activating, but none of my senses are proficient enough to notice right now. It just looks like mist is pouring out of his eyes and pulsing toward us. It harmlessly flows through, and simultaneously, buzzing sounds come from a few trees away. The ogre's eyes move away from us, and it pulls its other machete from its back with its other hand. A swarm of insects begins to fly toward us, but the ogre swings its left arm, and a wave of white mist in a crescent shape bursts out from its sole weapon. There are more purple divine threads tethered to it than I have in my entire divine core, and trillions of layers of royal vibrations intent hold it together. There is even an echo of primordial aura that follows behind it. The crescent of energy bends around the trunk of one of the nearby trees, then collides with the swarm, obliterating them into nothing more than white mist. Just like the lizard he sliced in 2 moments ago, the black ogre sheathes his sole weapon again and nods. I believe you have no hostile intent, and that you were not aware of our domain's whereabouts. However, you cannot exist in the primordial garden without a domain affiliation. Even if you have permanently left their arrays, I must know where you come from before I can let you leave. We both stare back with confusion on our faces. Clearly, there are civilizations of some kind up in this zone, what he called the primordial garden. Either that is what this section of forest is called, or just what the entire purple zone consists of. Now that I think about it, even this ogre could be an illusion or automated defense system for the demons. I can't comprehend the ether commands being activated at all. This could be a demon in disguise for all I know. However, if it was truly one of the Imperials, and it knew who we were, I see no reason for it to waste any time talking. It would try to kill us on the spot. Therefore, I don't want to give away the fact that Ember is in this zone, and that we are true enemies of the royal family heads. But at the same time, I do not want to drive them away or anger them by lying and saying we're allies of the demons. No matter what side I choose, this could go equally wrong with both. After a long wait, I speak up with a calculated response filled with the truth but leaving out enough details to make us appear neutral until I gather more information. No domain. We didn't come from anywhere in the primordial garden. We were teleported up here after opening up a legacy tomb. I stare the black ogre in the eyes, and he looks like he is scanning me over and over again. Unauthorized duplication. This narrative has been taken without consent. Report sightings. During this moment of silence, I talk back and forth with Maria over many strategies and options, but we settle on the most simple one. She speaks while the creature before us still hasn't replied. If your domain is open to guests, we'd like a place to rest and learn about this place. We're a bit lost. The ogre's eyes loosen up, but no other expressions show on its face. I'll allow you in. It does not appear as though you're trying to deceive me. You'll have to answer a few questions about that legacy tomb you say you found. It is odd, most legacies instantly activate in the garden, but from your lack of high-quality ether efficiency, it seems like you haven't managed to activate your glyph imprints. Both of us nod, but he speaks again before we can get a word out. You must control your primordial aura, though. It is impolite to spew it outside of your body with such force. I can handle looking into the depths of your souls, but many of the younger ones will not be able to handle it. My eyes widen at these words, and I feel Maria's consciousness shiver too. We pull back the invisible aura that has been floating outside our bodies for over 25 billion kilometers, protecting our psyches and gathering celestial energy and divine threads for us. While it seems invisible and unreadable to us, I did not consider the fact that maybe those of a high mental status could see things in it that are very revealing. Our primordial aura sinks back in to only hover a few kilometers around our bodies in a much more potent and compressed state. This reflexively causes our royal vibrations to fall back inward as well. All of the long-range echolocation disappears, and our field of view is limited only to where our eyes can see, and that doesn't stretch much further than the few trees around us, leaving the only living creature in our senses as the massive black ogre. Despite our field of view being limited, all of my power being compressed into a small area does make me feel extremely secure and in control. There is no longer any bit of my resources being used outside my body, and the compressed primordial aura acts as a much different type of defense to the complex ether commands than the large bubble before. They seemed like soft white mist moments ago. Now I don't even see residue. The trees surrounding us look like husks with thin lines that appear as thin white, almost translucent barriers. My mind does not even attempt to analyze what's inside. The black ogre turns around. Very good. Follow me. We float after him in silence. Every few trees we pass, he pulls out one of his massive blades and slices through more insects or an occasional falling lizard. Again, I see no mist like before, only very geometric translucent barriers splitting into pieces and dissolving into the air. Many of the shards fade into the trees or roots eventually, it's like my visual inputs of everything around have been simplified so much that I can actually start to understand it a little better. I start seeing manifestations of dots where the creature's joints bend, and thin lines connecting them and swiveling where they move. It's like some crude computer rendering of an animation keeps playing out over and over. These strange outlines start showing up even in the Black Ogre's movements. I can see the direction and strength of the high-quality ether commands he infuses into his complex attacks. At least, on the surface. I still cannot fathom how they are summoned or manipulated. Maria begins seeing the same thing, and we're totally consumed by observing this the entire travel time while following our guide this way. The Black Ogre speaks again, turning abruptly and raising two hands in the air without anything in them. He's stopped in between two massive trees. At first, it looks like nothing is happening, but the longer I wait, the more lines and dots start moving all throughout the air. It's only a few hundred at first, in random places, then it turns into thousands, and millions, then far too many to keep track of. They form an enormous archway, roughly 1 trillion kilometers high, and start glowing so bright that even my totally blocked and limited senses start to perceive an overwhelming white glow. The archway that was summoned out of thin air splits in half, forming a line from its center down to the floor of the forest. Double doors open up, and instantly hundreds of true purple cores with royal vibrations pop up in my mind's eye. Moments ago, they were completely invisible to my senses, but now the space behind this door is as clear as day. There's a black winding road at the base of the door that leads inward. Our guide wastes no time and floats through, following it as though he has done it this exact same way every day of his life. Maria and I look at each other, then get one last view of the complex structure of this archway before floating through after him. Chapter 940, the split double doors close behind us, and the massive archway compacts back in on itself. The unfathomable amount of bright flashing ether commands dull, then reverts to only lines and dots in my vision. Seconds later, every sign of its existence completely disappears. Not only does this archway deactivate, but so does the overwhelming pressure of primordial aura and the sensation of being watched pouring down from the trees. I turn around, and to my utter surprise, I see dark brown bark and bright lush leaves overhead. My gaze focuses on every tree we passed on our way here, and they all appear in my vision as normal vibrant organisms. There are no longer any auras or energy waves stopping me from seeing their real form. In fact, I can't sense their outlines at all. This is only a visual I can see. My probing aura stops only a few hundred kilometers away, slamming against an invisible barrier where the archway was. It makes out faded lines and dots where shielding commands are blocking this domain from the outside garden. Instantly, I feel another internal change. My soul bond with Ember grows far weaker, like this barrier is limiting its reach. In the depths of my soul, it's still stable, but the direction and potency have been padded out similarly to the sensation I felt when I first limited my senses from their highest state. A smile creeps onto my face as I realize Ember must be in one of these domains too. I turn back around and follow the black winding path inward, following the Black Ogre with even more curiosity in my eyes now. This is because many other identical true purple court ogres are lined up on the sides of this road, bowing to him as we pass. Every single one of them has a dark astral form layered with an internal mana-based greater form. They're all extremely impressive, standing a few 100 million kilometers tall each, and many wavering with their own royal vibrations and primordial aura. However, none come close to our guide's size and power. Large structures begin popping up at the sides of this road. Some look like towers, and others look like battle stadiums. The majority appear to be houses for small amounts of ogres to live in at once. They're made of dark brown wood, with light green leaves used as additional building material. Most of them are held together by thin lines and dots shimmering with high-quality ether. I can't tell exactly what all these commands do. The further we travel in, the more ogres I watch stop what they're doing and show respect to the Black Ogre floating down this winding path. Some look up from friendly spars in these arenas, others appear to be working on crafting or altering their soul weapons. I even see a few ogres hovering in circles, waving their hands in front of one another, and the faint outlines of high-quality ether commands are being formed and altered. Either they're teaching a class, or practicing some kind of array casting techniques with each other. Some sit at the bases of a few trees with their eyes closed and legs crossed, meditating in groups. There are plenty of structures with closed doors housing true cores, but none that I can see into to tell what exactly they're doing. We travel past dozens of structures, hundreds of ogres, and about 5 large trees before the scenery starts changing. There is a massive hole in the road before us, and deep gashes in the roots of the next few trees are extremely apparent. Destroyed structures are left vacant, and the sounds of training and teaching are left far behind us, the further in we travel. The worse the damage to the surroundings gets. There are even large chunks of the tree's trunks missing and enormous craters that span tens of trillions of kilometers, obliterating the road. Even the destroyed structures appear less and less as we travel in this far. The black ogre keeps moving forward, following the curving path where the road used to be, and meeting back up with it where fractured parts of it still lie on the ground. He eventually slows down over a clear strip of road that isn't cracked, between two massive trees, then turns around to look at us again. This should be secure enough for us to speak without being monitored. Please, explain what kind of legacy you came across to make it here without the Imperials being notified. Was it one of the overseer races? Or just an elite like ours? He looks at us with a studied gaze, but there is truly only curiosity behind his eyes. Without the cover of white mist or a glow of ether commands, I can see their true gray color beneath. This is a warrior that has lost everything, and is only trying to protect what he has left. Still, while he may be accepting, I'm still hesitant to tell the truth. The legacy itself? I don't know much about it. We stumbled upon it a few zones below this one. I couldn't tell the difference between an overseer and an elite's legacy if there were two right in front of me. I pause for a moment and look around at the destruction he just brought us through. Then back at him. What caused all of this? Are there enemies inside your domain? He smiles, but the sadness in his eyes doesn't leave. There were enemies. Not long ago, actually. But I managed to fend them off. The Imperial's outer guard have a domain nearby. Just 3 of them managed to cause this much damage before I could handle it. I sense no deception in his words or aura. Without showing some trust and giving him some information back, I doubt this will go smoothly. Maria and I send messages back and forth with telepathy to decide on our new course of action. His eyes tighten to gauge my reaction, but I'm not the one to reply. Well, it looks like we're on the same side after all then. I'm Maria, I'm Jay. Sorry to see the royal family still gives you trouble up here. We both nod, and tense up to get ready for anything, but the expected result happens. You may call me Olger. I'm the last of the original generation of my elite clan, the Black Ogres. It seems we are on the same side, opposed to the demons. It is just jarring to see new life forms up here. I thought our era was the last to ascend. The only naturally occurring lower races in the garden are the chameleons and the swarms. Though, they aren't exactly what I would consider living beings like us. Relief washes through us, and Maria is the first to reply. What do you mean they aren't living beings like us? Are they holograms? Fake monsters? She looks my way, remembering the descriptions of Celia's divine construct I mentioned, making us both wonder if we're trapped in another pocket world like it, or that they're all possibly automated avatars in a surveillance dome like the Green Zone's Grand Citadel. But Olger's response says otherwise. Oh no. They're as real as you and I. Their lifespan has just run out. It's a technique used to sacrifice certain parts of your soul in order to break the limits of natural mortality. Of course, a strong enough glyph imprint is necessary, and you'll never grow stronger once you choose that path. But they will never die. It's rumored some of the swarms are from the Dryads' era. I question him next, so that's why I couldn't sense them, like they had no soul, or weren't even connected to the system at all. Olger smiles wider, and a glint of nostalgia shows in his eyes. Yes, it's common for the lower lifespan races to do so near the end of their natural life. There were a large amount of elves that transitioned a while back. Then again, I don't get much news of the other areas of the garden. Our clan is only closely affiliated with a White Griffin domain and a Fiery Mammoth clan holding 2 domains nearby. The only visits we get are warnings of new Imperial raids or the demons coming to wipe us out themselves. A light wave of despair flows back into his gaze. But Maria comments back to the initial subject. What are these glyph imprints you're talking about? Is it like an avatar or a soul weapon, or some kind of technique that can be learned? Is that why we can't wield or sense high-quality ether properly? The Black Ogre looks at us with surprise and confusion again, then thinks to himself for a few seconds before shaking his head. You really don't know what your legacy granted you, do you? While we aren't sharing the fact that it was granted to us by a void creeper, or that an immortal dragon is wound up in my soul bonds, the truth is we have no idea what he's talking about. The blank expressions on our faces make this truth obvious. Olger starts to chuckle, then turns around again, waving at us with one of his massive hands. Come on, follow me. We have an artifact that can stimulate glyph imprints and activate yours. Well, at least back to the Elven era. It's highly unlikely there are any legacies left in the lower zones left unclaimed before them, so it should do just fine. My interest is piqued again. There's no way this artifact Ulgar is speaking of will work as intended if he believes it will only work on legacies younger than the elves. However, maybe it will give me some more insight on what glyph imprints really are in the first place. Fine, let's do it, I reply. Maria and I follow him even further down the winding path. Passing more torn up tree roots and destroyed old structures, less and less housing turns up, and far more massive holes and slash marks appear. My eyes open wide when I see an enormous ravine where a horrific battle must have taken place. It has to be almost 300 trillion kilometers wide, pretty much the full length of this domain that we've already traveled. As we float over it, massive chunks of an entire tree stick out of it. Branches longer than the entire blue zone each, all stack up, and the sky above it is even clear. A light purple hue comes down and sets an eerie mood. While looking up, I see the vague edge of this domain barrier, blocking me from sensing any of the energy above. But I can still see the sky with my eyes. We get to the other edge of the ravine, and what looks like two massive footprints are at its edge, the imagery of Ulgar standing in that very spot, holding off enemies, and their energy shockwaves taking down trees and creating such a massive crater makes my mind spin with potential battle scenarios. Once we pass over this edge, more structures appear, and the black ogre floats down again. They're built in a much different style than the housing from before. These buildings look extremely old and made of black stone. They're also much smaller than the megastructures created to house the astral forms of these enormous ogres spanning hundreds of millions of kilometers. Some of the structures we approach are hardly even 10,000 kilometers tall. They're close to the size of the towers in the green zone of the upper realm. Many look abandoned, but untouched. Even the winding tree roots don't go near this ancient village out of respect. The towers, and even old roads and streets are built around the largest structure at the back of this grouping. It's about 10 times larger than most of the other buildings, but it does not have a roof at all. It's an enormous stadium. Now that I take a closer look, many of the fighting facilities in the populated portion of this domain mimic its style, in our compact royal forms, a few hundred kilometers tall. All of these buildings are still quite large. However, the scaling feels similar to a time when we were back on the human world in large cities full of our own races. The only reason it feels small is because hovering behind us, the black ogre's foot is larger than this entire civilization. This was passed down, inherited to us by an elder of a light elves clan. I had the honor of knowing them when I was young, but I'm afraid they've all gone through the ascension ritual to keep their minds when their lifespan ran out, or the Imperial's outer guard managed to kill them off. Us black ogres are able to stay in one place. The elves were a traveling race. I feel the density and flow of divine threads in the airshift. And even the trembling mana particles from the innermost part of this ogre's greater form stop producing energy. A wave of black energy disperses into the air as Ulgar deactivates all of his energy forms and floats down to hit the ground with his soul armor covered feet behind us. He uses a very similar royal ogre form and stands over 5,000 kilometers high still. However, he does not threaten to crush this entire civilization with a single step, maybe just a few doorways if he moves without care. When he walks past us, I can't help but stare. His skin is smooth and jet black, matching his shiny armor. There are white tusks that come out of his mouth on both sides, and the same gray eyes I watched before now stare back at me. What? Have you never seen a black ogre before or something? I shake my head. No? I haven't. The closest I've seen is a blue ogre. We managed to ally with one in the green zone of the upper realm. You look very similar, Ulgar smiles, then grunts and shrugs before walking forward toward the stadium entrance. He only looks more like Torvak in this moment, but I decide to stop making more comments on it for now. Inwardly, I start sifting through the data from over 70 billion worlds in my worldwide connectivity system to try and find any clues to what their common link might be. Ulgar walks through a massive archway above 10 times his own height, and we follow to take in the full view of this abandoned stadium. There are hundreds of rows of seating, and many tunnels around the outer edges that have collapsed after eras of neglect. They look like they lead down under the megastructure, most likely used as holding cells for the entertainers that would perform in the stadium itself. There used to be all kinds of events put on here. Battles of the strongest warriors, visiting dark elves, and even wild beasts when the garden was more full of real life. I raise an eyebrow, but Maria responds, "Are there no wild monsters anymore? Does everyone just live in these isolated domains?" Ulgar stops in the center of the stadium's middle stage. It's made of the same dark ground as the forest's floor. I believe not. You're the first outsiders I've seen in far too long to even keep track of the time. It was quite a peaceful paradise until the first Blood Imperials started claiming domains and even infecting some of the Dryad's gifts to us after her passing. Ulger looks up at the trees, and many dots in my mind begin connecting about why these trees have such a unique, overwhelming primordial aura and complex high-quality ether commands. They were left by a past overseer, but one thing doesn't make sense. What do you mean by First Blood Imperials? Ulger sighs, the High Royals. A small amount of demons from the first generation that were present during their overseer's ascension. They're no normal royal demons, their outer guard may be full of royals, but even I can take them on with enough preparation. If a First Blood attacked this domain, I'd be dead before I realized they arrived. I look back over my shoulder, remembering the destruction of the trees and the landscape, making a mental note that this was truly only caused by some of the Imperial family head's lackeys. When I look back toward the Black Ogre, he's moving his hands in strange patterns, and the air around him is sparkling with lines and dots I know as unreadable high-quality ether commands even if I can't see them. You mentioned both of you came up here after accepting your legacy. Right? You're certain it was a dual legacy, and not two solos? Maria and I look at each other, then back at Ulger to nod in unison. Alright, good. I see no point in wasting more time here. The elves used to use this arena for one other event too. It was to stimulate their glyph imprints. Every new generation would make a big fuss over it, and I even got to witness one mass activation ceremony myself. When they left, we began using this artifact to stimulate our younger generations too. He grins. Don't worry, just stand still. You won't feel a thing. Ulger finishes a few more hand signals, then jumps out of the way, floating up and over to the seating area at the side of the stadium. When he sits, he covers over 30 rows of normal seats. His eyes are wide and full of curiosity and hope. The floor below us starts to show countless lines and dots. It even shines with white light like the edges of the archway before that had too many high-quality ether commands activating to stay hidden even in my suppressed state. They all form geometric patterns, connecting in hexagonal runes, and circling around the entire floor. There is nothing to sense at first. It just looks like another holographic performance is activating around us. More and more glyphs activate until the entire floor below is bright white. Ulger's intrigued eyes stare down at us, slightly distracting me from concentrating. But eventually, the white flashing lights on the floor burst upward to create impenetrable pillars of energy surrounding us. They expand into walls, then even shine bright enough to cover our view of the sky. We begin to float in what feels like an empty white room. The air fills with sparkling lines and dots, flowing through us, swirling around and around countless times. My breathing slows, and I hold both of Maria's hands in mine. We slowly spin, like gravity is no longer acting on us, and we feel as though we're free-falling while staying still in midair. The unsensible glyphs start making more sense to me when they pass by, but only for a split second in my peripheral vision. Like it's an illusion, they even start feeling warm, like each one is giving off energy of some sort. My eyes widen as I stare forward at Maria, and the faint glimmer of recognizable glyphs flash all over her skin in the depths of my consciousness. When I blink again, they're gone. I can't tell if I really saw them now, or if I'm just recalling a memory from the temple within the ravine. Chapter 942. As imprints of the glyphs we absorbed from the ravine temple's walls flash in my vision all over Maria's body, they flicker on mine as well. The warmth of the glyphs fills my body, and I start to make out the shapes of many symbols I see. However, they're not in any language I know. This reaction gives me some hope that maybe Ulger was wrong and this artifact is capable of activating our glyph imprints despite it not being from an older generation. I even feel the sword in my soul vibrate ever so slightly. It resonates at the same exact time as Maria's sword deep in her soul. Another burst of images floods into my mind as golden-colored glyphs flash on the surface of my soul sword. They flood outward in my primordial aura pathways and coat the inside of my soul for a split second too before fading faster than I can make all of them out. It brings my mind all the way back to the human world, when I saw all of these glyphs for the first time inside the head of an enormous statue of a human. Similar to the size I'm standing at right now, my eyes widen, as my soul is bound to Maria's. My perception is hyper-focused after witnessing this, and I see her sword filled with an unfathomable amount of source resin. It sparkles and shines like billions of mirrors reflecting every bit of energy it's ever seen back outward. The weight of this sword becomes so much heavier in my mind looking at it now. There are strange outlines of dots and lines deep within this resin. It is like even more intense ether commands are activating, and they're too complex or too far away for me to see. I do get a definitive feeling though. There is not just a planet bound to that sword, memories straight from her mind flood into mine. As in the lower realm, she split Kelfer in two, and trapped its core into her blade. However, seeing it now, that planet was far from normal. It's been referenced as an origin world many times before, and after watching Seraphel and Abby's feat of killing Lucian, I now know that planet was the birthplace of the last wyvern who has now accepted their whole race's legacy, and it was storing a dryad's legacy as well. A dark elf and a Scarlet Clan berserker were left on that planet too. The core of this planet was no normal noble grade world. It looks like it has a unique legacy stored away in it, yet I have no idea what race it could be from. The warmth in this room continues flooding into our bodies. But after the initial shock, it doesn't grow any more extreme. I actually begin to feel the temperature of the room dropping. All of the glyphs that flow through us start coming out the other side of our bodies in a weakened state, with a weight of failure in their souls. It's like the waves of high-quality ether commands have a consciousness of their own, and are realizing they're not strong enough to finish the awakening. The more glyphs swirling around the room, the more depressed it starts to feel. Maria and I float back down to touch the floor and smile, putting out waves of intent using royal vibrations, and allowing our primordial aura to flood outward about 100,000 kilometers. The size of this arena's stage, the calming aura is infused with a thank you to whatever is powering this array, and the fact that we're not upset somehow lightens the mood. Many of the desperate glyphs dissolve into our primordial aura, and flow back into our bodies. A lot of them fall back toward the floor, the walls stop glowing bright white, and revert to pillars again, then fade away entirely. The floor swirls with many circles and patterns for a few more seconds. They feel as though they're watching us with curiosity, and even mentally waving goodbye while falling back toward a single point in the center of the floor. When I look around, the presence of many high-quality ether commands becomes very clear. The domain shielding high above us is the most dense pocket of commands I can see. They're no longer specks of random invisible energy. I'm able to see spinning arrays and logical connections to the commands as they block outside forces and keep what is inside invisible and unsensible to outsiders. Without Olger inviting us in, we never would have been able to see this domain civilization. At the same time, I can start to see how one could slip through these barriers, and Amber's soul tie becomes slightly stronger in my subconscious again. Most potent of all, Maria and I turn our heads to Olger with wide open eyes. He's covered head to toe in high-quality commands of his own. They look much different than the ones on the barrier above us, and much different than the strange semi-conscious arrays that were just flowing around us too. Maria and I let go of each other's hands next, and look down at our own palms. I can feel flickering high-quality ether glyphs starting to form, and my soul energy core is being stimulated every time they do. However, for some reason, my celestial energy is not pure enough to fully activate what I'm envisioning. I can perceive and understand this new power, but still do not have a strong enough soul to activate it myself. No matter how many times I try to visualize the imprints on our skin, or on our swords, I can't tap into that same feeling again. Olger's voice echoes through the empty stadium. Did it work? I've never seen it use up so much power before. That was like 100 awakening ceremonies activated at once. His grin is wide on his face, and his eyes filled with light. Maria shakes her head, yes and no. It looks like it helped our issue of not being able to safely comprehend high-quality commands, but there's no way I can wield them yet. She stares into the ogre's jet black armor, as each one is filled to the brim with extremely intricate arrays. They flow perfectly with its royal vibrations, tethered together to make each one stronger, and his unique primordial aura holds everything together like glue. Seeing them all gel together like this instantly raises my primordial aura proficiency, as I understand how it's used on a deeper level just witnessing it naturally at work. I mentally compare this to the horrific mental attacks I received when staring into the trees outside the barrier, and realize once again the dryads that left them were on an entirely different level. I'm nowhere close to understanding their complexity yet. Are there any allied domains you know of that have older awakening artifacts? I think it's worked as well as it could. Our legacy is just older than the elves. Olger almost falls down the stadium seats as he's physically taken aback by my words. What do you mean your legacy is older than the elves? Maybe there's something tucked away in the forgotten pockets of space in the lower realm. But you've spoken of the other zones? There is no feasible way one could be left in these higher planes of compressed space without one of the royal family heads guarding it with their lives. You could not possibly have found one. Looking into his soul now, I can see much deeper. Pretty much all of my suspicions of him possibly being an ally of the demons have finally gone away. This ogre is truly on the side of the mana-based lifeforms, and has nothing but kind intent toward us. I let out a sigh of relief and respond, there are no longer any royal family heads in the zones below. We killed them all. The fire and ice around our bodies flicker with intensity, and it flows into our primordial auras that have expanded quite a bit during the ceremony. Seeing how Ulger's many energies blend with his aura allows us to start doing the same. Despite the Black Ogre's overwhelming size, our gravity increases many times over, and it feels like we are looking at this true chord purple monster as equals as he responds. Humans managed to kill royal demons. Is that what you're telling me right now? Even if you have managed a royal transformation yourselves, the raw talent gap, it wouldn't be possible, he thinks to himself, scanning us up and down while comparing our auras to his. Yet, what he doesn't know is that we're not borrowing any stats from my links of loyalty right now. This is one of the weakest states we can show ourselves in. I nod, yes, and the legacy we managed to obtain. It's one the Imperials tried to hide away from any race to ever find it. To properly stimulate it, I have a feeling we're going to need something far older than what you have here. I look up, probably far older than even the primordial garden itself. Ulger's pupils shrink, and all of his curiosity and cheery attitude drain out of his face, so the originator's legacy is real. I always believed that race before the Dryads era was nothing but a myth. What do you know about the originators? I reply, it's extremely rare for me to hear any mention of this race. The only places I've ever seen confirmed text from their language were on the human world, Kelfer, and in the ravine. Odds are, this so-called creator's legacy does come from them. Ulger takes a few deep breaths in and out to calm himself before replying, well, like I said. Until now, I really only thought they were myths. I've never seen one myself, nor have I ever met another who has claimed to meet an originator in the flesh. Though, plenty of the Dryads' oldest texts mention a race in the overseer's seat before them, the Black Ogre calmly gets down off the seats of the stadium. Then begins walking toward the exit. If what you say is true, we'll need an awakening artifact much older. Older than what any of our allies even have in their domains. Maria steps forward to follow first. You mentioned there were griffins and mammoths nearby. You don't think they have connections to other domains with the artifacts we need? Ulger shakes his head slowly while stepping through the archway. No, I don't think so. The griffins arrived after us. They use a unique artifact that was created by their own race to awaken glyph imprints. The mammoths use a fairly unique array too. It was left to them by a hydra that was forcefully thrust into this zone a while back. Them and a number of domains received artificially created legacies from the hydras and tortoises. I can't help but recall the memories I absorbed from the hydra in the blue zone, and the fact that Ember thrust many of them upward before the amplifier holder died and the memories cut out. However, something else from his words makes me question something even more interesting. What do you mean the griffins have their own unique artifacts? They were never overseers. A chuckle comes back from the ogre, but he doesn't stop walking. I follow after him as he replies, I think you're misinterpreting what glyph imprints really are. Or what legacies as a whole can do. They're really only the compressed will of another living being. Some happen to hold the weight of individuals, others hold the weight of entire civilizations, and the greatest legacies of all contain the will of whole races. The stronger the race, the more potential a legacy has, and the more complex their high-quality ether potential can be. As Maria and I stop beneath the archway, about to leave this arena, we turn back and feel a slight mental pull from the floor. It's the collection of glyphs, saying one last goodbye. They seem infatuated with us for some reason, and I can feel many souls peering up at me now that I take into account Ulger's most recent words. I feel as though thousands of ancient light elves are staring up at me with eyes full of awe. I smile and send a pulse of goodwill in my vibrations and primordial aura back. Ulger continues speaking as we turn back and follow him through this abandoned village again. In the earlier eras of the system, it was much easier to break the mental hurdle to gain access to these imprints. But now, it is almost like the system itself has grown tired. It cannot grant just anyone access to the higher limits of its usage. One has to inherit these system commands from those that used its will when it was young. My eyes flicker with interest, as I've never heard anyone refer to the system as a living entity. He continues, while the past overseer races do have the advantage of holding the largest percent of its will at once, and are able to create extremely high-quality legacies, that does not mean other lesser races cannot make their own. Look at me, my race has never claimed the overseer's seat, but I wield royal vibrations. The Black Ogres do not have any legacies to leave behind yet, as the smaller elven one we've accepted is more than enough to sustain us. All of this confirms many of my theories. I send messages back and forth with Maria via telepathy to discuss what I've learned. The acceptance of the Scarlet Clan's aura into Raven's Blades on Kelfer was some minor legacy transfer, and so was the Dark Elf spell that Ari accepted. It seems as though Ava's intuition was some kind of minor elven legacy as well. However, now that I think of this deeper, I begin falling down quite the strange rabbit hole of thought. They are all from much lower zones, so these legacies are weaker, impacting their souls far less than the ones imprinted on ours. Yet, this new sensation of manipulating and sensing soul ties has opened my mind to the fact that I'm connected to everything and everyone that is linked to my Rising Emperor's system. Of course, my soul bond with Maria, my sword, and Ember are the strongest. Yet, the generals have extremely strong bonds too. The commanders' and administrators' bonds are weaker, and so are the knights. But, they all shape my soul in their own unique way, so have every demon's soul absorbed into my armor in the ravine. And every memory I absorbed into my pool of consciousness, the monsters I blood bonded to my mana-based armor in the lower realm, their essence still to this day adds power to my stats, even the system's experience points, the levels I've gained. They too have built me up to be a stronger human. Every bit of energy absorbed has its own weight on my soul, while extremely weak compared to the energy purity I'm facing now, and so convoluted and impossible to individually track with my current mind, I can't help but draw a line to connect these variables. Their wills may not be strong enough to physically feel, but everything feels like it is a legacy to a degree. It appears as though it is far more impactful when the one that has created this legacy willingly gives it over to the receiver. I feel my sword pulse in my chest, snapping me out of my thoughts, and feel the two white orbs of light that were amplifiers for overseer races resonating with my ideas deep within the depths of my soul weapons core. Then, something clicks, and Ember's face appears in my thoughts. Instantly, I start to grow dizzy with ringing in my ears, and golden light covers my vision as images flash through my mind, but I catch myself before I fall. Even though my final thoughts were erased, I still grin ear to ear. When I look at my surroundings, everything seems so much more clear and obvious. We've walked all the way out of the ancient village, stopping at the edge of the Black Ogre's territory. There is a massive invisible shield that dives down into the ground, and rises upward into the sky. It is the other side of this domain's barrier. Ulger raises his hands. Even though our allies may not have the artifacts necessary for your legacy awakening, our enemies most likely will. The Imperials have strategically taken over domains with the oldest civilizations. The further back the Overseer's legacies go, the stronger they are. So, odds are one of their territories may have something that can at least stimulate your glyph imprints a little more. Maria looks back over her shoulder, spotting the massive destruction that filled almost half of this domain. Are you sure it's safe? If that's what only 3 outer guards managed. You really think you can take on an entire domain's worth? Ulger shrugs. If I didn't think I could, I wouldn't be surveying the primordial garden so often. The only reason it took so much effort to fend them off in here is because I had to hold back, not to injure my younger citizens. If it's on their turf, I don't mind killing others in the crossfire. I watch the high-quality ether commands start spinning around his body, and the activation of his greater and astral forms start to trigger. I call out to stop him before he commits. Wait. If you don't mind, could we have a try at opening the domain? Ulger turns back at me with a confused look on his face, but I mentally share the thought process of total connectivity I just experienced with Maria. Her eyes start to widen, and her aura's depth grows as she stares up at the invisible domain barrier. She's starting to see what I see too. Yeah, let us try. Ulger chuckles to himself and steps back, deactivating the arrays and form upgrades he was about to set into motion. I don't sense a single high-quality glyph activated in either of you two, but sure. If you're that confident, I won't stop you from trying. I stare up at the domain barrier. Moments earlier, when we entered this place, I couldn't even sense that it was here. Now, I can perceive billions of shifting arrays and groupings of glyphs moving together to create countless pathways. Not all of the symbols directly translate to actual words in my mind. But when I look at them all together, I can feel what each one does. With Maria's mind connected to mine, deciphering everything at the same exact time, we bounce theories and ideas off each other at an extremely fast rate, and everything continues to become more and more clear. Ulger steps far back, watching us with curiosity and skepticism, as there are no glyphs activating on our bodies at all. It is not an illusion or perceptive trick. We really aren't summoning any high-quality ether commands. The thing is, we really don't have to. Everything needed to open up this barrier is already laid out in front of us. I raise my hands and place them against the invisible wall. Maria does the same. And we flood it with our primordial aura wrapped with layers of royal intent. At first, nothing at all visibly changes. All of the spinning and active commands go on as if they don't even notice our presence. However, once a large enough portion of the barrier is saturated with our aura, about 100,000 kilometers high, we begin allowing celestial energy to leak out of our palms. It is not random. In fact, there are very specific glyphs we send them toward, to pass through a series of arrays and compact them tighter and tighter together. The bright blue and red celestial energy that pours out of us in dense streams gets crushed and compacted down into hair-thin lines of higher potency ether. Even the excess high ratios of mana get filtered out. It is like we're putting up a temporary offering, risking a portion of our souls. Without the mental connections I made after feeling my glyph imprints be stimulated by that elven village's artifact, I wouldn't have been able to understand this. Right now, we're allowing this domain to use our energy, like we're creating a miniature legacy. The one accepting it just happens to be an unconscious grouping of preset ether commands. It takes almost a full 10% of our soul energy course to pour outward before I can tell it's enough. Both Maria and I cut off the outward flow, but stay in total concentration while manipulating our primordial aura to mentally communicate with the complex glyphs. It is impossible to directly shift or activate them like I witnessed Ulgar do by force when we entered this domain, but I have the perception and intuition to understand that we can see far deeper into these glyphs than the ancient black ogre. In addition to this, I can feel the same aura of admiration and respect pouring out of some of these glyphs. Just like the elven artifacts from before, they all start to spin and activate on their own, creating the outline of a small white archway in front of us. I can't sense the energy readings themselves, but I can perceive everything they're doing with immense detail. My depth of knowledge and understanding of every array's intricate need grows with every passing second. Layers of the domain barrier fold into each other, deactivating soul suppression arrays, visual blocking sensors, even strange space warping glyphs deactivate thousands at a time. A perfect hole in the domain opens up and reveals the outside primordial garden in all its glory. Wide smiles are on our faces, but Ulgar's skepticism has only grown stronger. How is that possible? You didn't summon a single glyph. He murmurs to himself, trying to figure out what just happened. But Maria and I have already started walking through. You didn't even have to activate your greater forms. Far more energy is necessary to brute force open a domain. This one is hardwired to only accept Black Ogre's commands. Stolen content warning: this tale belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences elsewhere. He follows behind us, leaving the elven village and the rest of his territory with a puzzled look and an inconsistent stride. When we turn back around, the doorway we've created starts sinking back down and the barrier reforms in its place. In a matter of seconds, all evidence of the Black Ogre's domain disappears. It's like there is perfect imagery of an untouched forest where I'm positive there were structures and craters in the ground moments ago. All of the glyphs and arrays finish spinning, and the celestial energy we poured into the barrier floods back through the same high-quality ether commands that were used to trigger this action. They're stretched out and decompressed, turned back into medium-quality ether before our eyes. The energy is pure white, though. Our own natural auras have been separated out. The red and blue particles float in the air within our primordial aura and royal vibrations. The barrier's commands start to push out our consciousness, and we pull all of this energy back into our souls. It's like they're giving us our pseudo-legacy right back. In fact, I can feel something extra flowing through it. This massive ether commands very easily could have taken and assimilated this energy for itself, but it acknowledged our wills and gave the energy right back. My body and depths of my soul hum with a satisfied feeling. A rush of euphoria follows, then my fingers and toes start tingling with a sensation I haven't felt in a while. This is energy exhaustion. A light ringing sounds in my inner ear, but I clasp Maria's hand next to mine to cycle our celestial energy through each other, and the feeling fades. We're far stronger, and our eyes have opened to more of high-quality ether's secrets. I recall seeing Ulgar open the domain and don't remember him receiving any energy back when it closed. If this is the case, and he has not created a relationship with these glyphs like we just did, I can assume that is what fighting an enemy with high-quality ether commands would be like. One would have to use up large portions of soul bonds in order to activate glyphs. With no guarantee they ever return, my head turns to the side and out of my thoughts when I hear a buzzing and clicking sound start to become louder than the soft hum in my mind. It's a stray swarm of insects, inside the domain. I didn't see a single one. The forest was calm, yet now they move down through tree branches toward us like we're fresh meat. My vision becomes overwhelmed by the vast amount of commands pouring into my consciousness. Even without any of my greater forms activated, I can't block out the fact that I can now perceive everything around me in greater clarity. Maria is frozen with wide eyes too. Ulgar is the only one able to move, knowing what to do in this situation. A burst of black aura erupts out of him as his base greater form explodes outward. Then, the air's density of divine threads all pull in toward his core as his astral form takes control of the atmosphere. Primordial aura and his royal vibrations revert back to the strength we felt when first encountering him in this forest, but one thing is very different. Covering every bit of his massive energy form, I see white high-quality ether commands spinning and draining pure ether from his soul energy core. I couldn't perceive where the energy was coming from or how it was activating before, but now it's all becoming clear and logical. He pulls a machete from his back, and it too pulls pure white high-quality ether from his core. When he swings his blade, letting out a crescent of energy at the attackers, a portion of his soul is lost forever, yet, in exchange, dozens of insects are shattered to dust. Far away, high up on a tree's branch, the crescent slices a lizard in two as it was eyeing us from afar. Its two halves fall from a great height down nearby. Ulgar puts his weapon back in its sheath, and he walks through the shattered mist of monsters he's killed. Many automated glyphs light up all over his energy form, and I see what he called glyph imprints finally working in front of my eyes. They drain the excess high-quality ether and even fractured ether commands back into the Black Ogre's soul. The amount of energy he sacrificed in order to kill his enemies was less than what he gained. In a matter of seconds, my theory came true. I look away from the ogre and can't help but take in the complex patterns pulsing out of the tree's bark again. I can see their original dark brown color now without the blinding white light shielding my vision, yet there are still an absurd amount of ether commands infused in the tree. It is a thick layering, and they range from projecting shielding commands to natural atmosphere energy absorbing glyphs, to countless that are infused deeper into the tree's core I still can't comprehend. The deeper I look inside, the more my soul starts to heat up and my mind grows fuzzy. I'm forced to release my primordial aura outward again to create a bubble of protection. For some reason, the deeper inward I look, the more these commands are bonded with ancient primordial aura of their own. My eyes shift all over the forest as the sensation of being watched from every side by these strange trees returns. Ulgar looks back at us, as we're tens of thousands of times smaller than him, but our primordial auras somehow tower over his. You two are some strange creatures. He pauses, then looks back into the forest. A smile creeps onto his face, and a gleam of ambition shows in his gray eyes. I won't ask you how you did that, because by the looks of it, you don't have any idea either. Come on, I'll take you to the closest Imperial's domain. There's one I've been working on weakening for quite a while now. I just haven't had the right opportunity to commit. If you two can break through their protection barrier without my help, I could save a large amount of vital energy for the actual battle. Chapter 945, in the lower realm, more and more crisis events are popping up all over the outer ring of the galaxy. At first, only a few thousand bright white demons were spotted, but this soon turned into hundreds of thousands, and even millions, attacking star systems. They're being strategic. I don't know where they're getting this data, but it's obvious they're reclaiming the highest grade worlds first, especially the ones we've recently cleared Vermilion and Morvale forces out from. Alvaron shares. A live chat of the other administrators, commanders, and knights all listen in. A few of the highest-ranked leaders in the Galactic Trade Commission are invited to listen too. These are rulers that held tens and up to hundreds of planets each before being connected to the worldwide connectivity system. A great number of them are from the star system of elites living on noble-grade worlds, while others have unique skills or energy forms that put them on par with noble-grade talent. Over the years during the realm wave, order, and a solidified hierarchy have been created. Bree accesses the data, pulling 1% of borrowed stats now that the rising emperor and empress have finished using all of it. In the last hour, the number of connected planets to the worldwide connectivity system has increased by over 10 times. With over 63 billion additional worlds flooding in, the opportunity to trade luminite crystals and create instant transport points in a new massive sector of the galaxy opens up. This is instantly coordinated, and Knights of the Crimson Army are sent out to strictly scan the highest-risk planets and recently attacked solar systems. Many elites volunteer to help with data collection too. Fisher and Lydia are both in the same solar system, but on different planets, far across the galaxy, exploring an old war ground. There are dozens of first-class and noble-grade demonic worlds abandoned or even destroyed into pieces. Orbiting a white sun in deep space, they stop their exploration early without much annoyance. There are thousands of solar systems like this one, and the artifacts they're collecting for Bree, Monk, and Alvaron's research are no different from their usual finds. Fisher, the true Cordwater mage, uses a fast travel perk to teleport next to Lydia across the solar system when an emergency message hits their status. He's grown taller, and his aura is far more rich with true confidence over these last few years. His new soul armor covers his body head to toe, and shimmers blue just like his eyes and hair. Out from his soul storage, he pulls out a bright blue blade. All over its edges, ripples of water seem to move about, and the outlines of serpents swimming in an ocean look as though they're waiting to be released out of the sea that dwells in his weapon. Looks like we finally get to do something other than trash collection on these dead worlds. There are some real enemies out there that the knights aren't going to be able to handle. His eyes gleam with excitement, and an aura of intimidation floods out from his body. It vibrates with the sensation noble demons give off. After killing so many from the leftover armies in the lower realm, this hunter's will has grown strong enough to exert his own vibrations on the space around him. Lydia, the white ice mage with a dense true yellow core of her own, responds with a cold stare. More war isn't a good thing. Look how many have already died. Whatever these things are, they have no remorse, yet they're intelligent. They're calculative but can't be reasoned with. It's the worst of both worlds. The two stand in silence, staring up at the empty sky on this desolate demonic world, watching coordinates for the strongest demons popping up in their minds as the knights and elites map out the galactic battlefield. Then, also watching the destruction of thousands of worlds, all with billions of system users on them that they've already failed to save. Lydia's eyes are still dead and cold, but deep in their centers a glint of life is still left. She looks over at Fisher. As in the lower realm, he is the only one capable of understanding the level of power available at her fingertips. The two have grown much closer over the years of this realm wave. Her soul armor gives off a white frosty mist, similar to Fisher's. It was crafted by Bree with only the best materials found in the lower realm, imbued with low-quality ether that shouldn't naturally occur anywhere but in the green zone and above. When she pulls her soul sword out from storage, its thin, curved katana-shaped trails with a white mist just like her armor. Yet, as she swings it across her body, the illusion of a white tiger's growl feels like it is splitting space where it soars through. Let's make a bet. I think I can kill more of these demonic soldiers than you, she says in a far more playful tone than her previous words. A smile creeps onto her face, and the air pressure shifts as her own noble level vibrations start to pour out of her body. Both of them start pulling borrowed stats and responding to the emergency pings in their mental systems, and the planet beneath their feet starts cracking into pieces as it cannot withstand the pressure of their auras. Flashes of white light are left behind on the crumbling planet as they activate their greater forms and teleport to the front lines. In the green zone, Raven and Ari peacefully stand in the central tower of the Mensa Citadel. Far less time has passed after the realm wave in this zone, but over the last 10 days, these two have fallen into a routine together. It consists of sparring to train and keep sharp, talking with the new citizens of this citadel, exploring the zone while cultivating the dense green threads in the air, and spending leisurely time together in peace after winning their battles in the war for the green zone. The entire citadel has been completely renovated to accommodate their new building projects, and there are many transfers of the demon-owned towers over to mana-based lords to expand businesses and stimulate the economy. More sturdy fast travel connections have been added to the Ellipsia Citadel nearby. Both of these floating cities are far closer to the empty void of green clouds where old citadels used to be in the past. New lords that ascend often appear in these pockets of the zone, so accommodations have been built out for all kinds of races. The automated systems are still active, testing for intelligence and general strength or threat level. The wild beasts are all sent to the Grand Citadel to live in the massive lowest tier of the three-tiered structure built by Ava, managed by Zashin, a white griffin, and a council of intelligent elite warriors that all used to fight in the final rounds of the old Grand Citadel's tournaments. They all live in an elites-only headquarters at the top of the Citadel. But the middle section, where hundreds of millions of lords live now and carry out business, has been directly connected to many smaller hovering trade centers, the fortress itself, and many more fast travel connections have been added to make transfers to Mensa and Ellipsia easier. Warning signals activate in all of the Citadel's command centers, but the first ones to actually feel the aura of their enemies are the dual-wielding swordswoman and the archer who has been training an army beneath Mensa for a few days now. Both of them are geared up head to toe in brand new soul armor too, with celestial-grade craftsmanship available to them as a borrowed skill. All of the soul weapons, raw materials, and previously unusable medium-quality ether fragments can now be infused into their soul weapons and utilized to create armor. They match with dark-colored lightweight armor, that glows with white shimmers of light. A unique aura pours out of both of them, as they've come to realize their place in this galaxy. Seeing the immense growing control they are a part of as the influence of the rising emperor grows in the lower realm builds up their confidence and will as generals more and more every day. Images of the attack on the outer solar systems have been transmitted up to them, but it is a frightening surprise when waves of high noble vibrations start pouring into the green zone too. Both of them instantly open the roof of the central tower and float up to get a better view with their own eyes. Dents in space are left behind as they kick off the air, flying away from the citizens of the zone. They send messages to the warlords and Ava that are further away of what they see. Borrowed stats start flooding into their bodies. Raven pulls out her swords, expands to a massive greater form, then disappears as a unique aura of noble vibrations, divine threads, and soul energy cloaks her being. Black, white, and purple spirit hands come out of Ares' back as he pulls his bow out from his soul storage. The sight of countless rifts opening up on the horizon of the green zone is an incredibly eerie sight. Bright white demons pour out of them, walking forward through the air without emotions. Many of them somehow still have true yellow cores. Dense white ether covers their bodies and makes it so the zone's gravity does not affect them. Others pull in enormous amounts of green clouds and break through to green cores without flinching or slowing their strides. Pluto watches the countless Imperial soldiers leave the purple throne and flood into the demonic realm. He begins receiving the same messages as the knights, commanders, and generals, watching geopoints light up all over the galaxy. There are videos and energy scans coming from the knights and elites of every system playing in his mind. The glowing white demons themselves do not give off any scannable readings, but the dents in space they make and the scale of destruction they leave behind provide enough data to estimate their power. They're like nothing he's ever seen before. No noble demons from the strongest army generals in the demonic realm have ever shown strength like that. They are cracking planets in half just from floating by in the vicinity. Single attacks from their soul weapons, and some even just open palms, are enough to explode stars. It's obvious the ones here on the demon's home planet are holding back. There is something here that they cannot destroy. Pluto borrows 1% of the borrowed stats he has available to him, and a celestial-grade stealth skill. His Earth Dragon swoops down into the Vermilion's empty castle, activates the same borrowed stealth skill, and the two of them fly high into the sky, away from the chaos. The two begin doing visual scans of their own to get a better idea of the threat at hand. There are 3 demons that do not participate in the slaughter of demonic citizens at all. They do not act like emotionless robots either. They only float above sectors of the demonic realm with their arms crossed, watching the destruction below. One has a massive shield on its back, another is covered in daggers, and the third has a sharp, long sword. Pluto cannot actually tell the energy density difference, as the shielding techniques on all of these demons are made of high-quality ether commands that not even they can manipulate. However, there is a strange aura about them that he cannot help but be wary of. Even their high noble vibrations feel slightly off, like they're on the verge of becoming royals. More and more images start popping up in his mind, and he sees a few dozen strange outliers in the millions of sightings posted on the worldwide connectivity system. A small number of these mindless soldiers are stronger than the rest, and they seem far more conscious and intelligent than the others. This information is quickly spread through the higher-ups channels. Even Raven and Ari take time to respond back to the claims as they soar through the green zone toward thousands of approaching high noble bright white demons. About 15 of them show the same characteristics as Pluto describes. Their soul weapons feel heavier, and their vibrations seem far more dense and full of true confidence. In the highest zone of the upper realm, a purple cord demon sits on the edge of an incredibly large tree stump. There are countless thin-line circles that spread out from its center. Billions in fact, showing that before it was cut down, this tree lived more years than most living beings can begin to comprehend. Between each growth ring, the distance spreads millions of kilometers, making the tree itself over a quadrillion kilometers wide. There are small sprouts where its internal energy continues to produce life and tries to grow new branches out from its severed trunk, but it's clear these are trimmed and killed off occasionally to keep it from growing again. Around this tree in the forest, there are thousands of saplings that are a few trillion kilometers thick each. Here, massive structures of an old civilization still stand. Many of the structures are abandoned and falling apart. But they are all still very rich with high-quality ether commands and automated arrays from the past. The domain walls of this specific territory are extremely large, spanning hundreds of times greater than most of the outer territories. It is in the center of the primordial garden, after all, and used to be where a dryad sanctuary prospered. The imperial family head stares off into the primordial garden as countless wisps of ascended demons float through the air all around him. He speaks out loud to himself, but the many demons that praise him listen to his words attentively. They've managed to kill Lucian and Samir. That is a shame. I kind of liked those two, they were excellent guard dogs. Muffled laughter comes out from the swirling white shadows of demons that group around their king. Even more start flooding out of the thick forest around, as it's not every day the family head speaks or even acknowledges the existence of demons that no longer have their purple cores. The true purple core in the family head's chest is fully saturated. The high-quality ether commands filling his body are so bright that, even when not activated, he lights up their entire domain with a hot glow. Countless unique glyph imprints cover his cores, allowing him to use far more divine threads than he naturally should be able to. None of his subordinates with purple cores are allowed to live in this domain. The high royal vibrations that fill the air would be damaging to their psyche if exposed for too long. However, in his current suppressed state, a short visit from the First Bloods is safe. He mentally sends messages to his strongest subordinates but speaks his words out loud for those that have gathered around to listen in interest. We have intruders in the primordial garden. Send out warnings to all of the outer guard posts, have them survey the open wilderness. They couldn't have made it far. The creator's legacy I personally sealed in the Cyan Zone's prison was broken into, that is a fact. However, even if they claimed it, there is no way to truly awaken it without the key beneath my feet. Without their glyphs activated, they're as weak as blue zone lifeforms as far as I'm concerned. Don't hold back, grant permission to all of the outer guards to kill on sight. Then, report here to my domain. I will be speaking with the overseer, then we'll give personal orders for all of you First Bloods. We're going to follow through and seal off the lower zones. The primordial garden will be the only remaining eternal paradise. The imperial family head severs this mental connection, and many domains that are cloaked but nearby in the purple zone all begin activating the exit archways to visit other nearby domains and alert the outer guards. All of the white mist-like demons in the air begin excitedly spinning and flying around in circles. Many yell out with excitement, as events like this rarely ever occur. The imperial family head scans them all with extremely calculative eyes. Deep down, they are purple, but they are covered and tethered to so many high-quality ether commands that they appear purple-white to those without high royal-grade perception. He shows a fake smile, then stands up from the edge of the tree stump, turning his back on his followers, and walks toward its center. Reality bends and wavers while so many ether commands activate that the entire domain shudders. He slips behind an invisible veil of space once he walks far enough away, and his existence is deleted from the zone. All of the ascended demons disperse back into the thick forest of the domain. Ulgar floats forward after killing the swarm of insects and absorbing the white mist they left behind. Maria and I jump upward and follow him away from the domain barrier of the black ogres that just closed and left it invisible to the rest of the primordial garden. As we float through the small bits of residue left behind in this mist, I don't exactly sense any usable ether readings, but it does feel warm. It is similar to the hot feeling that briefly stimulated my glyph imprints while using that elven artifact, but so much weaker. I can't even feel the glyph outlines at all. Beside this feeling, the primordial aura pushing down on us from all the trees around us feels even stronger than it was before. It's like they're targeting us now, or maybe it's just that they notice us more because of the small stimulation we experienced. Whatever the truth may be, I feel my depth of strength and understanding growing exponentially with every passing second. Both mine and Maria's bubbles of primordial aura reach over 40 billion kilometers outward, almost double what it did before. This additional volume, plus the increasing mental proficiency, is pulling in far more stray celestial energy and divine threads from the environment. Our minds are churning with new information, staring up at the green leaves that flicker with intricate patterns beyond our mental capacity, and thick tree trunks that hold auras capable of shattering our minds and souls if we look too deep. The clouds of dying lizards and insects that Ulgar occasionally kills in front of our path spew fractured high-quality ether commands directly into our clouds of consciousness to better understand. While all this happens, our purple cores become more saturated, our soul energy cores pool with more celestial energy, and we cycle it to make it more and more pure. All of the chaos around us actually makes the refining process even more efficient. Every tree we pass, more power flows into us, and my comparison to the lifeforms in the blue zone, cyan zone, green zone, and lower realm becomes further and further apart. Our royal vibrations grow tighter and stronger, approaching a new wavelength as we realize we are shifting to become even higher lifeforms. Everything around us is so beautiful. Every new glyph I see fills me with endorphins and a rush of new power, and the fact that we're in our base royal forms with a protective layer of primordial aura makes it so much more exciting because it's clear we're only scratching the surface. We're sharing another trance-like experience. but this one is self-induced. Hundreds of enormous trees pass us by as we get lost in the moment, following Ulgar while he destroys dozens of swarms. A bright flash of white in the sky is what breaks us out of our daydreams. Get down, and don't say a word. We have company, echoes through our minds while the black ogre dives down toward the forest floor. We follow, and hit the ground right behind him a few billion kilometers away. With the panic in his voice, I immediately assume the worst and believe one of these Imperial outer guards he spoke of has arrived. However, the vibrations pouring out of him don't only scream fear, they have compassion and trust in them too. The flash of white light lands right in front of Ulgar, but the ogre doesn't reach for his weapons. Instead, he clasps his fists together and gives a slight bow. My eyes focus, and a familiar body shape materializes. A majestic white griffin bows its head back, but its yellow eagle eyes are still sharp when it looks past Ulgar and yells in a raspy tone, "State your business, bringing outsiders near the white griffin domain. Our agreement was to ally with you and your underlings, nothing more." The griffin has royal vibrations of his own, and a primordial aura that fills out his entire bright white astral form. The ogre and griffin are of very similar size and power on the surface, but when my eyes try to make sense of the spinning arrays and glyph patterns on its body, they're entirely different than the ogre's. Not a single symbol matches, and I remember Ulgar saying they used a unique technique to awaken their imprints. Whatever I'm seeing, it's the result of a white griffin legacy. Ulgar smiles back. We were just on our way out, Axel. I noticed you were surveying nearby and decided it'd be best to warn you of what I'm about to do. The griffin's gaze grows sharper, and its claws grip the ground tighter. If it's war you want, I don't recommend it. I may not be able to kill you one-on-one, but we have numbers. Ulgar laughs and throws his hands up. Come on. Not war on you. He turns back to look at us. I found a couple of barrier smiths. They're able to crack domain barriers without setting off the automated systems, and in just a matter of seconds, the griffin's eyes widen. War on the Imperials then, Ulgar nods, but the griffin only flaps its wings and flies away. He doesn't say another word, and disappears out of my range of view. What was that? He didn't look like the trusted ally you made him out to be? I call out. Ulgar turns, changing direction slightly. He's just protective. It's a complicated time in the primordial garden. Both of us only have one domain left. It is only natural to fight back when part of our agreement is tested. Ulgar floats up in the air, but he speaks again once reaching a height right below the branches. If you thought he was uncooperative, wait until you see Vardon. It would probably be best if you stayed a tree or two away from me until this next meeting passes. The fiery mammoths can be a bit temperamental. Ulgar takes a step forward and begins flying through the air again. Nerves and excitement both rush through me. Images of a massive war starting in the zones below me are flashing through my subconscious. But the majority of my mind is still fascinated by the griffin's glyphs. Just thinking about it, I get a prickly feeling all over the outside of my soul. We move through the trees even faster than before, and stay further back. My mind is racing and expanding. It is so easy to fall back into a trance while Maria experiences the same bliss-like feeling right by my side. The more I adapt to the zone around me, the more vast and unexplainable it becomes. It's like I'm falling deeper and deeper into a well of understanding that I need to learn more of to possibly claw my way out. It is addicting, yet so satisfying. The prickling sensation begins to grow warm as I start to relate some of the glyphs I saw on that griffin to a few I recognize from the elven artifact. Then flashbacks from the creator's legacy begin pouring back into my mind. They only come in glimpses, and every time they do, they're either impossible to understand or followed by a flash of golden light that deletes my memories of comprehending it. I grit my teeth and dig deeper each time because I feel like I'm getting so close, but there's just something missing. I know all of the pieces of information floating in my mind make sense, they're just fractured and not in the correct order. I need a strong enough glue to hold everything together. Just as I feel like I'm about to reach another glimpse of vital information, my whole body starts to feel hot. Reflexively, a smile grows on my face as this is even hotter than the elven artifact made me feel. However, Maria's sharp thoughts pierce into me and break me out of my trance. At first, I'm a bit aggravated, but when I see her activating her mana-based ice goddess form in front of me, creating an ice wall and pulling me backward, I realize this is a very different situation than I thought it was. I activate my mana-based greater form too and grow to be about 100,000 kilometers tall. We both lurch backward and curve around the trunk of one of the nearest primordial trees. The ice wall does practically nothing, instantly engulfed in orange, almost rust-colored flames. The sound of a mammoth fills my ears, and it even echoes into the deepest parts of my psyche, even though it's not in my visual range. I see the outline of a ferocious ancient mammoth standing in our path. Its royal vibrations clash with mine deep in my soul. Maria's pool with mine deep in our consciousness, and we stay awake. The bubble of primordial aura blocked a lot of the blunt force, but the heat itself is filled with high-quality ether commands that actually give off energy we can't ignore. Unlike the lizards and insect swarms, these ones are actually damaging us somehow. I feel a glint of Ulger's vibrations start to fight back, and he yells loudly, but the mammoth's roar is overwhelming him. It's hard to tell at all what is happening here. I didn't even see this beast coming. It's easily 5 times taller than the black ogre. And by the pressure being emitted in the air, it feels like it's at least that much stronger too. Options run through my mind of how to get out of this alive, but I feel my intuition pointing to something deep inside my soul. My sleeping sword grows restless, and ripples with a faint but familiar feeling as one of the orbs of light it absorbed in the blue zone starts to resonate with the rust-colored flames bursting through the air from this mammoth's aura. The orb of light holding an amplifier legacy from the red hydra in the blue zone deep in my soul sword has already been digested, but it's extremely stimulated by the hot aura filling the air. An invisible pulse of energy floods out from my sword deep in my soul. And it goes back to sleep. It feels like a wave of cool energy is flooding through my mind, like I've just splashed my face into a pool of cold water. I take a sharp breath of air in, and simultaneously, a wave of understanding ripples through the atmosphere. Millions of stray glyphs inside the waves of rust-colored fire light up in my mind, shining white in the air, until my wave of consciousness flows deep enough into the primordial garden to hit the mammoth straight on. My mind lights up like fireworks as I see trillions of glyphs and arrays activating all over this monstrous creature's astral form, covering an enormous burning hot purple. True core. It makes me realize the aura we're feeling truly wasn't a vicious attack. It was merely a greeting. The flashing information in my mind fades, but as Maria takes it in as a second-hand viewer, we begin bouncing ideas and concepts off each other to make this moment of understanding sink in even deeper. Ulger's yells can finally be heard through the roars. Vardon. We come in peace. This is in no means an act of war. I come with an offering. An opportunity to gain access to a new domain. The waves of heat only grow hotter, but the thick trunk of the tree we're behind shields the majority of the next blast. The ancient-sounding roars start to make the ground shake, and are even louder than the first one. That's Lord Vardon to you, an extremely deep and domineering voice echoes back. Yet, I don't feel Ulger backing down. I only see more of his glyph imprints activating, and him floating up to eye level with the fiery mammoth while taking out both of his machetes. I don't feel any real hostile intent pouring out of him, but these are more arrays active than any of the lizards or insect swarms ever needed. We agreed that we would treat each other as equal allies in these final days. Do not try to make the black ogres submit to any lord. The mammoth's heat grows hotter, and I think about retreating in case this goes poorly. I may not be using my full power right now, but I'm still unable to summon high-quality ether glyphs of my own. My primordial aura and even royal vibrations may be stronger than both of these monsters before me now. But in the realm of physical attacks, they still have the upper hand. Maria is running through the same thought process. We already have another tree marked out in our minds we're about to move to in between the intensities of each wave of fire, but instead of getting hotter, the aura in the air starts to calm down. Instead of pure rage, the deep voice of this mammoth begins laughing, the trembling ground slows, and the rust filling the air recedes. What is your proposition, old friend? I haven't seen you come out this far in a long time. I was worried you grew too weak to look me in the eyes. Ulger slowly puts away his blades, then looks back in our direction after a few deep breaths. Both of us come floating out from behind the trees. Our mana-based greater energy forms are still activated, making us appear about the same size as the smallest insects in a swarm. Yet, when the rust-colored eyes of this mammoth stare into my soul from afar, I can tell he is looking at us as true threats, and senses the massive bubbles of primordial aura that grow almost 10 times as large as his own. I even start watching familiar glyphs activate in his eyes that stimulate patterns all over his dark brown fur and long white curved trunks. It seems to invigorate the massive creature's body, increasing the depth of his gaze and calming down the flames that still flicker all over his fur. Stolen content alert. This content belongs on Royal Road. Report any occurrences, humans, that have not yet gone through the soul sacrifice ritual to save their lifespans, he grunts out. So they're young, and must have just arrived here after the most recent realm wave. Abnormals in this era are so rare I thought they were nothing but a myth. Ulger looks at the mammoth with a smug look and turns his head deeper into the forest. Abnormals that can break us into the Imperial's domain without alarms or need for our strongest to donate energy for the barrier crack. We stop behind Ulger a good distance, and the two of them begin conversing about more than just the plan to raid an Imperial domain. They speak of names and gibberish about old soldiers in their domains and the progress of their younger generations. While slightly annoyed they are wasting time, it is comforting that they really are good allies reconnecting, and we can trust this beast to not accidentally kill us on the spot, at least a little more than a moment ago. Fine. I'll be your backup. And if it is a success, the two abnormals can use the imprint awakening artifact first. But the rest of the land, we split two ways even if I don't have to step in. Vardon grumbles out in a volume I overhear as they finish their agreements. Ulger looks up at the sky, but there's nothing out of the ordinary in the branches overhead. It is a fair deal to me, but I spoke with Axel on the way here. He did not give me a definitive answer. I do assume he is listening in, or at least watching. 3 ways then. Vardon looks upward too. You better caw at me if I'm getting flanked from behind. The last sneak attack I received from those outer guards left a mark for longer than I would have liked. He grumbles to himself again, but Ulger smiles and nods back at us. Good. After a long pause, Vardon gives us one last sharp look, then turns around and walks back toward his domain deep in the trees. The hot aura does not fade away entirely for almost a full minute before I actually start breathing again. That mammoth was nothing like the elites I fought in the green zone. I whisper, it had a similar build, but the fact that it was intelligent enough to speak to us already puts it in a different classification of monster. I can't tell if it's the Hydra's legacy it is using that made its aura so rich, its royal vibrations so strong and radiating, and its fur so full of vitality, but this may be the strongest creature I've ever laid my eyes on. Ulger smirks and responds, really? There are still mammoth clans alive down there to this day. I nod slowly and tell him the differences, and a bit of disappointment bleeds into his vibrations that I catch, so they're a later generation that has devolved. It seems they're still at the peak of the lower realm's talent spectrum. But still nothing like they used to be. Just like that blue ogre clan you mentioned when you saw me for the first time, our races slowly degrade over time, but it doesn't mean the lesser versions can never evolve. All it would take is extraordinary willpower, and the right legacy, and one can return pretty close to their race's former glory. A glint shines in his gray eyes, then he turns and gives us a hand gesture to follow. Anyway, come on. It's not often domain leaders meet. If we loiter too long, a wandering outer guard may see us coming. The art of surprise will be another advantage if we can keep it. In silence, we follow Ulger through the primordial garden past hundreds more enormous trees and dozens of insect swarms. With our mana-based greater energy forms still activated, my perception is increased tens of times, and the fractured glyphs that we soak up after every one of Ulger's fights gives me a burst of knowledge like mini enlightenments. Even the aura pouring down from us in the trees tickles our souls in a strange way, making me think deeper and absorb the information of the glyphs covering the bark all around me in greater detail. The normal forest starts to turn into something a bit different than expected. I see a familiar sight of massive gaping holes in some trees, and craters where roots were. Occasionally, entire trees are missing, and there is only a ravine in the ground below. The insect swarms and lizards avoid these open patches of land, but it doesn't stop us from flying directly over it. The divine threads in these areas are actually much denser, and it's easier to saturate our purple cores, but there is a lack of celestial energy, and the feeling of primordial aura from the trees watching us goes away. It almost feels lonely. These patches of destruction grow larger and more common. Eventually, we touch down in a rare patch of thick trees, and Ulger pulls out both his machetes, pointing them forward. This is the first main wall. It doesn't exactly lead to any specific Imperial domain, but it does mean we'll be leaving the main defensive barriers of my allied forces. This barrier is an automatic domain shield, built by the Dryads. It will be about the strength as the ones built by the Outer Guard's construction unit. I can open it with my key easily, but you too should give it a try. It will be good practice for the real thing. Once I know what I'm looking for, and stare ahead at this empty forest, I realize my eyes are playing tricks on me. Lines and dots create geometrical connections in the air, and I realize there is an invisible barrier right in front of us I couldn't see, yet, once both Maria and I realize it's here, and move closer, everything starts to become visible to our eyes slowly and methodically. We both raise our hands again. And a warm, stimulating feeling starts to build up around the outside of our souls like we're being greeted by an old friend. Chapter 949. The warm pressure flooding through us feels just like the burst of understanding I received moments ago peering into the mammoth's imprints. It makes the feeling of being stimulated by the elven artifact return again, and the perfect perception of the arrays and patterns in front of me returns just like the first barrier we opened up. What Olger said was right, this one is much thicker, filled with far more glyphs and complex layers. However, it feels like a warm invisible consciousness is watching us decipher all of this code in front of us. When we pour our celestial energy into the wall and exert pressure from our vibrations and primordial aura into the structure, it's even easier than last time. We both have to sacrifice roughly a quarter of our celestial energy pools each. It's a lot more than what we had to give for the Black Ogre's domain, but we've already witnessed the barrier give our celestial energy back in an even more refined state. There is no doubt in my mind this will work perfectly. The blue and red energy flows through countless arrays, being squeezed and compacted into pseudoglyphs. White bursts of light start creating chain reactions all throughout the barrier in front of us, and in a matter of seconds, a beautiful archway opens up and reveals actual reality. At first, it's only about 100,000 kilometers high, large enough to fit us through in our greater forms. However, countless more spinning white layered arrays start to expand its edges. The archway grows like it is being pulled back by an invisible pair of hands. It grows in size thousands of times larger, big enough to even fit Olger in his black astral form. There is not actually a dense forest behind it, it appears to be a desolate flatland as far as I can see. The barrier just created an illusion that completely fooled my eyes. Olger smiles, and I can tell by the fluctuations in his aura he's even more impressed than last time at the speed and efficiency we managed to achieve in breaking through this barrier. Oddly, it doesn't feel like we're even breaking into anything. It's more like we're just waving hello and the artifact is reacting to our will. Maria and I walk through, and Olger follows. His entire mood shifts once he walks through. His curiosity and playful smugness leave his aura, and the Black Ogre grabs both of his machetes, close the archway, and follow close behind me. We may not be on the Imperial's radar yet, but this is all unclaimed land, either areas of pure forest or war zones left behind after domains were completely destroyed. It's not only the demons we have to look out for. I allow the moment of enlightenment to pass, and gets serious too. Maria nods, and we retract our consciousness from the barrier. A massive amount of raw white celestial energy is pushed back out after it's torn apart and decompressed from the high-quality ether state it was just used in. As the archway shrinks and closes to become a tiny hole, then returns to a flat wall, I even feel parts of fractured glyphs pour in with the aura. The majority of them all just flow right through me, however fragments of them make prickling areas on my soul become stimulated for a moment. As Maria and I cycle this refined celestial energy, small amounts of her sparkling source resin creep out from her soul energy core to test the atmosphere. For some reason, it is still scared of being perceived by the primordial trees, but these fractured glyphs are all devoured once they flow through her. This is in part because when I look back to where the barrier closed, everything we saw a moment ago is gone. There are no more trees or any evidence of the forest filled with craters we just left. It looks as desolate as the open flatlands in front of us. The aura of being watched by the trees is completely gone, though. The air does smell like metal, and the hum of stray royal vibrations in recent battles does fill the air. Olger doesn't stop moving forward. Come on. The faster we get across the flatlands, the better. We start moving after him, but Maria raises a question back. What about Vardon or Axel? Are they not coming with us? Olger looks far off to our left, where the invisible barrier leads off further than I can see. Vardon agreed to be our backup once we actually make it to the domain. And Axel will probably only watch from the sky and pick off the injured. That Griffin isn't much of a fighter, but he'd put his life on the line if I really needed it. The Black Ogre stares forward again. They're using their own entrance keys to get into this neutral ground and territory entry points they know well and trust. He puts his head down and floats forward faster. Both of us speed up our pace to match his, and the ground below flies by. Trillions of kilometers pass every minute, and everything around us looks the same, but so does Olger's determined stare. There's no extra stimulus all around us now, so we don't have to use up a large amount of our energy to block ourselves from harmful glyphs and primordial aura. That also means my comprehension of high-quality ether has stalled. The only thing running through my mind right now is cycling celestial energy with Maria, and the fading images of glyph imprints I've seen over the last hour. Without constant stimulation, my understandings of them have started to fade slightly. It's odd, like the warm fuzzy feeling on the outside of my soul is fading back to its base cold state. Even the jolt of awareness from my blade when it felt the mammoth's aura is gone. It's totally back in its sleeping dormant state without any sign of those golden glyphs. This only makes the thought of whatever is on the other side of these flatlands so desirable. I'll be able to feel that stimulation again. And possibly it will be permanent. Seeing the consistent spinning glyphs all over this black ogre's body in front of me is the only semi-intricate pattern left I can see. After a few minutes pass, I start to see them activating with more speed, and an urgency and anxiety fills the vibrations pouring out of Olger. I hear him yell, "Stay back and get down." A group of Ascended spotted us. I don't hesitate at all and do what he says. Just the act of stopping our forward path makes Olger quickly shrink in my vision. However, my eyes are still glued to him once we both touch down on the flat ground. Reflexively we both use celestial grade stealth, and pull our primordial aura and vibrations inward to cloak our exact location. I have no idea what a group of Ascended is, but if they can scare Olger, it's better I don't find out up close. An incredibly bright burst of white light fills the sky. It's filled with black aura crescents from Olger's blades, and the outline of monstrous figures that I'm positive can only be demons. There's no vibrations or even fluctuations in the divine thread count in the air. Yet, the flashes of explosions go off over and over. I take the risk of being spotted and activate my celestial grade all-seeing eye to enhance my vision and see further away into the battlefield, and instantly feel a rush of information hit my mind. Olger is fighting off over a dozen bright white demons right now. Each one of them is a few 100 million kilometers tall and has the face and horns of a confident royal, but they have no vibrations to show for it nor any divine cores or even dragons to ride on. It's a bizarre sight. The black ogre hacks away at them as they writhe in pain and attack him. His black machete is able to slice through and shatter them to pieces. There is a bit of resistance, but every hit he lands is a kill shot. Another few seconds go by, and I begin to mentally absorb the visuals of trillions of glyphs and spinning arrays bursting out from these demons. He kills them all, and they fracture to mist just like every swarm of insects and lizards we encountered in the forest before. Every cloud of mist they fill the air gets absorbed back into his body, restoring the high-quality ether lost from his longer range attacks. It's so far away I don't get to fully appreciate and see the fine detail of many of these complex patterns, but I can tell they were on a completely different level than anything else I've seen before. Maria is wide-eyed too, as she siphons some of her source resin into her eyes in the final moments of this battle to get a closer look from her own perspective. We're about to share the visuals and bounce the images off each other's minds, but the ground starts to shake, and a loud bang and horrific wave of vibrations fills my psyche. The divine threads in the air all start bending and acting strange. Olger turns around to look in our direction with a serious look, but he fails to pinpoint our exact location. Instead, he waves his blades in the air and points them away from us, motioning for us to run. From what? I start to mouth to myself under my breath, but it hits me before I can even turn to try and run. The shockwave from the fight ripples through the air, lagging behind the battle a few seconds, and it's filled with extremely high-potency ether residue. A burst of violent energy floods through the air. The dense waves of divine threads alone are enough to push both of us backward, sliding over trillions of kilometers on the flat ground. Olger's royal vibrations burst through the air as well. Piercing deep into our psyches, however, they are just residue from the explosions and not targeted at us with malicious intent. Even pockets of primordial aura collide with ours, but they mostly stay latched onto dense areas of royal vibrations. None of these are harmful to us. It is the stray high-quality ether glyphs that create the majority of the true danger. Some of them phase right through us, just like the strange attacks we witnessed from the lizards and insect swarms. However, some of the more fractured and broken glyphs collide with the outside of my soul and create a devastating impact. It feels like a heavy hammer is ringing every part of my being like a massive bell. There are so many of them that no matter what path I try to take through this storm of energy, I'm certain to be hit by one. It feels extremely hot and sharp. By the time a second, third, fifth, then even a 10th glyph hits me, this sharpness turns to intense pain, like my essence is being fractured. The only thing that holds me together is the fact that I'm still cycling celestial energy with Maria. It is so fast and natural that despite fractures building up all over our souls, they begin healing at a similar rate. Our perception skills were enhanced to their max upon impact, and we are quite a large distance away. We are quite small targets considering the size of these blasts. And after traveling tens of trillions of kilometers from Olger, they've spread out quite a bit. Still, over 100 of them hit each of us. I feel hairline fractures created all over my soul, but I'm held together by a glistening rainbow essence that leaks in from Maria's celestial energy. Unlike my fire that breaks apart each impact, this source resin is not affected at all by the constant hits. when the shockwave passes, and my celestial fire burns bright again, healing me from the inside out, all of the fracture lines have their source resin flood out through the next celestial energy cycle back into Maria's soul energy core. While painful, it was extremely exhilarating. The flatlands grow quiet while in my vision I see Olger flying our way in an anxious state. Yet, when I look at Maria, and look back at myself through her eyes, I see our glyph imprints flickering with life. They appear for almost a full tenth of a second, which is like an eternity compared to the stimulation we've had so far. The visuals of the dozens of white demons fighting Olger moments ago flash in my mind again, and so many more of the glyphs all over their bodies start to make more sense. I gasp with a deep breath of air as I feel my consciousness hit its highest point of saturation from this wave of information. My entire soul feels burning hot, but in a satisfying way. And my view of reality around me fades. The imagery of my soul sword flashing with golden glyphs pulses for no more than a millionth of a second before all sight of the flatlands disappear. A familiar vision takes over my mind again, one I received only after defeating Samir Vanguard and destroying his armor. I'm looking down at the back of a golden dragon as it flaps its wings. Below us, there is a white forest filled with incredibly massive trees. It looks like the primordial garden, but something is very different. I can't tell what it is or why, but now when I look down at the body of the being I'm viewing these memories through, I start to see glyphs and high-quality ether patterns that actually make sense. Before, it was just gibberish to my dark blue cord mind. Whatever this is, these are memories directly from a demon, stolen from its rightful place. This narrative is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. I feel like I'm piecing something vital together again, and I start to look up to where this dragon is flying to, but the moment I do, the visions cease. The burning hot glow filling my soul becomes less comforting and more painful, the majority of it moving straight to my head, accompanied by a flash of golden and silver light. I grit my teeth and bear it. By now, I'm getting used to these memory blocks. They aren't as painful and disorienting as they used to be. I'm still fully conscious and standing, watching Olger touch down in front of us with wide eyes. "You're fine," he says in a soft and questioning tone. Maria responds, "Yeah, more than fine. In fact, if you can hit us with another one of those shockwaves, I think it'd be beneficial." That stimulated our glyph imprints far more than the elven artifacts did. He nods, thinking to himself for a moment before turning back around. Most of the Ascended are royals that weren't strong enough to withstand the Dryads' legacies they stole. It's often a hybrid imprint, mixed with original glyphs from the demonic race as their base imprints. Maybe whatever small amount they absorbed from the Dryads. You two somehow managed to use it for yourselves. I doubt mana-based beings could absorb glyphs created for demons. He pauses, then starts moving forward again. Even so, just because you can withstand some residue from that range doesn't mean you should be getting anywhere near the action. If there was one group, there will be more nearby. Stay back and be careful. As I let my vibrations and primordial aura flow outward again, I can feel Olger's emotions, and despite his calm demeanor and serious attitude, he's shaking with excitement and surprise. While he flies away, both of us follow with smiles across our faces. Clearly, he has no idea something like that would happen. After a few minutes pass as we fly through the desolate flatlands, and the warmth around my soul fades, we bounce the memories of our epiphanies off each other to keep the stimulation longer, but it still fades without external help. While a little disheartening, like we're on the come down from the ultimate high, Olger's loud yell raises our hopes before losing the sensation entirely. Another group. Prepare yourselves, we get down, but don't bother using stealth at all this time. We focus entirely on our perception skills and shielding techniques to withstand the initial impact. The beautiful sight of the enormous billion-kilometer-tall black ogre fending off 17 white demons ranging from 100 to 500 million kilometers tall each is incredible. All of his movements are swift and precise. I can see the exact amount of high-quality ether he sacrifices for each blow. The long-range attacks cost far more than the ones where he keeps his energy close and breaks through the demon's entire beings with single slashes with a bare blade. The bulk of the bright white high-quality ether is in a pure mist form by the time it's drained into Olger's body, but with keener eyes and a steady mind not concerned with survival, I can easily watch a select few collections of glyphs that activate each time, converting raw high-quality ether into this ogre's own energy source. Most of the shattered glyphs that fall through Olger are not absorbed at all. They mostly break apart, either bouncing off into the atmosphere or shattering into small enough pieces until the arrays I watched before can digest them. The demons, on the other hand, their attacks start to look very simple and understandable. What was gibberish and random unpredictable arrays moments ago now looks almost as normal as the Black Ogre's glyphs. Even the shockwave that hits us a few seconds later is no longer life-threatening. We still brace ourselves, but repeat exactly what we did before with full confidence. Our souls fracture, and our glyph imprints all pulse for about 1/10 of a second again. My sword ignores everything this time, like there is no new information. Uninterested in what it can't devour. However, Maria's sword is starting to shine out of her soul brighter and brighter. The rest of her source resin fully emerges, now that it's sure no primordial trees are nearby. We don't even have to try to dodge the glyph impacts this time, allowing over 1,000 to hit us, and the sparkling energy holds us together like glue. By the time Olger flaps back, we're already glowing with vitality and our souls are warm and stimulated. No more words have to be spoken at all. The Black Ogre nods and continues to lead us through the flatlands. We run into 5 more groups of these white demons, and they grow in numbers each time. The most recent group Olger defeated had 31 in total. Maria and I are back in the groove of constant enlightenment. It's like we're back beneath the trees soaking in as much information as we can from all angles. When watching Olger fight these demons now, there aren't many glyphs I can't recognize. Every attack lands exactly where I predict it will before it's even finished being charged up. However, my own imprints still don't light up for more than 1/10 of a second, and it's not by my own doing. It's an automatic reaction. When I try to activate them myself, or even mimic patterns using celestial energy in front of me, the best I can do is create weak structures that hardly look like lines and dots. Artificially compressing celestial energy does not have the same effect as the arrays used in the barrier. While pushing my mind to its limits trying to come up with new strategies, I'm interrupted by a loud eagle screech in the air. I can't see where it's come from, so it must be far higher up than I can see. At the same time, Olger stops moving, and puts a hand up for us to stop. Axel spotted a party of outer guards. They usually don't venture out this far. Their closest domain is still quite far away. It's either a freak coincidence, or they knew we were coming.